Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? I just reset my PC. I have this fucking glitch where for some reason, whenever, occasionally when I boot up my PC, why is there a KFC ad playing? Whenever I boot up my PC, there's just like my mic is just not working now for some reason. So I have to restart it. So it's good. I restarted it. Get your laughs in. Very funny. I know. Very eventful thing that just happened. Go, oh wow, 10 people left. It took about 5 seconds, but 10 people left. Okay, well, yeah, we're off to a great start already. Off to a great start already. And yeah, it's gonna be a great stream, people. I have no sleep, but we have tons of topics. So, yeah, it's gonna be a great stream, everybody. Anyways. I have made a challenge to myself. Cool Aiden has returned. I will not be one guide this entire stream. And before you get the bright idea to come in here and try to one guy me the whole stream, the new rule is you can one guy, you can say mean stuff, but you have to fucking split it up. All of your messages in here cannot be attempts to one guy. It's annoying as shit. Hold on. So yeah, pardon my appearance. But yeah, I haven't slept. What's up, people? Pair character doing a shake sign with his hands saying cool. Thank you so much for the 2. How about no loser? Thank you so much. Holy. The skin is rough. Anyways. What was I saying? Yes. We have... I'm gonna preface this, and he said to me that you're gonna leak this whole call. You know what? I actually was not, Liam, intending to leak anything. But then you kind of then went and like spoke on it publicly. So I feel like I'm going to have to reference the call because it's a conflict of interest to cover this and then not reference the call we had earlier today. But yeah, essentially Lerix unblocked me and called me and we just discussed everything. I felt very patronized in that call. Okay. I felt very patronized. I felt like I was being interpreted in bad faith. I feel like I've been arguably out of all the commentators, I've been the most charitable to Lerix, and I think that I've even faced allegations that I swept for the guy. So I don't know. I don't to think that I don't know. I got the vibe. He didn't say it, but I got the vibe that he feels like I'm treating him poorly or something. I don't fucking know, dude. But apparently, he then went and called into Chud. So let's just break this down, okay? I'll give you some context as well because I've brought this up before. I knew this drama was inevitably going to go public, at some point because what happened is, and I've told this story in VC. I think it was like a month or two ago. I feel like it was like a month or two ago. I don't remember how long ago it was. I had seen, or somebody in IC had sent a screenshot of Lerix in Chud's chat saying, like, check DMs or something. And they were presenting it to me like Lerix was going to give Chud some big scoop on a story. And me, being the small content creator that I am, that, you know, desperately vultures off of whatever Chud drops, because the topics are dire right now, man. I swooped in, I went into Liam's DMs to figure out what the fuck are you giving this guy, because I want it. And that's when I realized the entire nature of, and by the way, GG's, I see you're done up, but I'll read it all in a sec. The entire nature of the request to Chud was was interpersonal, or was personal. It wasn't some leak on a drama. And Lerix, kind of in the same way. You know what I'm getting flashbacks to? When fucking Bo Blacks, a year ago, shows me his DMs with Nick and asks me to, like, give him... I wish people would call me up to ask me about whether or not they should do... Someone did this recently. whether or not they should do or say something before they do it rather than after, because a lot of the time people are saying, what did you think about this after the fact? I am, it's always horrible. I always hate it. And I saw Lerix's DMs to Chud involving this like overall problem with Chud's title and thumbnail of his video. And when you're entering, you know, a form of communication like that, you have to ask yourself, what exactly is it that I'm looking to gain out of this, right? Like, what is the pragmatic outcome of this conversation? And for Lerix, that pragmatic outcome was intended to be changing the thumbnail or the title. And I 150% believe, whether Lerix wants to or not, that Chud, if asked just overtly, would have done it, right? He wouldn't have gave a fuck. It was an old VOD, I think, at that point. I don't think Chud would have cared, right? It's a clickbait, provocative title and thumbnail meant to get viewership, and I don't think Chud would be unsympathetic to that, right? But instead, what I see is, for some reason, he's just scared to ask that question outright. So he's continuously implying it and then making like these greater points. And when Chud doesn't even know what, like, Chud indicates he doesn't know what's going on. He's like, what do you want here? Lerix then goes and invokes Chud's own personal drama, which, if you're looking to get something out of someone, even if you're correct, right? I'm not saying Lerix is correct one way or another, but even if you're correct, when you're looking to get something out of someone, the last thing you want to do is make them become defensive to make some grand moral point, which I doubt. He was in these DMs to make a grand moral point. He wanted the thumbnail and title change. So I said, since that's what you wanted, right, you approach this fucking horribly. Horribly. You communicate like a stereotype of how a woman communicates, where you clearly feel some way or want something, but you're being incredibly vague instead of overtly stating, you know, what it is what exactly it is you want. And never good when you're upset about, well, okay. The thing is, the problem you have is that the average person online does not like to read or watch long things. And when you have a Chud VOD, which is several hours, when there's a video with significant viewership that says Lerix is trying to hide his pedophile past, someone's going to glance at that if they're like a new viewer or something, and they're not going to do the research for themselves, and they're going to be like, wait, there's serious allegations against this dude? And that could hurt, right? That could hurt. It probably wouldn't here. I doubt it would, but I can understand concern over that problem, right? I can understand concern over that. But if you are concerned, you just ask. You just go and fucking ask. And what's the worst that happens? Somebody says no to you? Okay, so move on. Right? We don't need this grand moral point or like speech. And I just like, I don't understand why he can't overtly say what it is that he's feeling or what it is that he wants out of a given conversation. And the way it left off, I'm like, okay, these guys have beef now or whatever. I felt like this was going to go public at some point, whether it was going to leak through Liam or I didn't know. But I told him in the call, I think you communicated horribly. And then we kind of spoke about that again today. And then immediately, or after the call was done, I find out he's on Chud's stream talking to Chud about that entire exchange. Now, how this leaked, thanks to the help of my top guy today, okay? Listen, I say a lot of mean things about him. Never mind, I don't have a top guy. Nobody linked anything. I thought somebody had made, I think Wendy had sent me a link to a fucking server, where he supposedly had a timeline compiled, right? Okay, does anybody, forget it. Oh, he wiped our DMs. Cool. All right, never mind. Never mind. Forget it. He decided to put it in a server instead of my inbox. Thank you for the $2. Allah Akbar 5159. Cormank's released second Pyrocynical video, apparently. Wow, man. Crazy stuff. Thoughts on December 10th? Crazy. But yeah, I had been, somebody had like a full-fledged docket made on this, and I got sent a link to a server that I didn't join, but nobody thought to put that in the inbox. So I guess we're gonna be done with that segment. It's fine. It's cool. I'm not mad. Hold on. That happened with all my allegation videos, 2-hour VODs. And the very end is like, oh yeah, he's just dumb, not a bad guy. But the title and thumbnails are awful. Yeah, people don't read. People don't read beyond that. People don't read beyond that.
Hey everyone,
I'm trying
James
my hardest. I'm trying my absolute hardest not to scream right now. You have no idea. You've absolutely no idea how much I just want to fucking. I'm gonna get one guide. I have made a promise to myself, but I'm fucking pissed. I got sent the most beautiful. You've never seen a topic presented to me like this. It was the most beautiful fucking topic I've ever seen. Okay, they had timestamps, links. I mean, it was like I was in heaven. And then I realized that was forwarded in icy from another server. It wasn't put in our inbox. So that's, I guess, gone now. Dude. Well, if anyone in IC wants to find that forwarded message that was somewhere in IC chat and put it in my inbox, I will forever be grateful to you, my friend. I'll forever be grateful to you. But I guess we'll just skip ahead all the context. You probably know most of it anyways, and we'll just get into an analysis of the Lerix Chud logic conversation. Okay. Dude, I need to go punch someone. Okay. Listen, anger management, guys. Anger management. Anger management, man.
As a game developer who worked as game engineer.
Alright, where is this? Not even their conversation got linked, so that's cool as well. I really love how useful everybody is. Sometimes, man. You don't know the context? You don't know that? Well, that's too fucking bad, I guess. That's too bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'd love to give you that context. But instead of putting it in, like, the channel that was, like, intended for that, somebody decided to forward a message into IC of everything I've wanted from a docket, but posted in a server that had nobody in it, and then forwarded into IC, and then nobody can find that forwarded message within IC, so I actually can't give you the context. I would have prepared it myself, but I thought we had it, and apparently we don't, so forget it. No one did my job for me. Wow, wow, wow. No, I just, like, you know, the viewers see things more than I do, and they've been keeping up with them more, so it just makes it easier to, like, have stuff pulled up. I could have done that. I would have been willing to prepare that segment, if I didn't have this, like, false belief that somebody had linked it to me. Anyways. Let's get into it. $2 from Allah Awkward. In case you need it, thank you so much for the Cormanx video, sir. Where's the fucking... Alright, where do they have their convo? Timestamp? I wouldn't know. Maybe it's around here? Yo. Wait.
Girl who can't be identified for
What
legal
time do they
reasons
have their
said,
conversation?
"The day I was raped changed me as a person."
So jealous. It's so
Okay, actually, I think we have enough of it. We have enough context. We have enough context. Forget it. We got the context because Chud pulled it up. Okay, so this post of Chud Logic's thumbnail, we're good. We're good, guys. We're good. See, I was patient, and the universe just rewarded me. I think that was like the only thing I didn't have. Okay, so this thumbnail was posted in the Reddit, in the Liam Donovan subreddit, right? And Liam responded with this. After Chud had posted about him. Yeah, I'm not really sure how to go about it if I want posts like this up, because it just gives more attention to a guy who has admitted and outright said that he lies about me, and will continue to lie about me when I talk to him in DMs. That's not what he said. That's just not what Chud said. Chud at no point in those DMs admitted that. And now it's gotten to a point where the content is just me changing my appearance and investigating whether I'm trans or not, lol. It's like the most pathetic thing ever, to be honest. True! I think that if you're, like, spending more than a day on, like, this guy putting on makeup, like, yeah, I think that's, like, cringe. Like, I think he's coping. It's like, yeah, you look, like, really weird. I'm gonna laugh at you. But there are some people that are just fucking obsessed with the idea that, like, anyone is trans, and it's just, like, nonstop talking about it. This guy's 40 years old, and this is what he does for a living, which is even more ironic, because just a few years ago, he was called a chaser, because he was in the DMs of multiple trans people being sexual, Lamau. One who was 17, but lied about their age, that they were 18. Good faith, he'd make sure to include they lied. Well, actually, I don't, okay. And yet he calls me a grifter for changing within this, well, actually, why would you need to include that? And yet he calls me a grifter for changing within the span of being 21 to 22, when he has this drastic change in his mid-30s, going from being sexual with the same trans people he now makes fun of for I don't think there's a drastic change there inherent, right? I think that, like, dude, first of all, I don't think Chud is as interested in the trans tent as he makes it out to be. He's just garnered an audience that gives him positive feedback and reward for that, and I also feel like it's kind of like a bit of cope and overcompensation. I love Chud. I can't sweep for the guy on that one. I feel like it's like overcompensation. Look how much I don't like trans people, guys. But I don't think there's like an inherent contradiction there, because people can absolutely, like, let's say Chud really does at his core hate trans people or whatever, right? I don't think there's a contradiction there. Like, there are neo-Nazis that have, like, a Jew fetish. Like, what you're into doesn't necessarily contradict, like, what you're into. If you're, like, sexually attracted to something but hate it, sexually attracted to a group but then hate them on principle, there's not necessarily a contradiction there. You need help. But I don't think that, like, Chud genuinely does fiber hates trans people. $5 from Soul Skibbity. Looking sharp today, 80. The Chud trans tent is insanely boring. I mean, there's some people that are just, like, obsessed with everything trans. Some specific commentary viewers from specific channels. And it's like, who gives a fuck, dude? The problem I have with what Liam did is, unironically, if Liam had gotten on that stream and said, I'm a woman, okay, if he just gotten on that stream and done that, I don't even think I would have covered it. Well, I would have acknowledged it probably, but I wouldn't have, like, done a stream, like, making fun of it or whatever. What I think he did there, I don't think he thinks he looked good in that makeup. I don't think he wanted to put on that makeup. I think he did it as, like, this, like, kind of like, look, guys, I'm like, kind of playing into the thing you like playing dress up almost to appeal to, like, the types that are now in his new audience that are going to be like, yes, queen, we love our gender bent king, showing, like, look, I don't give a fuck about gender norms, guys, I'm awesome. It's like, I don't know, some, like, fucking leftist personality that, like, puts on a dress to look, like, super progressive because they're bending gender. It just felt, like, very performative to me, disingenuous, and also he didn't look good, obviously. He calls me a grifter for changing within the span of being... I was defending Lerix, by the way, on the grifter shit a fuck ton. I felt like this is the real him compared to the old him. But on that specifically the makeup stuff, I feel like that's obviously like, okay. It's like, what's the best explanation? There's this guy called Film Cooper. He's like a progressive commentary channel, like the Curtis Connor, Cody Code type videos, and he got mocked to absolute fuck by leftists because people were. He's this white dude. I think he's straight, maybe. He's this white dude, and he was like, they're like, who inspires your fashion sense the most? And he was like, well, personally, my fashion sense is most inspired by Marsha P. Johnson. And for those of you who don't know, Marsha P. Johnson was a like black trans rights activist or whatever in like the popular like the 60s and 70s. And this is Film Cooper. Does anyone have the Marsha P. Johnson clip? It was just like so performative and disingenuous. It's like, okay, you're trying to like chime the bells to appease people. Like, it's performative progressivism. Where is it? Hold on. Film Cooper, Marsha P. Johnson.
There is a
Dude, maybe it's in this video calling him a pick-me. This is what he looks like. This is Film Cooper, and he says his style is most inspired by Marsha P. Johnson. This is like me getting on stream to you right now and being like, yeah, my fashion sense is most inspired by Malcolm X and Dr. Martin Luther King. Dude, hold on. Where the fuck is this, dude? I'm sorry. This was just so funny to me. Fuck, double typing. Lol. Oh, it's not even talked about in the video. Never mind. All right, let's get back to this. But that's what felt like disingenuous to me. That's the vibes I got. It feels like he's now playing into openly being like a lefty, progressive, which is why it felt even more demeaning when he was getting on me for like the, saying gay is in that context is actually demeaning to yourself and it's like, dude, I've been an actual progressive for years, okay? Like, and it's not something I perform or play up. If anything, in this space, up until recently, until like the Chud Queeman merge kind of happened, you'd get more shit for being a lefty than not. It's just what I believed in, right? So then for you to like do this change over a few months and now start lecturing me on like, this actually hurts marginalized groups, or it's like to me, it's just like super patronizing. It feels like you're like, my culture is not your prom dress. But so Liam says this in response, and then Chud actually does leak the DMs between the two of them, which we're going to analyze here. I think it's on Chud's Twitter. Where is this? Here it is. Okay. So when we look at these messages, what I need you to understand is that Liam, you ask yourself, you're communicating with someone, what do you want? Liam wants the title or thumbnail changed so people aren't being misled, right? And by the way, this has happened. Chud, I think, did a video called like when the fucking Jasmina document happened. Like he did like the provocative like Aiden can't come back. Aiden Projects can't come back from this title, and people are like, when they search up my name or my old name, that's like the top result or whatever. And they're like, are there serious allegations against you? That's not like a common thing. I think it's happened like twice. But it's like, if I were to have ever gone to Chud about that, like he would probably like zero issue. It's like a fucking old video. There's no problem in changing the title for him. But wanted to forward this to you so it's not like a surprise if you catch wind of it. But yeah, I've been getting a bunch of posts for a while about this video and have my thoughts on it. Don't think I'm saying anything unreasonable or even antagonistic by bringing up your allegations. Just a double standard, but if I'm mistaken, let me know. It was more of an offline thing, but yeah. Not trying to start anything, just needed to address it. So people, wait, do I have this mixed up? No. All right, got it. No, never mind. Like, of course, I'm fine with you criticizing, shitting on me, insulting, etc. But I know you don't think this about me, and like, I'm going under my real name now, and just have one of my top videos show up as Liam Donovan hides pedo pass, especially when you know it's just a bait lie. Just kind of fucked up, I get. Even if you think it's, I get, unironically, I get him being mad over this. I get him being upset over this. But if Chud's willing to change, but I understand why Chud's doing this as well. And like, it's a provocative, or it's like some provocative attention grabbing thumbnail and title that DK did or whatever. And I would only really like make anger visible if there was a complete unwillingness to compromise on this. The problem is Liam he's not asking Chud overtly, like, I would appreciate it if you were willing to like correct this or change the title. Okay, I hear you, of course, know the whole DK meme, but if Noah Samson made a video with the thumbnail entitled Chud Logic is covering up his pedophilic past. Okay, this analogy was always stupid because the underlying point that was being defended in Noah Samson's video is one that is of detriment to Chud's moral character if it were believed to be correct. Chud, I think, has defended Liam on the pedophilia allegations. The difference is Chud is utilizing, or DK was utilizing, the allegations themselves in like a accusatory manner for the sake of clickbait. But like the underlying, so Chud would be mad in the sense of, yeah, because the underlying video is actually calling him a pedo. Just be mad and call him out for lying about you. Would you buy the excuse of, oh, it wasn't me, it was my editor? Like, it wouldn't change anything is all I'm saying. Like, so like, what is Liam hoping to get out of here at this point? Just ask him. And also, you don't want to make people feel that there's a lot at stake when they concede, if you want them to do something for you. So if you're doing these, like, you know, it's fucked up you did this, it's fucked up you did this, now a concession entails some like label being attached to you, and you're just making it less and less likely that you're going to get the outcome you're looking for. That's not even a judgment call on either end. I'm saying from like a strategy perspective, this is completely ineffective communication. Like, of course, I'm fine with you criticizing, shitting on me, insulting, etc., but I know you don't think this about me, and like, I'm going under my real name now. Oh, I already read that. He's beating around the bush. Yes. I got him. This first thing I said to him, I got him to admit it. You want something done here. What is it? Why don't you? And he's like, well, I think it'd be like a little stupid or whatever. There's nothing wrong with asking. There's nothing wrong. Well, it depends on what you're asking for, obviously. And it could be like, what's like the worst thing that happens? No. How dare you want me to like change the title that like makes it seem like you're a pedophile on surface level? Like that doesn't, you ask your question. If you get a yes, great. Outcome's finished. You get a no. Then you maybe have something more solid here. Because Chud himself doesn't believe Lerix is a pedo. So you could say, okay, then it's wrong for you to, for the sake of garnering viewership, make him out to be one if you don't actually believe it. And if you know that that's like causing him some form of harm. But the request isn't even being made here. $2 from G's. Amazing coverage, Aiden. Thank you so much. He even did this gay thing with you. Aren't you bi? Instead of just saying, can you stop? Yes. I said this to him. Your communication style is, honestly, it is. I don't know why some people communicate like this. The world would be so much easier if people were just fucking blunt. Especially online. I'm not saying Chud's autistic, but especially online. This communication style is not going to get you many places. So Chud says, what are you looking for here? Because it's clear, is it like, have you now come into my DMs to do some like moral lecture? So there's now even acknowledgement that Chud doesn't know what to do here, right? What's being asked of him. I guess at least an acknowledgement of a double standard, I guess. It just doesn't make sense to me, an understanding, I guess. Like, do you get where I'm coming from or disagree? I don't know. Do you think it's unreasonable to point this out, especially considering what you've dealt with? And then you're comparing it to his situation, which is like people are actually misrepresenting him as a pedophile on substance, right? Like the videos that Lerix is referring to are actually arguing that position. Chud's been charitable to Lerix on like the past lolly shit. Make whatever point you want, man. Just funny that you want to turn your back on your past and act like it never. Now Chud's gone aggressive, right? Because this is a confrontational set. Now, like I said, this you've just made someone's defenses go up. You weren't joking about rape, etc. to act like it never happened. You weren't joking about rape, etc. to placate your weirdo teeny bop audience you have now. And now you want to have some private debate about whether or not you're making a fair point. I don't care, bro. Yeah, because you're reading this and you think he just wants a debate or a I told you so moment or I was right moment. Like, you want an outcome here. Just fucking ask. It's like he's scared of getting a no. So he preemptively tries arguing some point. Yes, it is literally that 150. Yes, that is exactly what's going on here. That's what I said to him. Not trying to make this aggressive and wasn't planning on getting into all of your other critiques, but to quickly sum it up, I of course find jokes funny, but made the decision to not be the guy who makes rape review jokes, especially publicly, because I don't want to be that guy, and overall as a person at 20, wanted to change who I am, and to portray myself. Why is it getting darker? What the fuck is happening? Oh wait, why are my lights going on? Hold on. The fuck is, dude, is this like Watch Dogs? Somebody hacking my lights? Hold on. All right, there we go. Anyways. So you didn't pay the light bill. Yes. Okay. Not trying to make this aggressive. All right, I read that. I, of course, find jokes funny, but made the decision to not be the guy who makes rape review jokes, especially publicly, because I don't want to be that guy. And overall, as a person at 20, wanted to change who I am and how to portray myself. I went through something similar, but it wasn't like a like, the year I was gone, like, I was thinking to myself, like, I don't want to be, I don't want to be that guy either. Like, I still am totally fine with, like, making, like, edgy or off-colored or offensive jokes. I think a lot of jokes like that are funny. But like, I just like think if I'm acting like I'm in 2016 as an adult, it's like loser behavior. And I wasn't personally finding just like being edgy for the sake of being edgy funny anymore. And I wanted to be a bit more serious and principled. But for him, he's like saying it started at 20, he's 22 now. I feel as though there might have been some thoughts about that. People always have thoughts about this kind of stuff, but I feel like the change was a lot more sudden and quick than he'd like you to think. I'll admit he did tone things down over the course of his, career in commentary. He was like calling Jalen the T slur at one point, like years and years ago. He wouldn't do shit like that anymore. I don't think I heard him use like racial slurs or anything. People are pretending. Okay, people are literally pretending like a year ago this guy was like a fucking Nazi. That wasn't true. He was like for commentary standards not that edgy towards the end. The biggest problem with him, the worst blemish on him was, in my opinion, he did the thing where he tried to overcompensate or overcorrect for some allegations being false by like approaching every single allegation of rape or sexual assault with how can I be the most critical and scrutinize the victim to the greatest extent possible in the course of this. And it's like, if it's he said, she said, take the neutral position, because it's a lot of people don't have evidence they were raped or sexually assaulted when they were raped or sexually assaulted. Like this, and statistically, false accusers are in the minority compared to people who are making correct accusations or assertions about their rape or sexual assault. So, you know, if it's a case like that, I would just take the neutral position. I feel like that was overcorrection from the Slazo shit. But other than that, he wasn't really particularly edgy towards the end. And then he eventually shifted audiences, and now the new bits of his change do feel like it's attempting to appease the audience, which is like, just admit that. Just admit that. Everyone does that. I don't know if Chud's criticizing him for that, but Chud absolutely kind of plays certain things up to please his audience, right? I guarantee some of his coverage is like influenced to appease like maybe some of the more right-wing people within his like audience. Like he might give extra interest to a topic he wasn't additionally interested in because it might appeal to the audience he presently has. To pretend like this is all just completely genuine, I feel like is just being dishonest, right? $2 from G's. Aiden, how long until you become iDubbbz? It's already happened, man. But, I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to believe, but you can or not. Regardless, I was strictly talking about the pedo thing because it is the most extreme and blatant lie. But if you don't care about lying, then the convo, I guess, stops here. I don't know how with this standard you can ever be upset when other people call you a pedophile, because those people are making like an actual claim or assertion. Chud says false stuff in his thumbnails and titles all the time because it's provocative clickbait. And that's kind of the bit now, like, DK like figures out how can I make this like thumbnail like the most extreme provocative, or this title the most extreme provocative or absurd title possible, and it works. It seems like it works. As much as I despise DK, DK is the Chud's Goebbels. He understands how to title and thumbnail, and like, for example, the show of me, he said like I hosted a conversation where Himpleton was getting confronted by Xylee, and DK turns the title into Jewish debate. Wait, hold on. I'll pull this up, dude. There was a conversation over like the Just a Robot shit where I was just hosting it, and Beckett and like Xylee were getting on Himpleton, and this is how DK titled it. This is, dude. To this day, it's just incredible. This is just to prove, by the way, that like everyone understands. Hold on, here we go. So it was me. I wasn't even debating Himpleton. I was just hosting the debate, right? I didn't incinerate him or anything. The titles and thumb they're meant to be like satire or overblown or like parody like, and I agree that even though I think that's funny and not necessarily inherently problematic, if it's like involving something like pedophilia, sure, it can have negative consequences. And then I think Chud would be unreasonable if he wasn't willing to accommodate for somebody he didn't believe was a pedophile, but where his thumbnail could lead people to believe that to be true. So, yeah. Like, this is, like, Chud would have a right to get mad when people are, like, actually making that claim in a serious context, which is what people like Noah Sampson did. Chud is obviously of the position that you are not a pedophile. It's just his thumbnail saying something that isn't true and over-exaggerated meant to garner viewership, which is just the trend on his channel, right? I don't know why you would address this as though because it's in the title, that's an actual thought that Chud has. So yeah, that's it. I guess that's the convo. And then I guess climax today, after I spoke to Liam, he went on to Chud's stream and there was a live conversation. So let's check this out. How do I make this disappear? Okay.
Like, if he wants to talk, we can talk. But you need
about like you.
Chud is such a lonely F slur that he now has to talk to Liam, the guy who called a load of slurs on Kick.
Glad to see I'm not the only one that gets chatters like these. Glad to see I'm not the only one, man. Wait. I'll move myself to the middle.
I know there's dead air. I'm waiting for him to accept. Okay. Liam, is that still your name, or has it changed?
Oh.
Hey, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. How's it going?
Good. Yeah. Okay. So I did want to call in about.
But nobody's complimented my beautiful new shirt. You guys like it? You guys like it? Louis Vuitton. It's not really.
This because so when I initially like DM'd you, like first it was supposed to be like a debate thing on stream. And I know that probably like caught you off guard because you're in the middle of doing content. I'm like trying to have like a whole conversation with you, but it wasn't supposed to be that. It was actually supposed to be just offline, but you were just streaming at the time. Yeah, I wasn't trying to like debate you on your allegations. I did see what you said when you thought I was trying to like have a whole conversation about like you talking to a trans 17-year-old like back in 2020.
Who said they were 18?
He keeps emphasizing, dude, he knows what he's, okay. In Liam's defense, he didn't just say trans 17-year-old in the post, but like the 17 point, when we're like making a moral claim about somebody, what's going to matter is what they believed when they did the act, okay? And Chud believed this person to be 18. The thing is, right, when you're a creator like Chud, I don't even know if he was that big yet at that point. Obviously, you should be fucking IDing people whose age is if they're claiming they're like right on that line, you need to be IDing if you're having exchanges like that, which you shouldn't be, by the way. Like, you guys, you know, I actually can't make that point. I was gonna say I've never heard the end about being attracted to kinetic health briefly or something, or finding her hot briefly, but dude, this guy just gets so, I was about to say he gets away with it, but I realized like that would be completely delusional. He has not gotten away with it. I think there's not a day that goes by where he doesn't hear about it.
Who said they were 18?
2 from Belinda, very nice new fit. Aiden looks, thank you so much.
See, let's get that in there. Don't pull a fucking sneaky one on me. Like with the gender.
Okay, I do mention that every time I bring it up. No, but I wasn't trying to like relitigate that with you. I was bringing that up to have to show a perspective of like when other people do this to you. It's like what I said in the initial Reddit post of like when people have said this about you, obviously.
Wait, breaking news, everybody, breaking news. So remember how I was beefing with Lerix's mod, Mocha Poca, who we later found out was actually Kai? Well, since we found out that she's Caitlyn now. So we found out that Caitlyn, hold on. As we found out that Caitlyn is actually Mocha Poca, a disturbing new chat message has come to light. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. Sit in the chair, Liam. Get in the corner. All I'm gonna say is this, okay? You are absolutely a fucking, like, crazy person and a moron if you start an actual committed relationship with somebody that you met and interacted with sexually when they were already in a relationship. They've shown a willingness to cheat. Why do you think you're gonna be the exception? Just to be, I don't think she's seriously making a pass at Queenman, of course, but, like, I mean, why, like, this person has indicated they actually, like, will be dishonest to someone's face in the course of a relationship where the two of you are supposed to have this very special bond for the sake of, like, you know, gratification. Like, if you start a relationship off of, like, home wrecking, I guess, or I don't know what a better term would be here, why do you think you're gonna be spared? I guess you could technically be spared, but it's just like, you're a fucking idiot for risking that.
Don't like it. So that's why I was trying to make the comparison to you doing it to me.
I totally get that it's an insane title. I understand that. And I'm willing to negotiate and talk about this. And that's why I say, you know, what are you looking for here? But
Dude, have I told the story of Kai at the Airbnb? Have I told this story? Tom had like a B&B, and him, Boblax, and Kai had come back from going on the Dick Masterson show, and I could tell almost like right away that some of them had done cocaine. She was talking like 1,000,000 miles per hour. And then Tom goes upstairs after she says goodnight to Tom. And I'm just like sitting there. I think I was like high or some shit on like weed. I don't fucking remember. But all I remember about it is she's like sitting next to me and she tells me to like look at her in the eyes, and she's like, "You have the darkest eyes I've ever seen. It's so cool." And I was like, I was like really fucking uncomfortable. I don't know. I guess she was on cocaine, so maybe she was just like fucking saying whatever. Well, all I remember is I was like, okay, cool. Dude, I'll never forget it. She is like heterochromia. So I remember one of her eyes is like a different color than the other.
you just seem to want to discuss endlessly whether or not there was a fucking double standard.
You blew it?
Right?
Yeah.
She looks like a kid, bro. I was not interested. First of all, despite the jokes that I like home wrecking or whatever, I would never do that to a friend of mine. Now, someone who wasn't friends with me, yeah, I'm sleeping with your wife, but I would never do that to a friend of mine. Okay? And so I didn't miss anything. I won.
Yes. I
could have just been misinterpreting it. I remember feeling very weird.
I was trying to, because I thought if I would initially took the approach of just asking, hey, could you change like a thumbnail or title? From what I remember being in commentary, that would have immediately gotten like written off as, oh, you're gay. You're asking for a title change. Shut the fuck up. You're being gay right now. So I thought that would be the initial response. But if you would have actually changed it, if I would have said that outright, then I should have done that. But I wasn't under the impression you would have done that, which is why I was trying to go more of like a conversation and like
you wanted to convince me that
relatability.
I was wrong and it'd be my idea. That's what it feels like to me.
Sorry, what? Can you say that again?
What it feels like is you wanted to debate me into admitting fault, and then it would be my idea to change it, rather than just being straight.
Yes. He didn't want to have to ask directly because I guess he thought he'd like look pathetic or it was embarrassing or whatever. But it's like, grow up, dude. Grow up. If I'm too, listen, I get being like too scared to ask something. If I'm too scared, I just don't even like try to get it, right? But it's like this like weird, this gay thing. He's not gonna like that I said gay, but this like gay thing of like just beating around the bush when you clearly want something. You just like come off as like, it's like you're an adult now, bro. You're a fucking adult.
Forward.
Yeah, I could see if you thought I was like hunting for like a screenshot for when I was saying like at least acknowledgement for like the acknowledgement of.
Aiden, I just don't like short. I don't like tall women, but I don't like short women either. Like she's like what? She's got to be like fucking what? Like 5 foot nothing. Like she's short as fuck.
This double standard.
Which, if we look at Liam's old tweets, we begin to notice a pattern for. I'm kidding. Don't kill me.
But that was more me because I think you responded at that point saying, "What are you asking for?" I thought I was making the implication clear, but you were just wanting me to come out and outright say, like, dude, just ask for the thumbnail change, ask for the title change. It's not a big deal. But I thought you were like testing me and like to ask for it so that you would have like shit on me for saying like, oh, look at this guy. Because already like your coverage with the Rose Malay thing was already saying like, I'm grifting, I'm being disingenuous. So I thought there was like no shot that you would have changed in the first place.
It's not about me asking you so I can go, you're gay. It's about, well, what do you want? Because like, do you want me to
Yes. Yeah. I don't know how Liam wasn't picking up on this. It's like, not only have you like entered this with like a horrible communication strategy, but when the person you're talking to is actively indicating to you by saying you're getting feedback from what you're saying. They're saying, what do you want here? Indicating they don't fucking understand what the point of this is. If you didn't get it to begin with somehow, you can now change your communication style accordingly and become blunt. Which he doesn't. He continues being vague. It's so weird.
completely shift the presentation so it's like, you know, Liam Donovan is innocent on all charges, or do you want me to like amend the thumbnail or the title? Like, what's the issue here? Because, you know, obviously I've got my controversy. Like, I think it's undeniable that you
No. To be clear, Chud might have made fun, but I, honest to God, hand on the Bible, I believe. Listen, this is what I get off of Chud. Okay, even though Chud puts on this very, I don't know if he's gonna like that I said this, but even though he puts on this very like, you know, tough confrontational persona on stream, and he's not that different when you talk to him one-on-one, but I think that Chud in some facets is like conflict avoidant as well. He goes for the path of like least resistance or least conflict sometimes. And I absolutely believe if Liam had just asked him, he would not have given a fuck. It's an old video on his second channel. It isn't worth the trouble. Chud even says, I'm pretty sure Chud said he would have done that, right? So it's like, I don't.
have got a lolicon controversy in the past, so I don't think it's crazy to frame a video of you around that. So would that be an acceptable framing, or is that too much still?
Well, because the thing that I was wanting to get changed is because you specifically covered all of that months ago, and your coverage was defending me, and you would never, I know you would never frame it in the way that it was framed on the title.
So then why were you coming at, so why would you go at him in a manner that's like accusing him or would have some moral impediment on his character?
So I was confused on, if you don't even believe this, why are you putting that in your like title? And especially because the title is like as inflammatory as like possible.
Listen, okay, that communications degree, they said it was useless. One day it's gonna come in handy, okay? I haven't completed the degree yet. One day it's gonna come in handy, man. One of these days. One of these days. I took an interpersonal communications course. It was and learn like the different theories of interpersonal communication. Very fucking fun, very interesting. But I'm telling you, okay, I'm not gonna be jobless. I'm gonna be sitting here at 50 analyzing other people's interpersonal disputes online.
I thought like seemingly goad in like my new followers, which I thought was just messed up because you wouldn't want that.
No,
like you take an issue when other people do that to you.
You know, well the thing is, it's not about that. It's like I don't want to fuck your shit up. Like I've not covered you as much as I could have done this last year because I'm not sat here thinking, oh, we need to pull him back to commentary. We need to fuck his music.
Chud's fair. Chud is a nice guy. Chud is a nice guy, okay? I think Chud's a nice guy. I think he's fair. I'm not sweeping for him, right? Like, I have no problem criticizing him when I did, and I've disagreed with him plenty. But I think Chud would have been reasonable had there been some sort of direct ask.
Music stuff up, right? It's not about that. The incongruence is a product.
And I don't know if it's I don't know how it is in, like, at the end of the day, even though we all speak the same language, there's, like, communication styles differ across countries. Like, in fucking New York, what I love is everyone is blunt, just, like, about everything. And if you were trying to talk and beat around the bush like this, they would all say, like, what the fuck do you want? Like, I don't know. I don't know if it's maybe where Liam's from, or I don't know. But, like, this whole, like, just, like, never getting to the point and just trying to, like, it's like the fucking DM Riddler trying to get the other person to figure out what you're looking for here. It's just, like, so moronic.
Of DK doing the titles and thumbnails. I still take responsibility for that. I'm not trying to pass it off to DK, but that's the only reason there is an incongruence. It's not to do with let's fuck Lerix up and fuck up his new music.
Listen, I hate DK. I hate DK as a person. Keep him hired. He is very fucking good at what he does. He's very good at what he does. This, like, provocativeness, I'm sure it's gotten Chud in trouble many a times, but it fucking works. And I would really only be super judgmental about it if somebody in fairness came to Chud saying, hey, this is, like, actually causing me problems, and he wasn't, like, accommodating about it. Then I'd be like, okay, yeah, I think that's, like, I think if you don't actually believe the claim in the thumbnail, I get it or the title, I get that it's just clickbait, but, like, you then, like, if you're, like, morally principled, should address that.
Career, right? And you should know that from having previously been in commentary, that it's not about fucking someone up necessarily. DK's just got a extremely provocative, spicy, edgy sense of humor, and sometimes crosses the line.
DK is more trouble. No, he's not. You rarely get. I would kill for a DK, dude. I would kill for. It's like, it's not just that DK can edit. It's not just that DK can make the thumbnail. He gets it. He gets it. He gets the audience. He has theory of mind. He understands what someone's going to be thinking when they click on it. You could get somebody that knows how to make a thumbnail. You could get somebody that knows how to edit. But for some reason, it is hard to come by somebody that can actually put themselves in the audience's shoe, deliver what they want, deliver what the audience would want, and format it in a way that the target audience would click on. $5 from Infixed. Is Lerix the trans Riddler? I don't think he's trans, but he's definitely the Riddler.
It goes too far, and that's why we're flexible to changing it if it's really that.
Listen, I have many enemies, but I can respect my enemies. And DK is fucking good at what he does, okay? He is good at what he does.
Egregious for people.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that you did that. If, like, I wasn't aware that you've done that for, like, other people or did that before, and especially the way you were already covering me, saying, like, I think you think I'm grifting or whatever. I didn't think you'd respond that way.
I do think you're grifting, by the way. I just want to be clear. I do
miscommunication.
think you're grifting. I do think you're an F slur. I just don't want to back down from that.
Well,
I'm like,
okay, we can
pussy,
talk about it.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, we could talk about it in a second. But if you actually would have changed it or helped me out slightly by, adjusting it.
What is this new meta? It's not a one guy. I'm just addressing it. What is this like new thing now where people are like, do you like hate me, Aiden? Do you hate me? Or like accusing me of hating them. Or like, I mean, and I'm not making up this issue. This came up in Icy today. Parry did this, somebody else, and they know who they are, did this. Like, I thought you really hated me. If I fucking hate you, I'm gonna talk about how much I hate you. When have I ever held my tongue about hating someone? Okay? I have no problem telling someone I fucking hate them.
If I would have just straight up asked for it, then that is my fault on the miscommunication. But I wanted to make
No, I'm not mad at his comment. That's not a one guy.
Clear that it wasn't like I'm trying to debate you or get you to admit to a contradiction to try to like get a
2 from Draftel. Aiden, why do you hate me so much? I don't, Draftel. I love you, buddy.
point over you.
Okay.
I thought I was making the implication
Liam.
clear and that you were ignoring the implication.
Liam.
So then that's when I thought like, oh man, this guy's just fucking me over. And that's when I said that you are going to continue to lie, and that's you admitting to a lie, because I thought the contradiction was obvious to you, and you just said, who cares, basically. So that's where that comes
Dude, the Riddler. The Riddler.
from as well.
Okay. The issue I've got is not necessarily this exchange. Otherwise, I would have leaked it months ago. But I genuinely was.
This
not
is
thinking
me right
twice
now,
about
guys.
this.
When you ask me these
the
questions,
issue is that you went and told your new audience that I'm some fucking, lying wretch and admitted to lying in DMs. And then commentary picks it up. And then I feel like I've got to defend my honor a bit, because otherwise people think I'm going to your DMs and going, yeah, I lie about you, and I'll continue to lie about you. Which you would agree is not what these messages are, right?
Well, that's what I just said. I was showing you a contradiction of if no.
So the contradiction relies on the premise that the claim in the thumbnail is a serious reiteration, an actual claim that is being made, which would thus contradict another claim that was made in Chud's stream that he didn't think Lerix was a pedophile. The problem is the premise is faulty because, as we can show through evidence, such as every other title. Replace thumbnail with title. The problem with that is that the premise is faulted because we can show that Chud's titles claim tons of shit that is obviously just like gross exaggeration or not true for comedical effect and getting clicks and being controversial and provocative. So the understanding is these are not serious claims being made. It's like satire / parody / clickbait or whatever, right? And if that's the case, then you can't really address that like it's a claim and then hold it up to another claim to prove a contradiction. I think murder is bad, but I made jokes that I like killed someone and have them in my closet or some shit, and it's like that there's no contradiction there because that's not like a claim meant to be taken seriously. The thing is though, there's no contradiction, but you can get mad that the clickbait would be at your detriment, and if that's the case, you just say it. You just say, since this is under my name and stuff, I would just to avoid like potentially like misleading people, since you don't believe this to be true, I would like legitimately appreciate it if you were just like willing to change the thumbnail. someone would easily agree to that. They don't need you. They already know what they have to do. They don't have to play a guessing game and do more work in the course of figuring it out. People are more likely to abide by requests if you make them do less work, or they have to, like, the least amount of shit they have to do to abide by the requests, and making them decipher whatever the fuck it is you're saying counts as work. I mean, it's just everything about his strat here is just wrong.
Samson did this to you, you obviously would make a video saying, this guy's lying about me. I can't believe he would do this in the title and thumbnail. Let's all, call him out for this. And yet now you're doing the same thing over something I know you don't even believe, which is that title. So that was the thing. I was bringing up this seemingly incongruent.
This shit boring? Sorry. Well, we're going to get to some other stuff later. So if you want to head out and then come back on, I won't blame you, buddy. I won't blame you. Not everything's for everybody.
With you, and you were continuing to go along with it, which is why I thought, and then you said, who cares? But so that's when I thought you were saying that you're admitted and you're going to continue to lie. But if you were saying who cares in reference to like frustration that I wasn't just outright saying.
Hold on, sorry, I just want to play it again.
You're continuing to go along with it, which is why I thought, and then you said, who cares? But so that's when I thought you were saying that you're admitted and you're going to continue to lie. But if you were saying who cares in reference to like frustration that I wasn't just outright saying, can you change the thumbnail or title or help me out?
That
then
frustration was about like when I gave you the option to tell what we wanted, and then you kept going on. It's like, I don't care about whatever cope you're selling to your new audience or whatever you're putting to your new audience necessarily.
Yeah. So
Calls from Belinda. Aiden looks cute and breedable. Thank you so much, Belinda.
that was the so yeah, that was the difference.
I came here for the geriatric lion, not the I'm sorry, bro.
I thought you were saying who cares that you're just going to continue, like you don't care that you're going to do this even though you take an issue when other people do it to you. But instead you were saying like who cares because you're on stream, you're like frustrated at like I'm trying to like have a whole conversation with you, which that wasn't. Yeah, that was the.
But then I feel like you've intentionally taken this tact of saying this to your new audience because you're trying to placate them in some way. That's what it comes across like to me. Like you're trying to present a certain...
I don't think... I disagree with Chud here. I think the recent shit was trying to placate them. Okay. Is Chud talking about the Reddit comment about him? Because I don't think that's trying to placate them per se, so much as it is like express anger against Chud. If he's talking about Lerix's general comments about his past, sure. I think Lerix's motives with that were, I think it was literally just like anger at Chud, and like a impulsive expression of it. I think going onto Chud's stream right now was impulsive on his end because he had said he wasn't gonna like give it any more public attention
to them.
What do you mean placate them?
Well, you're like, oh, this guy's a loser. He's old. He loves transsexuals. You know, he said he's going to lie about me, so don't pay him any attention. Right? Like, you're...
By the way, almost 200 viewers. Much appreciated, guys. If you're new here for whatever reason, hit the subscribe button. And if you're not, or if you're... Regardless, hit that fucking like button. It really, really helps the channel out. 2 seconds for you, but it's like a long hug for me, man.
Clearly trying to put a certain impression in the head, because if my coverage continues, you can just disregard it because you've primed that idea in your audience's mind.
Well, I guess I get what you're saying, but I also don't need to prime them already because it's like if they just see like
they're probably too young to understand it, aren't they? They're like 15 years old from what I understand.
Okay, but like if they see your content,
you'd actually be surprised. You see this with like the MC, like you'll think someone's 15 and it's like they're like actually some like 20-something-year-old that like lives in their lives inside their apartment all day and never leaves. That just like is like friends with all 15. It's a mix probably for him. It's a mix for him. It's like immature adults and yeah, like teenagers.
To begin with, of this person is turning trans, obviously they're not going to take anything you say seriously in the first place. That's not a dig, but it's just that's the kind of...
The funny part was not that he was turning... That wasn't the funny part for me. The funny part was like the efforts he was going through to like obviously play in to like the culture of his audience. I don't believe for a second he had any genuine vested interest in expressing his feminine side or whatever. That was just so like the audience would be pleased and they'd go, we love our gender bending queer, non-binary king.
People who are in the alternative music space.
They're woke, aren't they? Let's call it what it is.
I mean, yeah, you'd be familiar with it. You were in those spaces.
I was, yeah. We've kind of switched. We've kind of swapped, haven't we? If you like.
So, but I'm not trying. But it wasn't to placate them or. Well, here I'm trying to remember specific. Well, okay, my initial Reddit post of me saying that, this is a purposeful like bait lie title, which I sent you to begin with. That's not all that different from my second subreddit post, which is, I mean, I think you would even like admit that's true, that you don't believe in that title or thumbnail. So
That's not a lie. That's not a lie. That is obviously not a fucking lie. We know that Chud's titles and thumbnails are not intended to be taken seriously. They can have serious consequences, which is why you could vocalize it if it was, which you just didn't do. But it's obviously not an accurate retelling of a claim that Chud legitimately has. So there's no lie. There's no lie. That's like saying, like, I don't know, like joking about slipping on a banana peel if you didn't actually slip on a banana peel is a lie.
that's why you were fine with my initial Reddit post saying like, yeah,
None of this would have ever happened if he had just asked. Like, literally, all you say is, hey, sorry to be reaching out and bothering you. But essentially, since I'm like on a new channel now and going under a new name, I don't care if you criticize me or anything. But you obviously know and think that I'm not a pedophile, and I get that like the titles are meant to be like provocative and eye-catching, but I don't want people who like look up my name to think that there's some veracity to these accusations. So I would really genuinely appreciate it if you're willing to like potentially change the title of this video so that people don't think that I'm some sort of like pedo when they look my name up, right? If he was to DM that, none of this would be happening. None of this would, and he'd actually be walking away with a favorable outcome.
this is a purposeful like bait lie for clickbait.
Thank you for the $2, Belinda. Larissa is panicking because Leviathans are coming. True. $2 from G's. Look at Lerix trying to giga chat.
Well, the thing is, I wouldn't say that it's like a bait lie necessarily. I think that it is an extremely provocative framing of your history. I mean, you know,
Well, okay,
I don't want to get into.
Someone said, wait, hold on. Would you be fine
on.
if someone said Chud Logic had a pedophilic past because you talked to a 17-year-old? Because that's a provocative way to frame your past, but I'm sure you would have a problem with that. And I would agree. I would have a problem if someone did that to you as well.
Sure, I mean, I'd have a problem with it. I don't know if I would necessarily reach out. And it just, I guess, felt like you were reaching out, doing this debate bro shit because you felt like you were owed something, I guess.
No. I wasn't trying to debate you. Again, it was actually...
See, I believe him. He wasn't trying to debate him. That's just ultimately what he ended up doing because he's too much of a fucking pussy to directly ask a question. I mean, with the IA and Parlo shit and now this, what are we doing, people? Why do we have adults just walking around in the fucking world that don't understand, like, the basics of, like, communicating with someone else? I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. Like, what the fuck is going on?
I was trying to take an approach of, like... Because I thought you would be, and apparently you were, so I should have just said it outright, that you'd be understanding if you've done it to other people, of like, hey, this is like a crazy title and thumbnail, could you just slightly adjust it? And if you would have done that, then like, yeah, I should have been honest with that. So that is where
He's literally, this is what I said to him before the call started. He's just repeating what I said to him.
I messed up the miscommunication if you would have just done that. So I get that.
Sure. But I mean, I just, you know, I guess that for me, it feels like you've shifted significantly in a very short space of time. And you do have a new audience. And you've said yourself that they are kind of like woke. And it seems like a very quick change from you joking about rape. You know, apparently you cut Aiden off allegedly over him calling something gay. It's like
No, I talked to him earlier, just a few hours ago.
Let me guess.
Well, you know, no, it is not. No, it is not. It is not cool at all. What are you talking about, bro? It is not cool, okay? You did cut me off, and then you called me back up, and, like, you were very patronizing the entire fucking call. So, like, no, I'm not. And also, you did cut me off. That's just true. And then you uncut me off. But in the course of doing that, I don't know, you're just like incredibly patronizing. So
he's got a truce with you now. Is that right?
No, there's no fuck you. Go fuck yourself, Chud. I know you. Chud knows what he's doing. He's like, oh, Aiden Friendly is the Diorio. There's no truce with Diorio. There's no truce with Diorio. Okay, there's no truce. If Diorio talks about me, I'm fucking covering this guy. If Diorio does something exceptionally stupid, I'm fucking covering him. I'm just not reiterating and relitigating that one argument a million times because we did settle it in private.
A truce?
That's typical of Aiden.
No, we've always
Oh, fuck, dude, he knew I was gonna watch this. He knew I was gonna watch this. He knew exactly. This fucking guy,
been
dude.
like off and off,
Dude, the Kathy cabal is getting in this guy's fucking head, bro.
off and on, fine. But that's
okay.
so. Keep going with what you're saying, though.
Yeah, no, it's just it just feels like, you know, you've had a very
Well, Chronic, you were actually gonna get a whole segment on it, but since you asked me, well, I was in the middle of obviously covering something else, I'm not gonna cover that now.
rapid shift from your
I'm kidding, I'm still gonna cover it, but let's try to not do that.
old edgy commentary days, which is, you know, fair enough. But then when you're challenged on it, you act like it's just a normal part of growing up, that you go from, you know, playing the song Rape Me over the Super Mega allegations a couple of years ago to criticizing Aiden for calling something gay. Like a rapid shift. And I think that's what people, they feel it's disingenuous.
I think I've said this before. I don't think I called in with you, but I think I called in to Queeman months ago. It's not that I've never, but so this is also the reason I wanted to call in, is just to make it like clear, is that it's not that I can't find a rape joke funny or edgy jokes funny ever again. It's just the fact that who do I want to, I was just thinking for myself and the way I want to live my life. Who do I want to be? Do I want to be the guy who's like covering people's allegations online?
What I believe him on this, because I dealt with like very similar thoughts, and I still deal with them. I still have this like, you know, identity thing where it's like, where do I see myself? What do I see myself doing? Am I gonna do this long term? If I'm doing this long term, do I really want to end up being like the fucking 50-year-old that's covering drama? Like I've also dealt with those thoughts. I've acted on it to some extent. I think I've tried to change aspects of my behavior or personality that I think were, you know, not particularly endearing or beneficial. But, you know, this, I don't know, this was a lot more than that.
And making extreme edgy jokes to the extent where like I would not want to show family members my channel because like that was like a real concern.
Yeah,
and then also
yeah,
like
it's hard. Like the other thing too is, right, when it's so attached to you, like you want to be able to show people in real life this kind of stuff, because like how do you go if you're too scared to show this big party to people in real life? How do you go and build real relationships without feeling like it's built off of a lie or it's built off of this major fucking omission?
Snowballed into like who do I even like want to be? Like, do I really want to be this guy who's just slinging like the most like edgy things?
Two from Belinda. I believe in your future and current success, Aiden. Thank you so much, Belinda. Well, I hope you screenshot that and someday it comes true and you could say I was a day one.
Possible. And I just thought like, no, I don't want to be that. Like, why the fuck would I want to be that? Especially because for any kind of like future music career and just me as a
This is the other delusion, okay? And I realized I thought the music reviews were the more genuine part of it, and it is more like genuine, more in line with his interests. I don't even think he likes doing the music reviews. He's under this like warped belief that the music reviews are going to translate to actual listeners of his music. He wants to be a musician. He doesn't want to be a reviewer or a YouTuber. He just wants to be a musician. And I hate to break it to you, but the translation isn't necessarily going to be there. And anything that does translate, it's just going to be people that are listening because they like your YouTube videos, not because it's a song they would genuinely play had they not known you from YouTube. Two from Belinda. Oh, I already read that.
Person, I wouldn't want to do that.
So your change just so happens to align with this new audience that you've cultivated. That's a interesting coincidence, isn't it, Liam?
Yeah, I disagree with this angle. I think this is more of the real him to some extent. I think the commentary him was played up to appease that audience. I think this is more the real, but like, you wouldn't know that if you haven't like conversed with him in private, you know.
You mean
well,
making
the point
music
is
content?
the way that you've changed is in a way that completely satisfies the desires of the new audience that you found.
No, it's more I've changed myself as a person that would attract those other people. So you're trying to think that I got the audience first and then the audience changed me, but I actually changed, and that's
There are some things you do to placate your audience. Everybody does it. And if anything, you look more dishonest saying you don't. There are topics, I try to not cover topics I'm completely disinterested in, but there are topics I would never, ever dream of covering if there wasn't some level of interest from my audience. Like, everybody placates their audience to some extent. Everybody is a little disingenuous in the pursuit of pleasing their audience, right? Anyone who says they don't do this is just lying.
what got a different audience. So that's the difference.
Okay. So when you moved to this new music channel, you were still making your edgy rape jokes and whatnot. Is that right?
Yeah, at the beginning, I was still recording the videos on the Lerix channel where people were saying like crazy things, like still like George Floyd jokes in the chat. That was like my initial like videos.
But was that linked to your Liam Donovan brand in any way?
The initial videos, I would put up community posts of like name a song.
That is not true, Soul. I have been interested in Lios. Good comment though that you just left that I am not angered by. I've been interested in Lio for ever since I first heard the Rosa call. I've been like, you can go back and track it. I think I covered the Rosa call. Was I covering that shit before I even was like doing face cam again?
Under this general idea, and that would be under the Lerix community posts in my initial first videos.
Well, what that sounds like to me
But
is
is
you were
that,
trying
but
to
is that
move people.
hard to believe?
What it
I'm
sounds
saying?
like is you're trying to move people from the Lerix brand to the Liam Donovan brand, but you, I would presume, not want people from the Liam Donovan brand to know about the Lerix brand. Hence, why all the videos eventually got deleted and removed.
It's a nice try, Soul. It was a nice try. I caught myself.
On my previous channel,
Yes.
which what do you wait?
What I'm
what are you
suggesting
saying?
is that it's beneficial for your Liam Donovan brand to pick up whatever viewers are interested from your Lerix brand. So the cross promotion was from Lerix to Liam Donovan, but you're not going to want people from Liam Donovan going and seeing you joking about rape if you pick up some new, more woke alt music people. So it's like you're not cross pollinating in the other direction.
I mean, yeah, but that aligns with what I just said. That's not the way I want to publicly present myself.
Wait, dude. By the way, Green face revealed, everybody. I'd like to congratulate Green on the face reveal. I mean, this is a crazy way. What was happening here, Green? What was going on here, bud? This guy needs a hug. Why is that he's on an electric box. He's like bent over. What's going on here, man? Anyways, back to the topic.
Anymore. So it was that gradual transition. Why would I want to bring the new followers I'm getting into an old channel that I'm not even operating on anymore and not
That's true.
planning to operate in the future?
Sure, but then all of your behavior aligns with the new audience that you're cultivating completely. And I'm just saying, I mean, maybe it is a complete coincidence and it just so happens you have this big change of heart about who you
I've said this a million times. None of the rules are applicable to me
want it to be.
in my own server.
To me, it seems very much that you've shifted your perspectives, your views, your behavior to align pretty much totally with the broad new audience that you've cultivated.
No, okay. I don't think this is hard to believe, but so that's why I'm trying to like explain it. But I'm saying I made a choice of who do I want to present myself publicly as a person, and of course I'm trying to rebrand.
I think he's being genuine on this one. That's my uncontroversial
because
take.
I want to
It's very but I think he's being genuine here.
disassociate from the previous way that I would present myself online, because I don't want to be the
Aiden doesn't respect his viewers. No, I love my viewers. They keep my channel going. Okay, they're there for me when I'm low and when I'm high, man. So I love my viewers. I love you guys. I love all of you.
lost an interest in just general commentary content in the first place, but also
Two from Soul Skibbity, leaked icy. Why do you set rules you can't? I don't follow the rules of my own server. Problem?
that I wanted to switch overall the way that I was presenting myself and like the way I would go talking about things in the future. So I made that choice, which then was reflected on the new channel, and that was already done before it had success. And it's like I never would have predicted the success in the first place. But I guess what is hard to believe about me wanting to make that decision? You're saying
Nice
because it
pandering.
aligns with me making more money?
I mean, I'm just a very skeptical person. And for me, I just find it hard to believe that you had such a rapid, quick shift that wasn't, at least in part, motivated by the fact that there's a bigger
All right, does this conversation get any more interesting?
music audience that you've got. I mean, I can't see what's in your head. I don't know what you truly think, believe, or
I mean,
feel.
you're a person who's. I mean, I'm trying to explain this to you. You're a person who's changed a lot, even in like older years of you being in your 30s. Is it that hard to understand if a 20-year-old is shifting a lot rapidly within a year's time of?
I mean, that's normal. I think changes this drastic, though, occur more in teenage years. I mean, Liam's got to accept he's a fucking adult at this point, man. Drop the emo haircut. You're an adult, man. You're an adult now. All right? You're an adult. You're 22.
Like what he wants to do, what he believes in, what he's thinking. I don't know how is that that hard of a thing for you to understand, who's changed a lot too.
Sure, I think
How chat sees Aiden when he talks about his hair. I like that. It's a good one. It's a good one.
that my change of some of my political perspectives has happened
$2 from Belinda. I'm just trying.
over a
Trying
period
is
of
all that
years,
matters.
and it's been aligned with learning and understanding new things. Like with the trans issue, for example, I have moved closer towards a gender critical position, but that's as a product of some of the stuff. We don't have to get into the ins and outs of it, but
he became gender critical over his Dude, if that was like his motivating, this is like the origin story of like the Hitler for transgenders. He got like embarrassed for like chasing, so now he's become. Dude, Chud's gonna start like a new political party, like solely with like J.K. Rowling running it. You guys don't have VPs. Forget it. The joke doesn't work.
a product of some of the information about
Aiden, did your mummy buy you those clothes? It wasn't the mummy. I think it was Frankenstein.
trans children and puberty blockers and things like that. The Careful stuff where they were promoting bathtub estrogen.
Why don't you go at Diorio for being not? Because I don't care. Sorry.
That's been quite influential in how my views have changed on this stuff over the years. So I guess like, what is it that you've had like that? What new information have you seen or uncovered that have made you think, I don't want to joke about rape publicly anymore?
Well, it's not. I don't think it's as much of a comparison. What you'd say because
It's
it's
like
not
you
really
already. Did anyone watch? Does this get any more interesting?
to wave it off like this is gay.
Sure.
But if you would have done it, then that's fine. That is my.
Okay. Oh, somebody already said no. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, we're just gonna move on. Are there any objections if we just fucking move on? Because I'm done with this, to be honest. Is this drama just he's changing niches? And that's what most of it has been about. Yeah, I think it's kind of pathetic, but I just don't. I can't bring myself to care all that much. I was arguing it was like he was. I was arguing this was the more genuine side. I think the way he was with me in DMs was a bit performative, but then again, performing for who? I think that the makeup shit was performative, but I don't. I hope Lerix is successful.
My fault on communication for not.
Chud brings you up. Oh, now you've caught my attention. Now the transcript isn't open. Never mind. Never mind. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's just gonna wrap it up on that one. Chud, unless you have a time what is my gay DM thing? Anyways, I need to do a commentary call out. For those of you that don't know, I love the up-and-comers. I promoted Soul Skibbity to come back. I am not one of those people that sits from I'm not on a high castle to sit on, but I don't sit from my high castle and be like, oh, these shitters, man, these commentary shitters. I love to see people, whilst remaining loyal to me and in my orbit, become successful. And I saw a new person popping onto the game. He managed to get the Given Ant Kusari conversation that I had wanted months ago. His name was Wilster, or his name is Wilster. And I thought, you know what? An up-and-coming new face in commentary. Best of luck to him, I guess. But he did something that is in my opinion, one of the worst things you can do. And nobody sums it up better than I do. So let me play you my own words to sum it up for you, man. I'll play you my own words. And I'm going to nod in agreement to what I said. Wait. This is from the Chronic Sonic Twitter account. We love to see our boy Chronic back in the game. And I love, by the way, quick shout out, people have been clipping the fuck out of me, and I love it. I gotta give a special shout out to my boy Zach King. Okay, Zach Prince, you are doing God's work, man. I'm seeing the clips. I see you. I notice you. Jimmy, you always have fire clips. And thank you, Chronic, for clipping, I guess, as well.
Format. That should be the standard.
But what did Wilster do? Well, this sums it up.
Argue for people to defend their claims and defend their publicly reiterated positions in a confrontational format. That should be the standard. This is the year of the runner. Everybody is justified. Everybody is justified ducking debates. If you want to be the person in a community criticizing others, you should be able to enter a critical environment. You argue for people.
True. This whole, there is like a lie being sold to you that debate culture is like this niche thing. It's like a destiny thing. It isn't. Debates have existed as far back as recorded history, and in many cases were encouraged. Okay, rhetoric was very important amongst the Romans, the fucking Greeks, and it's like the idea. First of all, it's entertaining. It's entertaining for the viewers. It's entertaining for the people that cover it. But it's a great way to, and I can agree with many people that say, oh, people's minds aren't changed. The goal isn't to change their mind. The goal is to change the viewer's mind. The goal is to change the viewer's mind, start a dialogue, entertain the viewer. And I think that if you're somebody that gives opinions on others online, especially in the commentary space, it is unacceptable when somebody's making a serious claim against you, or a serious significant claim against you, to not show up, run from them. Now, there are contexts where I'm okay with running. Troll debates, where somebody wants to argue with you about something they don't believe. Those are like cancer. I don't do those, right? If somebody, if they just want to argue with you, because if they debate you because they want to debate you, not because they actually believe in the thing they're debating, those are cancer. Another one would be like if you have reason to, if this is like a completely unhinged, like doxer type that you don't want to give attention to, or if you're like a fucking multi-million sub YouTuber that, and like some 50 sub guys asking you to debate. Obviously you can't fulfill all those requests. But generally, right, you should be stepping up to the plate and participating in discourse in a critical environment if you're criticizing other people online. And apparently Wilster and Purple Parry Gaming had a bit of a hiccup where Wilster is now running. Very interesting. So the argument, I guess, starts here. Thank you to Ali Khan for linking. So Wilster calls Parry retarded. Who do you think clips faster? Purple Parry Gaming with silver coin. So it's just like a Jew joke where Parry's not. I don't know where the Jew joke is here, right? This is like the RFC effect. It's literally just edginess for the sake of edginess. Nobody loves Jew jokes more than I do. But there's like literally zero context for that to be made here. Right? So Parry says running. He says retarded. Then a bigger claim is made when Wildster says, very interesting how not even 15 minutes after this quote retweet, I get a week-long suspension for an old tweet shitting on Purple Parry Gaming. What a crybaby, Lamau. GG, still going live at 8 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time to talk about Lerix, then the Given Ant and Kusari Bro combo as scheduled. So I don't know if he's implying that Parry struck it or reported over. I don't think Parry reported it. However, I'm a little suspicious of Chronic, okay? I'm a little suspicious of Chronic here. What were you doing, Chronic? So, Chronic then asks, you're still going to debate Parry, though, right? So he's just going at him for being... See, this is... First of all, this isn't funny. This isn't funny. I'll tell you why it's not funny. This is the most stereotypical joke about Indians ever. There's no punchline. There's no context where this is worth invoking, like some parallel behavior that's like a stereotype that Chronic's engaging with. The joke literally is, you are insert race. That is the joke. That is literally the joke. This is the laziest form of humor that exists. Okay? And also, when you're doing it because you're ass mad, that looks even worse. That looks even worse. So he's just proudly justifying his running here. Then Wildster comes in and just links him the Indian poop video or whatever. Great, hilarious stuff, Wildster. Then we go, can you find Parry in there and debate him, please? True! Your entire existence online is clipping streamers and jerking off a cow shit in your bumfuck Hindu village in the slums. I'm not going anywhere near... Yeah, this is just racist, right? This is just racist. There's a difference between making an edgy joke and actually being in confrontation with somebody and your go-to is to invoke their race when there's no, like, parallels or reason for that to be drawn. Like, this is just racist. Obviously. Unironic. This is racism. I'm not going anywhere near Parry in fear of him going on my laptop and leaking my info. So making like a joke about some like bad thing Parry did to me a while ago, where it's like, you obviously are not at risk of that online. So the joke is like, he's coming up with some joke, but the joke isn't funny when you're seriously running from the debate. Your entire existence is running from Parry. So then just like it's the same like at some point, I'm sorry, okay? I've laughed at when people were making these like AI generated images, it was like kind of funny. Okay, I laughed at some of those. I've made Indian jokes, okay, at one point or another. At what point like saying SAR or fucking tech support or cows or poop or whatever, it's so fucking unfunny. It's so unfunny when it's just the same repetitive joke over and over again. There was like one Indian joke I laughed at where somebody was like replying about Indian stereotypes and Barry Stanton was like, your name is literally Pooja. It was like, okay, that's kind of funny. That's like a coincidence. You point out it's kind of funny, right? There's no like, it's just thing that it's like a stem. It's like a stem at this point. There's no joke. You want to I think that dark humor is funny. I think that there are no topics that are off limits in the context of jokes, but it has to actually be like a joke. There has to be like a punchline, a setup. There's nothing, dude. There's just fucking nothing. It's pathetic. Yeah, so just this. And then Tananza chimes in. Why would the #1 debate slop enjoyer delete this? Because it probably wasn't going to get likes. I don't know why he would hide this when all of his other tweets that are still up say the exact same thing. This isn't the own you think it is. Why would the #1 runner delete this? So he says DMs. Alleged nice photo. You should report on one of his orbiters getting my account suspended for calling Parry a Shylock. Yo, sorry, I got a dono. I missed it. My bad. My bad. Oh, we got to reset goal. Thank you guys so much for helping us hit goal. So I didn't mean to miss anyone's donos. One sec. Hold on. Yeah, but this is just like really pathetic running, and then it's like, okay, if you're gonna run, at least be funny about it. But there's just like, it's like zero effort, like non-tent jokes. And yeah, it's like really, and you could, the worst part is, it's like the jokes don't work when you're unironically mad about this. You're unironically quivering at the prospect of, Parry's the easiest person to debate. He's very naturally unlikable. He's very, like, there's, like, if you're running from a debate with Parry, you've lost at life. Thank you for the 2. Is that a SpongeBob vape? No, it is not. But I appreciate the $2. Thanks so much. Now, what was I saying? Where was I? Oh, yeah. Fuck, dude. I gotta lock in. I can make it. I can make it to 4 hours. Parry's the easiest person to debate. This is just blatant running. It's unfunny. And you actually are mad about this. And this was brought to my attention. And I made Soul a promise, and I plan to fulfill it. But I think Soul should leak the full DMs. Soul, what was the tweet? So Soul tweets this out. Breaking. Commentary Spurg, an alleged Portuguese-Canadian Wilster, refuses to interact with the idea of debating Parry. Judging by Wilster's looks, and Parry's for that matter, I have no idea why they think they can run. So this is just like a lighthearted joke. What happens when the I'm just an edgy joke, it's just edgy jokes, guys, is faced with a joke at his expense? Well, thanks to Soul Skibbity, we have our answer. Hold on, I'm gonna read everyone's donos. And hold on, I'm in the middle of a segment. Give me 1 sec. You've not been scammed. Aiden, I asked Augie if he was wearing Catboy ears at Nick Fuentes' event, since it's a dress code, and he was panicking a lot and trying to avoid it. Sad stuff. Soul skipped it at the 2. Chronicus quote retweeting someone. You should read that. I did. Okay. So Wilster says, dude, what is the issue? I had you on my show as a sign of good faith, and you were still parading around like a retard for Parry. Like, what is it, dude? I'm not going on every retard who asks me to debate stream, especially when the topic of debate is explaining why I don't like... You're acting like you're like some sub 20 viewer shitter. It's not like you're getting like a million requests. Also, you're hosting debates. Like, I'm just trying to get it through to you that there is no drama, there is no debate. And this is the other run speak. There's no drama, there's no... It is either, I don't owe you my time. What was the other one? Like, you're not worth my time, even though they'll give you time by talking about how they're not going to debate you. Or there's nothing to debate, even though they very evidently have a grievance. Nothing exists except pissing on Parry's head on Twitter, and if he lets that get to him, then he's a massive F-slur. So, Wilster, who could have potentially been my up-and-coming guy, my top guy, Wilster ran from the debate with Parry. Now, I'll moderate it. I'm very reasonable. But also, Soul Skibbity, can you send me the rest of these DMs? And then I'll gladly do the thing I told you I was going to do. You'll call? Okay, call in. Hello?
Oh, wait, hang on 1 second. Hello?
Hi, what's up, man?
Yeah, so, dude, like, after all of that, like, he starts really freaking out in my DMs, and now he's, like, DM'd me and said, alright, it's okay, it doesn't matter anymore, I've calmed down now. I think he's insane. Yeah, bye.
Okay, nice call on. Another rising star. Another rising star. Fallen. Fallen. Dude, remember when I called IA my rising star? Another rising star. Fallen. The curse is real. But yeah, I mean, that's that. Wilster, you should show up to the debate so you don't get labeled as a runner. Now, folks, I put out a message. For those of you that don't know, I've been covering Lio Convoy, who is a ACC commentator that is like a really sad, fat man that likes to feel like he's some super cool detective, powerful guy online. So he ran a Discord server called the Senate, where they would do accountability calls with people that were really just like struggle sessions, where Lio would berate somebody for several hours and get hyped up by 100 of his 100 of the mentally ill, pathetic like freaks that he managed to take under his wing, take under his influence. A lot of the times, the people at the receiving end of this were, mentally disabled or had some form of mental illness. In one case, one woman he kept in a call for 4 hours under threat he would contact her family while he berated her and did a struggle session, was so mentally disabled that she was under conservatorship. She wasn't even responsible for her own affairs. And despite Lio being this big bad confronter and holding people accountable, he's been continuously running from a conversation with me. So I have made it my mission to document every single mistake this person has ever made in his life, because I think he's a horrible person. I don't believe he's changed based on the justifications that he's provided for the content he's still making, and the soft justification, if not overt justification, he's done for some of his previous bad actions, indicating to me he doesn't even understand why what he's done is wrong. So I've been looking for anyone who has info on the Senate, on Lio's past, anyone who has recordings, and people didn't disappoint. I was linked recordings, playlists, anecdotes, etc. I'm sifting through it. It's a lot of stuff. I got a DM from Parry's calling. Hold on. No, he isn't. He's not calling. I got, nobody disappointed, and I was sent a playlist that is apparently just filled with a bunch of stuff that I don't even know what it fucking is, like what half these videos are. But one of these videos apparently has a long-lost Senate accountability call. What is that? Streamers and jerking off a cow shit in your bumfuck Hindu village in the slum. Your entire existence online is clipping. Okay, thank you. That's a great clip, Wendy. Thanks. Okay, so somebody sent me some context. They did an entire playlist documenting Lio's entire online history. First couple videos basically just reflect why Lio started doing this whole pedo hunting and adopting through Discord thing in the first place. Most of it is just aged really poorly, especially which he segments where Lio makes fun of people for doing things that he in the Senate would do multiple times, and the fact that he was wrong about things when doing his stings, also denying the fact that he lies, as you'll see throughout the playlist. Lio, Serafina, and the rest of Senate/Catslayer have an awful habit of trusting people in their communities and allowing some of their most trusted members to be around minors in the servers. And not being... Lio presents himself as some authoritative figure on, like, safety and, like, go to Lio when he's, like, present himself like a pseudo-therapist father figure. And when push comes to shove, Lio indicates he's very stupid. Right? Lio was presented evidence, medical documents indicating that somebody that his friends were, like, bullying, that had originally started to be bullied in Lio's original server, had attempted to take his own life. These were not just diagnoses that were based on self-reporting, but objective diagnoses like hypokalemia, which is a chronic potassium, which is severe potassium deficiency resulting from in his case an aspirin overdose, which it also denotes on the medical records that were shared. Lio's rebuttal to this, as he makes fun of this rando on stream, is that you could just go in and tell them anything. That is not how that works, Lio, with a diagnosis like fucking hypokalemia. He thinks you can go into a hospital and tell them that you're having severe potassium deficiency due to a aspirin overdose, and there's no blood tests conducted, and they just like bill your insurance for treating it. That's fraud, Lio. That would just be like fraud. All right. What is it?
Hey, hi, Aiden. Sorry for derailing your Leo intro. I was trying to get in at the end of your Wildster segment. Sorry about that.
All right, what's up?
But also I know obviously, things between us are a bit like, fragile right now. So obviously I apologize for calling in, but it was about me. The segment was about me. So I just wanted to say, this Wilster guy is like a loser. He's like a loser. He's like a pathetic runner. And it's not about just him disliking me. He's been like critical of stuff I've said on Twitter for weeks. Every time I post something or someone clips me, he's like crying about what I said. So I don't know why he's pretending that he doesn't have an opinion on me when he's like spent weeks like complaining about the Brandon stuff, the fucking Diorio DMs. He's just lying about that. It is run speed. He's running and he's lying. He said so I don't know what his deal is, man. I don't understand, just from a pragmatic perspective, how somebody as small as him, no offense, obviously we were all there once, but would actively find reasons not to talk to someone larger than him. It doesn't make sense to me. And also he's a Doc Underrated Skinwalker. Did you see his bedroom?
No.
Well, you should look at his bedroom. He has like a Lego Millennial Falcon. Did you see that he's like tree child safety strikes on Discord? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
It's like tree.
Yep. That's
Like
nuts.
one would be one thing, but like tree, that's crazy. I know you were sweeping for that. I didn't even say you were in icy. You were like complaining before I said anything, man. You really like hate me.
Okay. Is that it?
Well, because you're not engaging with anything I'm saying.
What do you?
Like,
what
called
questions
in.
do you have for me?
I'm talking to you about the situation, and you're like, okay.
Well, what engagement do
Like,
you
I thought
want?
that. Well, I want you to sort of be interested in my perspective on the situation, maybe. I want you to like
I'm
have
interested.
clarifying questions. Well, but you're not. But you can say that, but you're not because I call
Okay.
in.
Is there
and you're like, yeah?
is there anything else, Perry?
You see what I mean? Like literally, I call in.
All right,
I
talk
have
to you
my
later, buddy.
perspective on this.
All right, back to the Lio segment. So yeah, yeah, IZ, you did misunderstand. What I was saying was Lio thinks that a diagnosis of something like hypokalemia, which was treated by the hospital, is based on self-reporting. They just put that down because that's what the patient told them. If they were to go bill insurance for treatment of that without verifying its existence, that would be insurance fraud, or could be insurance fraud if the patient didn't actually have it, right? Lio thinks that like you could go to the hospital, tell them what you have, and they'll put that down as a diagnosis. Thank you, Soul, by the way. Thank you, Soul, for the $20. Super fucking generous. Sorry for derailing, 80. Also, can you please eat some food? The starvation protest needs to stop. Okay, Goat Catto will never love you. I think Femios is lonely, though, for you if you need someone. Thanks, man. Thanks. I'm just not good enough for Femios. Femios deserves someone better. Anyways, so I was sent a call that is apparently a classic Senate accountability call. Okay, we're gonna get into this. We're gonna look into this. Before we do, I'm gonna go pee real quick. You're not gonna want to miss what's coming up. Don't leave. It'll be worth your while, man. Just trust the plan. Trust the plan. I will quickly leave you with this. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just gonna make a coffee, and then we're gonna sit through this like thing I've been sent. Apparently, it's good content. Okay, I've been told this is not a red herring.
Normal conversation as
Whoa. Stay here, folks. I don't like this snunt guy. I think this guy is like a liar. I think that this guy is like a horrible person. This guy is promoting a degenerate server to his minor audience for $500.
And me being functionally homeless never excuses putting money over my moral.
What does he mean he's functionally like he'd rather homeless or you're not? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I'm probably
He's so desperate. Functionally homeless, by the way. This guy is such a con. Get off the internet. Delete your channel. Go flip burgers or some shit when you get out of prison, bro. We're gonna reopen an old drama that I guess took a crazy turn. This whole drama can be summarized. There's this big Roblox YouTuber by the name of Snunt. I think he's 18, 19. He has nearly 200,000 subscribers on YouTube. 18, 19-year-old with a bunch of other 18, 19, some 17-year-olds in a server with 20,000 members. And they have this friend group where they like dox each other for fun, do edgy shit to each other for fun. Essentially, this Sin guy, he's 18. And this is going to be relevant for later, his age. But essentially, he gets a photo of Snunt smiling in the back seat of somebody's car, and he posts it. And it's like kind of unflattering. So Snunt's response is to go and post his full legal name, adding everyone in the announcement section of his server with over 20,000 members. Now, some will say that's a bit of a disproportionate response. That's probably because it is. It is a disproportionate response. It's actually psycho as fuck. Now, Sin makes a video on this where he proves that Snunt did this, okay? And then he also goes on to allege, which he doesn't substantiate, that Snunt has a channel in his Discord server where he is sharing the nudes of several people. Snunt then comes out with a response where he says that it actually was probably not Sin's full legal name. He has no basis for that. He doesn't explain why he doesn't believe it's his full legal name. And he also then goes on to, and I'm quoting it verbatim here, claim that Sin, who's 18 years old, is creating nude images of minors. Now, that conclusion is going to lead you to believe, okay, this is some sort of PO allegation. The problem with that is, the nude image in question was Sin, and I admit it's weird. Him and his friend were clowning, and he created an image where he like photoshopped a giant dick onto a picture of his friend. His friend is 17. Sin claims he was also 17 at this point in time, and other people substantiate this, including the kid who had the image made about him. I think it's weird, but that's very different than him being some kind of predator, which is what like the vague reiteration of that allegation would lead you to believe, and it's totally irrelevant to whether or not Snunt had doxed this Sin guy. The kid that Snunt's painting to be a victim of sins comes out against Snunt. The entire friend group comes out against this guy and says that he's fucking lying, he's bullshitting. And it seems like he is. But apparently, this takes a much darker turn. And we're learning this from a video by a man by the name of Guamgo. We're going to check this out and figure out what the hell is going on here.
Almost 2 months since the Roblox YouTuber Schlepp received a cease and desist from Roblox for catching on the game, where Matt Kaufman, the chief safety officer of Roblox, accused him of acting like a vigilante on the platform, despite Schlepp actually working with law enforcement in every single one of his videos. In fact, Schlepp even got compliments from police officers for helping expose targeting. And despite that, Roblox still banned him completely. Every account—
So I'm not super informed on like the Schlepp stuff, but I heard there were actual like— Alright guys, I'm back. I know we just lost like 50 people. I don't give a fuck, okay? I appreciate you, that all of you that stuck around. And we're gonna get into this now. So, we got Liotent. Let's get into it. Turn the BRB screen off. I think it is it not? Yeah, it is off. So I don't know, maybe your like thing's broken. I don't know. 9 cents from Cold Heart, a coin with a star. Thank you so much, Cold Heart. Much appreciated. All right. Let's get into this. So, something happened which was known as the Raven Call. I spoke to my sources inside the ACC. Nobody can figure out who the fuck Raven is. Supposedly it was an accountability call, and supposedly we're going to be able to just piece it together through what we watch. But there was a classical accountability call, and then there was an aftermath to it that has been, apparently was notable enough to document, that was apparently notable enough to document in this compilation of Lio. So it starts with mod call post Raven call, a 13-minute recording. So this was apparently with the mods of the Senate after confronting an individual by the name of Raven. Not the Raven we know. Not the Raven we know. Not my Pookie. Okay?
So, Raven, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Oh no, that's right, dude. This person got did this person get an accountability call? Listen, I'm not apparently. Beckett and his crew have been very displeased. Apparently, I've made inaccurate statements about Lio. But is this Raven, dude? Is this I don't know if an actual accountability call happened here. Apparently, that's the claim.
I'm going to ask you some personal questions, okay?
All right.
All right. So you're on the spectrum, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were given
So there were apparently actually 100 people in here right now. Got it.
your diagnosis, what was exactly the diagnosis?
Autism spectrum disorder.
The diagnosis.
Most people don't know like the official. I wouldn't say most. A lot of people. It's very possible you just have talked with your like. If you've never requested your own records, etc., you don't know like the official name of the labeled diagnosis. You just know what your healthcare provider has told you that you have, right?
This was.
Okay, and what does that mean?
This was kind of.
It means that
Oh my god, dude.
Okay.
Don't tell me Lio actually confronted this person. Not again, okay? Not again, man. Not again. I joke, I say Lio's gonna do an accountability call and group confrontation, bullying someone he like pulled out of a fucking nursing home, someone's grandma with Alzheimer's. And every time we hear a call, we're getting closer to that reality. That's how this guy is so pathetic.
Do you live with your parents, right? Okay, so both your parents, are they your guardians? Do they take care of all your business and whatnot, or do you? Okay, that's not what I asked. What I mean
okay, so part of this is now cut. I want the original. What
is, can you say sign for car insurance? Are you permitted to get a loan? Are you able to?
Let me guess. This happened after the Rosa shit. Let me guess. Was this after Rosa and he's now trying to cover his bases?
Join the military if you wanted to, or would you need your parents' permission to do these things? Okay, if you were to sign for a loan, would your parents need to sign for it as well, or just you?
Lio, Rosa being legally under conservatorship wasn't like, that's like proof of a greater point that this person is so cognitively impacted that, first of all, the style of confrontation Lio did with Rosa is egregious and inappropriate for anybody, but especially somebody who's that cognitively impacted and their level of competence is indicated by the rights that they have, right? Their living affairs, that they're under conservatorship, like they have the rights of a child, essentially. But that's the conservatorship is the proof of the thing that made it more problematic. That thing that makes it more problematic can exist without the conservatorship being present, Lio. Like, he's just making sure this one isn't under conservatorship, so maybe they're gonna be okay to do this one.
Might be or would be, because there's a difference there. That tells me your parents probably do have some form of control over you.
This was recorded by Peaches, if I remember correctly. Do you know who Raven is? Do you know the context of this? And if so, I think I found you on No, are you the same person that DM'd me on X? You might not be.
Because you are on the spectrum. Do you have a driver's license? Why do you not have a driver's license?
Two from Seoul, can you please explain who Lio is in detail? I've already done that.
Okay, my question is why though?
So why can we only hear one end of this call?
Did you not do that? Okay.
Excuse me.
I'm not going to go further on that. I'm asking for a reason, Lumi, before you interrupt.
I was going to ask what the relevance of being able to drive was.
I told you I'm asking that for a reason. Can you please let me work here? Thank you.
I believe so. It's the Sasu call, the Rin call, and this one, from what I heard. Wait, who? I'm so lost. I'm so lost. What is the what call are we in right now? How many other calls are there? Dude, Vincent, can you listen, Vincent? Let's bury the hatchet. I need your help, man. I need your help. There's a greater enemy. Okay, I know we have our differences, but you know things that I don't about this guy. I didn't miss any donos. I'm gonna read your donos, okay? Bean with the 2, you can already hear the malice in his voice. Midmatic with the 2, can you link the Liotent playlist you mentioned? Yeah, I go back and keep rereading to make sure I didn't, I will see your dono one way or another.
Asking you these questions because I'm trying to determine as best I can where you are mentally, because I know even with high
Does anybody know what's going on here?
functioning autism, sometimes their brain is closer to the cognition of a child. Their brain is closer to the cognition of a child.
Why is this
So
being
I need you
slowed
to be
down?
honest with me. At any point, did any doctor tell you that you have cognition
What is going on? We can't even hear the participant.
at a certain age, or that your mind is at a certain age specifically?
Okay, I'm just jumping in right now. I've muted Lio, and I'm gonna talk, and then I'm gonna go, cause I have a few more minutes. I was listening in. Questions are too personal, irrelevant. It doesn't matter. You don't need to answer anything. You don't need to, Raven, because at the end of the day, we're strangers on the internet. So,
Does anybody here know who Raven is? Does anybody here know who Raven is? Does anybody? Anyone out there? Because I've spoken at nobody's, even the person who sent me this doesn't seemingly know who Raven is.
I'm gonna lay some ground rules for this call. It doesn't matter. Raven's here talking. You're not yelling or shouting at anyone. You're here to listen to people. So, therefore, I say the best course of action is for a call is to just lay out what was wrong with the actions, and give an explanation.
So this was after so at this point, Peaches is like is already preparing to go after Lio or like turn on him, and is Peaches just doing damage control here and recording?
On how best to avoid this kind of situation in the future. Does everyone agree with that?
I agree with this. Also, Aaron, Lio stepped down from the stage.
Raven was a literal nobody in a random controversy that this is about Peaches shutting Lio down and overcorrect. Got it. Yeah, that's the vibe I was getting. That's the vibe I'm getting here. Okay. Got it. Lio Convoy, age 38, refused to come back and left the newly 18-year-old mod to manage a call only Lio had There was a mod call started by Lio Convoy.
There we go. I'm your old man.
Okay, so take this recording with a grain of salt. It could be deceptively edited. We know that the person, a former accomplice of Lio's, who was trying to turn on him at this point in time, has reasons to lie and be malicious here. We don't really know what's going on. We're just gonna have to put the puzzle pieces together.
Lio,
Here.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Right, I don't want to come in here like angry. I don't want to come in here yelling. But I personally think it was going a bit too far.
You know, it's very obvious to me that my thought processes aren't trusted here.
So this was about the Raven call. The mods are now, this is after the Rosa call, the mods are now telling Lio that they think in an accountability call he went too far. This is no joke, no scam, okay? No joke, no scam, I'll even specify the currency. Obviously, it would be better if you did it for free. I will give 100 USD to anyone who can get me the original Raven Senate call, the confrontation call. Apparently, it's not up. 100 USD to anyone who can find it. You don't have it, ask your friends who might have been around back then. Follow leads. We need that call. Because apparently, this call was so bad. Lio's own mods thinks he went too far.
I'm just going to say that outright.
It's not about trust. It is not about trust at all.
Stop.
Are you cutting me off again?
Go ahead. I'm not trying to, Lumi. I'm trying to explain my thought process here.
Yeah, but like...
Okay.
Hold on, Hidden. You don't let me finish what I'm saying, and then you're cutting me off again?
So these are Lio's mods.
I just said that I don't think I'm trusted, and I was trying to expand, and you interjected. I was just trying to finish my thought.
Alright, in that case, I'll apologize. I'll back away, but... We do trust you. We do. If we didn't, we wouldn't be so open to tell you if you have a problem with something.
Name one other person you have had, or anybody else here is muted in the middle of a gallery call in front of 100 people.
Would you prefer I kept my mouth shut and let that continue?
What I would prefer.
So the cult is falling. People are free thinking after the Rosa call. People are free thinking. Lio doesn't have the yes men that he's used to. This is sad stuff, man. Context: Raven, on the spectrum and understanding the weight of the actions, didn't call out predatory behavior in a server they didn't moderate, and red lines for predator callouts made by teenagers. Lio will frame it as Are you serious, bro? Are you fucking serious? That's what this drama's about? Okay, so Raven is this, like, person on the spectrum. I guess that's who was talking at the beginning. They sound really on the spectrum. They didn't call out predatory behavior in a Okay, got it.
Is to be treated with some civility, because frankly, the person who put those people in danger was treated with more civility than I was in that call.
Oh, so now he's the victim because the mods are giving... So he's getting pushback?
How so? Because I told you that you were going...
Being treated with civility? This... Not only is this guy such a fucking disgusting wannabe, he's also a bitch. If him running from the conversation with me didn't make that clear enough, this should. His own people are now, like, telling him he's going too far, moderating him. And that's... He's being treated unfairly, dude.
Too far or something? Go on.
You did not come in and say I was going too far. You came in and asked for the relevancy, which I was trying to state. And then Aaron comes in, server mutes me.
Got it. Okay, wait. We figured it out. So I guess it might not have been a typical accountability call. Everyone's on edge because the Rosa call happened. Lio is questioning this person over some bullshit allegation nobody cares about in a call of 100 people. Lio starts asking questions that he feels are... Lio starts asking questions about this person's diagnosis. He starts asking if they're under a conservatorship because he's trying to overcorrect for the Rosa call, right? Mods think these questions are too invasive, which they are. They've now gotten Lio, and they're now talking to Lio, letting him know that they think he's gone too far again. Got it. So this whole thing seems like everyone is overcompensating for what had occurred with Rosa.
In front of 100-something people instead of just talking to me because Aaron...
Oh, and now he's embarrassed that he's getting questioned, that the mod literally said that's like all they said was, what is the relevance? What is the relevance? And Lio's embarrassed they did that in front of 100 people. The big bad lion, that there's accountability, confronting people in front of 100 people all the time. Fucking having his community members, like, spam and at some 17-year-old for not hopping in the call. That guy is sitting here mad that the audience that he's so used to having glaze him going after someone else. He's mad that audience is there while he's being criticized.
Been micromanaging me for the past 3 days now because they're scared. And apparently I'm a screw up. So that's what they do.
Got it. So is this when the Rosa call... I know there was a period of time between when the Rosa call actually happened and when Lio stepped away. And this coincided with the backlash, no? So it's like, at this point, right? At this point, is it starting to be like blow up again? Because it feels like we're in like fucking downfall right now. Like, are the walls closing in on Lio and the mod crew? Is that why everyone's like overcorrecting for the Rosa shit?
Managing. I wouldn't call it micromanaging personally, because I do not see the relevance of...
I know, I'm breaking up.
No. Look. I wanna... Okay, relevance, right? How is...
Oh, so this is only a month prior? This is a month after.
Being able to drive a car relevant to being cognizant and being able to understand things? How is that a sign of it?
I literally told you, I literally call. I literally said that.
You are breaking up and I cannot understand you.
In that call, heard what I was trying to do. You're gonna have to tell me.
Yeah, I can hear you better now. I genuinely could not hear you, and I want...
Lumi starts trying to pacify Lio due to panic. This is common for people on the spectrum, which Lumi is, and is consistently ignored when being corrected on Lio's ableism.
I want to have this conversation and make it as productive as possible, so I do need to understand you to be able to have that conversation.
I know. I'm not blaming you for my connection issues. That would be really stupid. I explained in plain English in that call why I was going that direction. I made it abundantly clear why I was. And instead of that being respected and understood, I had somebody come in the call, talk down to me, server mute me, and treat me like a child again.
Well,
I
because
am sick and tired.
You have the social skills of a child, you have the social intelligence of a child, and your level of knowledge is that of a child, because this guy thinks a hospital is where you walk into, you tell them what your diagnosis is, and they'll just put that down as if they've treated you for it. That's how this fucking idiot thinks hospitals work. So, like, that's like me when I was a little kid, thinking that, like, the bank was a place you went to where they gave you money. Which I guess it is if you're withdrawing from an account, but like, I thought you just, like, go there and ask for money and they give it to you when I was, like, a super little kid. That's you as a fucking adult with hospitals, dude.
Of being told how I'm trusted when I clearly am not.
Okay, but like, because you're trusted doesn't mean you're not going to be corrected if you do something that somebody else thinks is wrong.
There's a difference between correction and intentionally embarrassing somebody in front of 100+ people.
That was not the intention, and we both know it.
I don't know, Lumi.
I do.
What a bitch, dude. What a fucking coward.
No, we don't.
I do.
We don't know that.
I do.
I could give you my thought process, but your mind's made up, so I'm not going to.
Okay, but just for a second.
And I just want to interject for a second to share my new fanfiction about the 8-year-old Magneto befriending and having sex with an adult German nurse. This is Hidden Heroine. She actually wrote a Holocaust fanfiction where Magneto is rescued at the age of 8 by an older German nurse, and then they later fall in love.
I just want to bring this up because I think it's important. The reason that these questions were stopped, because we all understand the intention. That's not the problem. The intention was you wanted to figure out how much their autism is affecting their ability to make decisions. That's fine. That's absolutely...
Lio was in no position to do that. Lio was in zero position to do that. If he could not tell, if he needs to know if they're literally under a fucking conservatorship, to know if their decision-making is impacted by some sort of, like, cognitive disability, that he's in zero position to be doing anything like this.
Absolutely fine. Like, the baseline of those questions are absolutely okay. The problem is, the further you went on, you started asking questions that have incredibly bad implications.
Use a different mic.
I'm fucking tired. We're using my phone speaker, whatever.
That works. Go for it.
Okay, so my point was being that when you ask these questions, the implication behind these questions gives people the wrong idea. Asking something like, do you have a driver's license? And then getting the answer no, and then going, but why? Gives people the implication that since you're asking whether or not they're able to, or since you're asking to determine whether or not they can function properly, you basically with that question, what you're saying is, oh, if you don't have a driver's license and you can't drive, you are unable to function.
So instead of DMing me and asking me to check my DMs, that happens? None of you would have done that for anybody else.
Your whole server is dedicated to grilling people in front of 100 people. You get pushed. It's because his illusion of power and being the ultimate moral and like authoritative being in the server is broken by criticism. What a fucking bitch, dude. Forced to watch Aiden? Oh, I'll fix that for you. Don't worry, buddy.
Nobody would have hopped on that call and server muted me and embarrassed me for anybody else. None of you would have done that to Aaron. None of you would have done that to Lumi.
Oh, no. You do not get to say that about me because we both know Aaron would have server muted me. Aaron would be chewing me out right now if I had pulled anything like that. Aaron's a lot harder on me than you think.
I didn't say anybody without Aaron. My point was, it wouldn't have happened with the rest of you.
It would have.
No, I don't think it would.
Yes, if any of us had done the same, the treatment would be exactly the same. If I disagree with anyone on staff, I'm happy to DM them and tell them. But if it's happening in the moment, and when I poke it, and I'm like, hey, I don't know what the relevance of this is, hey, implying, hey, we should stop it here, and you continue, like, hey, No offense, I can't exactly blame Aaron if the conclusion they came
You should hear his call with Lumi that linked that to me. That sounds hilarious.
to was,
2 from Belinda, typical lion thing he's king. True.
okay, he's not gonna stop. I might have to server mute him.
Because I was explaining the reasoning for it. And instead of Aaron coming in and saying, check your messages or anything like that, that happens. And no, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you about the intention there because Aaron has absolutely intentionally embarrassed me before, and I know why. You may
He
not.
thinks he was intentionally embarrassed and sabotaged because people were trying to moderate him after he's shown that he's such a fucking idiot that he can't restrain himself or tell that someone like Rosa is clearly not competent enough to be held accountable in the way he wants them to be, and also in the manner in which he did in the 4-hour fucking call. Lumi call?
Believe it, but I do.
Guess I have more trust in Aaron than you then. Because I know that Aaron's not the
Thank
type
you
to
for the
go
back-
around fucking
Thank
publicly.
you for the backhanded insult. I appreciate that.
Damn, thanks for cutting me off again.
I apologize.
Making a new habit of it? Because you've been doing that again recently. Think I haven't noticed? Think people haven't pointed out to me?
Shots
I think I'm doing it
fired.
intentionally.
Somehow it only happens to me.
If I may, I will say this, that Lumi did, like, I jumped in call with Lumi after that call happened, and Lumi was very open with me about things I did wrong in that call. It's not just criticism of you, it's, like, Lumi is very upfront with anyone else, and just did the same for me literally, like, 10, 15 minutes ago.
Beckett's like, Lio's not scared. He's spoken to plenty of people who are critical of him. He just doesn't want to give you the satisfaction of making content. No, I know what it is now. I know what it is now. I know because I have over 100 concurrent. I think he can't handle being embarrassed in front of a group.
I ended the stage so we wouldn't drag it on either. Because I knew that if I ended the stage sooner, we'd be able to get into the call faster and we'd be able to talk about it.
Problem isn't criticism. The problem is how it was handled.
How it was handled?
Because if I had done that to Aaron, there would be a complete meltdown I'd be dealing with right now. We both know that. That's why I left the call.
Oh, so
altogether.
Aaron is the person recording. Aaron is, because they say, the only time I've melted down was due to yelling as it is a trigger, which Lio is acutely aware of and did to pacify. He does that to everyone.
Aaron, there would be a complete meltdown I'd be dealing with right now. We both know that.
Peaches did... Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. They both suck. I hope each one treats the other worse. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo, man. Boo-hoo.
That's why I left the call altogether. Because if I'm not going to be respected, if I'm not going to genuinely be trusted, and let's be...
What respect? Honestly, why do you deserve respect? You're overly confident but lack the knowledge or skills to back up that confidence, which makes you look like an egotistical dumbass. You haven't done anything of note or accomplished anything, really. You don't treat anyone else with respect, and you pick fights with the most vulnerable, lowest hanging fruit possible whilst avoiding settings that might actually challenge you. What about any aspect of this guy's personality is worthy of respect?
Clear here, I wasn't. Then why am I there? And if Susie comes to me now and says that she doesn't want to do this incident anymore because of that call, I wouldn't even blame her. Aaron is stressed and gun shy because of the Rosa call circulating. So he has been overcorrecting, and he has been needling me and micromanaging everything I say and do publicly for the past few days. It's why I was accused of defending the Rosa call when my text literally said the exact opposite.
Oh, wait. So this allegation that he's been defending the Rosa call has been made by several people over like a year now. He legitimately, I just want to ask Lio, why do you think the Rosa call was wrong? What are you apologizing for? What do you think you did wrong there? Because even when he talks about it, like on iNut's stream, he needs to add in that, oh, something Rosa's doing now indicates she actually really isn't a good person. Like minimizing factors to slowly make himself seem better.
And accused of ableism because Aaron is overcorrecting.
No, okay, hold on.
Also, a lot of people backstab Liotent. No, he was not backstabbed enough. We need like 100 more backstabs.
Call.
Okay. Well, yeah.
That call should not have been a kumbaya call. It should not have been a let's go ahead and hold your hand. Or even knew what they were doing. They were cognizant of it. The reason why
he's mad he wasn't able to. He still is like itching to do an accountability call, and he's mad he's on the leash. He's mad that his fucking mods realize what a stupid fucking idiot he is, that they have him on a leash now, and that call should have been holding their hand. Did you listen to this person talk? Because I did. So even if an accountability call didn't happen here, it's very clear that's what he wanted to happen, and that's why he's mad at the mods for stepping in.
I went so hard on the driving thing.
So this person at the beginning, 12:15, this is the person he wanted to do an accountability call with.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were given your diagnosis, what was exactly the diagnosis?
The diagnosis was
Okay, and what does that mean?
it means
he's mad that he wasn't doing an accountability call with this person. This guy's a fucking psycho. This guy's a psycho, dude. What are we doing? How can you not listen to them and understand this isn't a good idea? What are we doing?
On the driving thing was to determine whether or not she was lying to me about her guardianship, because we've already dealt with people who have done that before. And I already caught her in 2 lies previously. It wasn't a debate.
This is a post Raven. So apparently there was a call, an individual named Raven, who apparently was not stepping in when they saw predatory activity. So Lio had them in, I don't know if it was the center to the cat's lair with 100+ people in the VC, where he was questioning them on their autism diagnosis and competence. This person is very clearly cognitively impacted in some manner. And Lio's mods stepped in because after the Rosa call, they apparently are now overcompensating and have him on a leash. And they stepped in because they felt that the questions were becoming too personal. So now the mods are in a separate call with Lio, where Lio is mad at them for stepping in like that. He's mad that he got embarrassed in front of 100 people. And he's mad that the call wasn't more aggressive. What that means in the context of they're overcompensating for the Rosa call, this person shouldn't have been handheld, etc., is he wanted to do another accountability call with the person who we just listened to.
Value whether or not people drive. I couldn't care less. It was to find out if she was lying about the reason.
How does driving fall into that? How? Explain it to me so it can make sense beyond, frankly, coming across as just coming out of nowhere. Explain it to me then.
Because there's a lot of people on the spectrum that I have dealt with who have tried to get driver's license and their parents put a stop to it because they are on.
You've dealt with people that are that low functioning that they're how many people I've not met. That's not true. I knew somebody. I didn't know him. I knew his parent. I knew somebody who was severely autistic, like nonverbal. But like, how many people is he confronting online that are under conservatorships? What is this guy? This guy actually knows nothing.
The spectrum. And because they have legal guardianship, they are capable of doing so.
You think if somebody, this guy's standard for if you're like worthy of doing a full fucking accountability call on is if you can operate a vehicle.
That's why.
But would that person even know that that's why it was put to a stop to? If they're a guardian? If there's guardianship on them?
Yeah, they would. They would know. You kind of have to be pretty blunt about that.
This guy was itching to do it here. He's itching to do it now. He got pleasure out of fucking mocking Beansky's suicide attempt on stream. Okay? He's itching to do it now. He's slowly thinking he's becoming cool again and getting it in the remnants of the fucking ACC. He's tweeting out, like, doing his victory lap. All my enemies are crazy freaks, because he's only willing to talk to the crazy ones and runs from the ones that have a degree of competence or an audience of their own that would actually be challenging to him. He wants back in, and there's no doubt in my mind, if he is let back in and everyone forgets, this is gonna happen all over again. This guy is dangerously fucking stupid. He's also malicious, but he's dangerously stupid. So we have that. That's the mod call for the Raven call. We also have this. Post Raven call 1.
Hello.
Hello. So what's this about me hating you?
Well,
with Peaches.
you had that, like, you were upset with me in the mod call.
From who?
From people in the mod call. Because...
I would like a name, please.
Because you thought I did it to embarrass you.
I want a name, Aaron.
Because, like, I just...
Oh, so she was also recording the mod call? Or she wasn't in the mod call? I don't know what's
upset that, like, you think that, like, I'm doing it to embarrass you when, like, I pinged you a couple times, and then...
She's recording right now, pretending she's sad.
Lumi went into the call for me because I was getting ready to leave, to go out, and then, like, you snapped at him.
Peaches was a voluntary participant, giddy even, at the idea of berating and bullying Rosa for 4 hours. And now that the tides have turned, Peaches is preparing accordingly, I guess, to turn on Lio now, and is preparing recordings. And Peaches is recording right now while doing the whole, like, crying bit. It's very manipulative.
Because, like, he asked, like, what the relevance was, and, like, I put it again, and that's why I jumped in, because, like, I wanted to jump in quickly. And that's why I so muted you, just so, like, I could jump in just to say it just before, like, just in case Raven, like, said it.
Apparently Peaches is regressing in this moment. It's fake.
Anything that's, like, overly personal.
I have no doctorate, no qualifications, no degree. I don't even have a bachelor's. It's fake. It's fake. It's a lie. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
It wasn't, like, a dig at you. It was because, like, I tried a couple times and it was going on long enough that, like, Raven could start saying personal information. That's it. And then, like, I only...
See, like, Peaches is also, like, a fucking evil witch, but it's like... I feel zero... I feel zero sympathy. He deserves this and more. He deserves this and more.
You meant it to be, like, while I was talking and then unmute you again and then leave because I wanted you to leave.
You've stated that. But I just asked you. Who?
You didn't respond.
Who?
I wasn't going to.
Why?
Not for now. Because I'd rather talk to you once I am completely cleared and once I know that I'm okay to have that conversation. What's this about a recording?
Well, obviously, all mod calls are recorded.
Recorded. So in a mod call where I talk about how I don't feel like I'm trusted, the response to me being distressed and me being upset is to record it.
Dude. So this is how the Senate collapsed? Dude. It is literally it's the scene from Downfall. Finds out Steiner's attacked, didn't go through, starts taking off his glasses. He just found out he's been recorded.
Well, you were saying I only did it to embarrass you, so obviously they wanted to know my perspective.
Because I was so instead of actually having a conversation, they just...
They wanted to know my perspective.
Because Lio would commonly lose his temper and try to collect himself after his wife was informed of his abusive actions in March of 2023. He commonly let it be known he used all his energy to not continue to be abusive towards me.
So instead of actually having a conversation, they just literally...
He sucks at verbal abuse, by the way. No, if this guy ever tried to, like, do the yell, I would literally laugh. He's so bad at it.
Behind my back and do this.
Well, you didn't have me in that mod call either.
You weren't there.
Yeah, but you were talking about...
He tries. He really tries. He's not what he thinks he is. I was trying everything. He thinks he has, like, this, like, skill where he can just, like, go off and destroy you and hurt your feelings. So he thinks it's, like, cool to be like, I'm repressing it. I'm not letting the demon out. There is no demon. There is no demon. You're not skilled at talking. None of your insults hit. You sound out of fucking date and like a complete fucking nerd loser. Okay, there's no... Let the demon out. Let the demon out on a normal person. You will be laughed at like you should be.
It wasn't even... Oh my god.
You brought all the mods in to talk about,
I I did not bring all the mods in.
I did not bring all the mods in. Dude, I love this guy. I love this guy. Honestly, keep him around. Keep him around. I need the content. I feel like him and we're going to be doing this for a very long time. A very long time. And I know you're watching, Thomas. I've heard what you've said in the DMs. Okay, trust no one. I've gotten leaks. I know you watch every single one, Thomas. We're going to be doing this for a long time, buddy.
Mods, and I didn't call them into a meeting. Lumi wanted to chat, I hopped in chat. I did not summon the other mods.
Well,
and I told them how I felt. I told them the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And the response to, I don't feel like I'm trusted, is to essentially prove me right.
Well, you don't trust me either.
Aaron, I do trust you.
You were saying that
And
I
you
just
know
did
I
it
do.
just to embarrass you.
Because, Aaron, you have done that.
Just to embarrass you? I didn't. I did it to protect Raven so they didn't say overly personal information.
Aaron, do you really not understand why I'd have an issue with how you went about that?
I pinged you twice, and Lumi went in to say what I wanted to say, and you snapped.
I love how, like, manipulative this Peaches person is, like, doing, like, the vulnerable little victim. It's so funny.
At him. What else am I supposed to do? Just wait?
Aaron, can I answer?
Mm-hmm.
Number one, you know full well I'm not always staring at my phone, especially when I'm at work. I'm not going to see pings.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Number one, you know...
Lio has repeatedly been found in side chats while at work, including... Dude, okay, I believe that. The little added text is from Peaches, so take it with a grain of salt. I 100% believe that.
Full well I'm not always staring at my phone, especially when I'm at work. I'm not going to see pings. Not like that. Somebody could easily just DM me, and Louis could have popped in asking me to check it, which you guys have done multiple times in other calls.
Okay, but I wanted
multiple
to...
times.
But what's the difference?
Okay.
How is it embarrassing for me to just say that, like, the conversation is going askew and the questions...
Yeah, guys, he works a serious job. It's like, you remember when they're raising the clam in SpongeBob and Patrick's like, all right, I'm off to work. And he's like a briefcase full of like donuts. SpongeBob discovers he's like a briefcase full of donuts and his work is like sitting on his fat fucking ass and watching the TV. That's this guy's job, man.
Aren't helping. And to just...
That's not what you did. And if you want to talk, then you've got to let me talk.
Apparently he's really smelly. I think this is because the not working thing is not allowing him to purchase deodorant.
Instead of just turning around saying that everything you did was fine, instead of hearing out what my issue here is. That I was going to just let rest for a while. That I wasn't going to immediately jump on. But apparently now I have to. Because
I have screenshots of him talking inside. I have people popping in that knew this guy, knew everything you have, I want it. I want to hear it. Okay, Aiden Underground on Discord. Send me a friend request. Don't just send me a friend request. I literally have 1,000 friend requests. You have to DM me, and I will get the DM request, and I'll read it, and I'll friend you. Anything you have on this guy. This is my hyperfixation. Okay, anything you have on Tommy G. Okay, send it over. Send it over. I was freaked out due to being so traumatized by past actions that I age regress. Okay, let's...
If people decide to message you and freak you out.
Well, because they were asking me why I did it.
Nothing is stupid enough to do. I want everything. Okay? If you were in a call with this guy once and he forgot to mute the mic when he was pissing, so you just like listen and pee for 2 minutes and like groan because it was a lot of effort for him to take a fucking piss, send it. I want it all. I want it all.
I told them I would speak to you about it.
Yeah, but, like,
you know that I would talk to you about it.
Yeah, but like, they also want to know like why I do things.
No one took a single issue with it.
With what?
So it wasn't to come see why you did something. It was pretty obvious why you did it. Which is why it was defended in the call, as you heard.
No, he moved. He moved. It's now Tommy. It's Tommy G of Spring, Texas.
Well, I didn't.
And I told you, because if you've heard that call, go ahead.
I didn't hear the call.
You literally told Leah that you heard it. But did you hear a call or not?
No, I heard what was going on from people, and then I knew that it was recorded.
Who said it was recorded?
All of them.
All of them. Even though I'm sure all of them weren't recording, they somehow knew it was recorded?
I don't know who.
Aaron, just say Lumi.
I don't like.
Just say Lumi.
Well, I don't know who was recording it because Lumi's not told me about the call.
Then who told you about the call? Because you keep saying multiple people. You keep saying recording, but you won't tell me names.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't appreciate that. So now you're saying that I hate you?
God, I'm planning a trip. I heard the Corkscrew Barbecue is actually a really good restaurant, folks. A really good restaurant. Been hearing great things about that. I might need to go and visit. Heard they have some killer ribs, man. Killer ribs.
You? That I don't trust you?
Yeah.
Read my message. Sorry, I missed it. Just doing some research on a future trip. Aiden, read. What is your message? Peaches and Lio's mods made a server called the Burger King to shit talk Lio during this time. By the way, Becky. Okay, got it.
Because you think that I do things solely to just embarrass you. And yesterday, you were saying that, like, the main reason why I'm upset about the Rosa call is because it's public. And then, like,
That is not what I said. That is not what I said. And we hold on. How many times do I have to go back and tell you that's not what was said? Because it wasn't. So we talked about this yesterday too. So what's going on here? Do you just assume things about me like that?
No, because you said it was one of it was the main reason why I was upset about it, and then it took until like I was crying about it for you to
cry harder. I want to see the fucking waterworks. Okay, I saw you were in the Rosa call. Cry harder.
I was saying that it's like that. Well, that's what you said, and that's what you said, and that's not.
I did not say the main thing. I've corrected you on that multiple times. So why do you keep saying that that's what I said when it's not?
Because you said it was one of the main reasons why I was upset.
It is one of the main reasons why you're upset.
It isn't though. And
how is it? Hold on. Upset about what?
About the call.
You are upset that it was made public because
since 2022, I've hated myself for the Rosa call. Oh, really? You hated yourself? You had 4 fucking hours to think about it. Nobody believes that. Nobody believes any of you are sorry for that. I'm sorry. Nobody believes any of you are sorry for that. Nope. Nope. Too late. It's too late. It's too late. Including the victims of Nekopon. The victim of Nekopon is I don't care about their victimization anymore. They're an abuser.
Because it's what you keep bringing to me every time you remind.
Unless there's other victims that weren't in that call, which there probably were. My heart goes out to you, victims that weren't in that call. But to the victim that was in that call, using their grooming to abuse a mentally disabled woman, I don't care anymore about your grooming. You fucking suck.
Of it, and every time I consistently apologize for the fact that it was. So yes, that is something you're upset about. You've made that very clear.
I was saying that I'm upset that it was made public in a way where even the title and everything was also mocking Rosa and stuff, and like, and like it was human.
DM me, people. Everything you have, okay? Everything you have. My DMs are open on Twitter. My DMs are open on Discord. The links are in the description. At Aiden Underground on Discord. At ExiledAiden on Twitter.
To Rosa and stuff. But the actual call, like, I'm upset about regardless of it because it makes me hate myself.
It should. Honestly, that's great. I love to hear that. We need more of this.
Which you have stated. So how am I wrong?
Because you make it sound like...
There's a difference between somebody making a mistake, somebody having a bad day, which happens, right? Which happens. I've said shit to people. I've gone off and I'm not proud of it when I've been like really fucking angry at points in my life or whatever, and I've apologized. Obviously, it's not like public. It's interpersonal disputes. But when you listen to that call and you listen to somebody like Peaches, you don't hear someone having a bad day. You hear a sadist. You hear a sadist that is a vulnerable person at their mercy and is laughing, getting joy at this person's humiliation, pain, and suffering. And somebody like that, you need to fucking... The proof... I love to believe in change. I love to believe in redemption. But the proof you can be redeemed is going to be like... miles like longer than it is for anyone else. Like when you're as sadistic as I've seen you in that 4-hour call.
Aaron, you've got to stop ascribing that level of intent that was never.
This was after the mod call where Loud Convo would ascribe malicious intent to my actions for simply shutting down his ableism.
Stated.
5 from Take 9. Lerix is my boyfriend. Are you fucking cheating on me, Joey? It's okay.
Or, like earlier, when we were having another conversation, and you kept repeating it over and over and over again there, too. It's not spaced out.
No, I don't remember. I was just gonna say it because yesterday you kept cutting me off. And, like, I was trying to talk about my feelings. And, like, today...
Cutting you off when?
And, like, today...
Cutting you off when? But you're telling me that I kept interjecting and whatnot. If I did, it wasn't because I was trying to cut you off. It's because my reception was dog crap and I was trying to understand what you were saying.
I
you kept saying you know and you get it over and over again when I was trying to say how I felt.
Aaron, because you kept repeating the same things over and over again.
Because I wanted to talk about the fact that like I've been worrying a lot lately about stuff.
I wanted to talk about. Meanwhile, she's like recording, rubbing her hands on the screen.
And it's making me like
what?
More anxious about everything. And like I don't mean to be annoying when I like repeat myself. But when I don't repeat myself,
you are annoying. You are annoying. Everything you think is wrong with you, it's actually worse. It's actually worse than you'll ever know. Because you're also bad at perceiving yourself. You're annoying 10 times more than like the worst version of yourself you've actually thought of already. And you should hate yourself.
people's not assuming what I mean.
Who's people? Because I'm not those people.
Like you do today. You did today because you started saying that like I was doing everything to just embarrass you. And I wasn't. The reason why I had to cut in was because like I didn't want to wait until Raven gave personal information, and that wasn't a condemnation on you. Because I know what you're trying to ask.
No, you don't. Stop. When I am communicating to you that something like that bothered me and why, continuing to justify it without hearing me out does not help. Because you did not come in there acting concerned.
As you can see, Lio's only priority was his fragile male ego, and not the fact he's publicly embarrassing someone on the spectrum, and then taking out said anger at the fact, oh my, she's trying to do, like, she's also going down with him, right? But she's trying to, like, get a one-up by turning on him, and it's so evident, right? It's so, your take on all of this should not be Lio is the victim of anything. This is, like, a fraction of what he deserves to be fucked over by someone like this, right? The take should be like, oh, this person is also like a horrible, manipulative human being that Lio kept around.
You did not come in there. You could have found multiple ways to properly get my attention. What you did, Aaron, was you came in there, announced that you server muted me, condemned what I was going on about. That's why I left. Because in front of 103 people...
Accountability, Lio. Accountability. You need to be held accountable.
You came in unannounced, server muted me, announced it, made it very clear you condemned what I was doing. So I left. Because why in the world would I stay when it's clear that you don't think I can handle that conversation without you coming in and having to wrangle me?
Because you didn't listen, and when Lumi went in to also say something, you snapped at him.
I did not snap at Lumi. I said, if you'll give me a moment, I will show you how I'm trying to do this.
Yes, and we
Lumi
saw.
did not come in and say,
we were
"Can you
saw
stop?"
because I messaged you. No, because you because you keep saying stop assuming things, and then you go around and talk about me like I'm a terrible person whose only thing is that I have no care in the world about people. I just come in to embarrass you.
That is
You can't have Senate and you can't have moderators when you're doing conflict resolution and you're asking super personal information from somebody and somebody says, I don't agree. I do not agree. What else do you want me to do? Do you want me to just sit there and wait?
I just told you what you could have done.
I did.
And again, instead of...
I tried.
Can you stop? Stop. Aaron, stop. I'm trying to talk to you. I'm trying to tell you why I feel the way I feel. I'm trying to tell you why I think the way I think. And instead of listening to me, which is what you require of me and what I always give you, you're just continuing to justify it and tell me to essentially shut up and I'm wrong.
Lio is wrong here, to be clear. Lio is wrong, okay? This guy's embarrassed that his tactics got criticized in front of the same 100 people that he's been used to, like, berating cognitively disabled people in front of, like, uncritically.
This multiple times.
Or not having his own tactics criticized.
Now.
You literally said that I had no concern and no care. I just came in just to embarrass you.
That's how it felt, yes. That is 100% how it felt to me, which is why
Then I won't moderate in Senate anymore. Then I won't moderate in Senate anymore.
Can you stop? Can you stop that, please?
I resign from my position in the Senate, dude. No.
No, because
please
I'm actually
listen to me.
No, I'm not. I'm actually finished. I'm done because. No,
Aaron,
you can't sit there and
Aaron,
say
stop.
that. No, you can't sit there and say that you want conflict resolution and you want people to criticize you when it's needed to. I didn't go in there and say that you're being a terrible person. I said that I don't agree with how you're going about it and it needs to move on because Raven could start giving off personal information. And I just wanted to stop that because I pinged you twice. Lumi came in to be more polite about it and Lumi did ask.
Keep in mind, he is literally mad he didn't get to do an accountability call on this Raven person who sounds comparable to Rosa.
Lumi actually asked
if you need to make sure that the person you're about to, like, yell at and debate on Discord is under a fucking legal conservatorship, you probably should leave this to somebody else. You probably should leave this to somebody else.
What's the point? And you shut him down, snapped at him, and just said, well, you'll figure it out. That was paraphrasing. Don't come at me for that. I'm saying that that's paraphrasing of essentially you saying, shut up and find out. When we couldn't. It wasn't something that we could have a little...
Like, I will run from a debate if the debate needs to start with me making sure that my debate opponent is not, like, under a conservatorship or, like, imagine if I started my debates, like, do you have, like, all the functional rights of an adult? Are you, like, on leave right now from an institution where you wouldn't be able to leave by your own voluntary volition outside of this designated time period? Like, what are you doing, dude?
After, because I'm trying to be preventative. That's why I did it.
Personal information.
I don't know.
What's super personal information?
I don't know, but, like, sometimes people can, like, start talking about...
This is a retrospect. I know nothing about this community. I know nothing about this community. I know none of these... I'm learning, man. I don't know what the fuck a Seraphina is. I don't know what a... I don't know anything about this community.
Online, and which they may not like, you know, which some people don't like disclosing publicly. The driving thing, a lot of people, that one didn't even really help me just because so many people can't drive for a myriad of different reasons. And, like,
I was really offended on behalf of people who couldn't drive, and, like, dude, it's overcompensation.
Doing it to be preventative.
You don't give a fuck about any of this.
Also made me upset because when I brought up the thing, like what you said about Rosa yesterday, and, like, the ableism in it, like, it seems like you were receptive, but then when we spoke in private, you were mad at me again.
You could see in the Rosa call, she doesn't have empathy. She's a total fucking sadist. You could see that in the call. You could see it in the Rosa call. It wasn't just like a snippet of somebody's life. It was like voluntary, hours long participation and giddiness at, like, harming a vulnerable human being. She's a sadist. I know she's a sadist because I think I'm a little bit of one, but I'm a sadist in the sense of I enjoy watching people like her and people like Thomas fucking cry.
I wasn't mad at you, but the fact that you keep saying it was a defense upset me because I literally stated in that thing.
I will be on cloud nine. I will be in my own personal heaven the day I get to listen to Thomas cry.
In the very first statement that the call was inexcusable.
No, because I said that. It's because you came in after Endo was using that as an excuse for why the call was like that. And, like, also
weren't there rumors that Peaches was trying to return, or was it that someone like her probably will try to return at one point or another, whether it's under an alter alias? She's most likely still online.
Ableism thing was the thing that I was most focused on.
Yes, which again, I still don't quite... I disagree with it, but I understand it. I'm not always going to agree with you.
Like, okay, I can get that, and then, like, I can understand that. The main thing is just the ableism that was in it, and I wanted to bring that up. And I felt thrown back and upset because when we were in the mod all talking about it, like, it seemed that you...
Most people would engage in sadism in group dynamics like that, though. I don't think so. I think there was, even if you go by what, your, Milgram, you're thinking about, like, the Milgram experiment or some shit, right? Or, not the Milgram experiment, fucking, I know what you're thinking of. I think that even if, like, the basic, like, social rules were still in application, there were various occurrences in that call that inevitably would give someone pause, your average person pause, to be like, this, like, isn't right. Even if the whole group was in on it. There probably were people that felt that way, but they just weren't, vocal about it, because also, like, speaking up would result in, like, fear that you're going to be the next one picked out by the group.
Took it on board, but then when we spoke in private, you were mad at me.
I don't think I was mad at you. I don't recall being angry at you. Can you tell me more about that?
You was, like, snapping at me, and then, like, you were raising your voice at me. And then, like, I was starting to feel like...
No, the Stanford prison experiment involved authority, right? What people do. I guess that is partially applicable, right? But the Stanford prison experiment, that one's a little dubious, okay? That one's a little dubious. There are various people that claim that experiment was potentially heavily influenced by Zimbardo. I don't know. I'm not a big... I believe there are, like, some useful findings from it, but the Stanford prison experiment, I was told to be very suspicious of.
Small again, and then, like, you were still raising your voice at me, and I didn't know how to deal with it.
You ever see, like, a puzzle being solved, and part of your brain recognizes how it got solved, but the other part of your brain doesn't think it makes any sense?
No, I might...
Oh god, that was a terrible example. I apologize. Where you see the logic of something, but you still question it. Like, it still doesn't quite fit. So that's why, for me, I see Rosa capable of malicious plotting, which takes a I'm not gonna say a high level of cognition, but like enough to understand cause and effect. To understand.
The Milgram experiment is the one where they shock people. The Stanford prison experiment is the one where a fake prison was created at Stanford University where students were assigned into the role of guards versus inmates, and it was meant to be a study of it was studying how the conditions would play out when a group was given authority, and it ended with people having breakdowns on the prisoner's side, abuse from the guards. And it's a controversial study. The Milgram experiment was perceiving what someone would do when orders are being delegated to them by someone they perceive to be an authority. So somebody with basically they were told that somebody else was on the other side of like a wall or something, if I remember correctly, that they were hooked up to a machine and the machine would deliver an electric shock, and then somebody in a lab coat would be the one instructing them when to deliver the shock upon asking the participant a question, and the person in the lab coat would have them increase the shock to see how far they would do it before eventually saying this is too much and walking out. And some people believing they were electrocuting somebody apparently turned it up to such high extents that they could literally hear the other person that was actually an actor on the other end screaming.
That they're intentionally doing wrong. So to me, when I see that, I can't sit there.
It was meant to test, create a hypothesis and test I was just following orders thing from that was given by several Nazi defendants.
In my mind, say, well, they couldn't have possibly known how to remove a predator when they knew what one was. I don't understand how somebody can maliciously plot to that degree, but at the same time not be capable of removing a predator when they know what a predator is and that they shouldn't be around. Now, these are things I say to you because you are my friend, and because I love you, and because we have these conversations. This is not something I'm going to go on and consistently say in public, though.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I feel you're kind of spacing out on me. Are you okay?
Yeah. But the stuff with Jay and Jordan coming out and them saying stuff, it makes me remember more stuff about us arguing. Well, not arguing, but you shouting at me and stuff. And it makes me more anxious talking to you. But then you get mad at me when I am, but I'm trying to explain myself.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you giving me that context. So, my first question, non-derogatory here, I want to make that clear, is why would you even pay attention to what Jay and Jordan are saying right now?
No, it's because it was brought up at all and it's stressful and then it reminds me of that and then I get stressed out.
Okay. When was it brought up?
I don't remember.
This guy's a freak.
Because nobody's brought that up to me today.
I know, it's been on my mind a while.
It's been on mine too. And that's probably one reason why I've been on edge. Because
what gender is Peaches, by the way? What is Peaches' gender? I never like to assume with the ACC. I feel like the ACC is the stereotype that fucking conservatives have of what your average liberal is like. The ACC persona everybody I'll hear someone talk, I'll be my instinct will be oh wait, that's a woman, and then it'll be oh, this is he slash it, or
honestly don't know how to deal with it.
Mm-hmm. Because that's why I thought that when you were saying that you want to just have a conversation with me and you didn't want any mediators at all, that it meant that you just wanted to shout at me.
No. The reason why I want to have a conversation with just you and me instead of mediators is because I know that you tend, and I didn't say this in call because again I don't actually want to ever embarrass you and help it, but I know sometimes you feel if more people are involved you get ganged up on, and I understand some of your trauma and I understand some of your reactions, so I figured it'd just be better if it's just you and me talking about it.
Okay.
Because the last thing I would want is, because it was Sunny who offered to be a mediator, last thing I want is for both of us to come in and Sunny to in any way take my side and that distress you because you feel like you're getting ganged up on,
Okay.
Isn't half of your community trans? Problem? God, I remember the transgenders they had back in my day when people were real men and women. We used to just have trans men and trans women. Now we've got he slash they slash it, man. That's gonna be me that's gonna be me when I'm an old man and Klaus Schwab implements the ACC as regular social norms. 5 from Goat. In my opinion, a lot of these people who hang around him have family issues or insanely parasocial. He's also loud. I mean, yeah, that's the type that I think would be turned to a community like this. This doesn't go for everybody, so before you interject and say, well, my home life is perfect and my childhood was great and I'm online, I think a lot of people who engage to this extent with communities online and look for socialization online, you tend to find a few traits, or both, or all these traits overlapping. A lot of them tend to be high-functioning autistic, right? And I think that there's benefits to communication with people online. Doesn't involve the heavy usage of nonverbal communication, but you also have a lot of people who are very discontent with this and lonely with the circumstances in their real life, whether that be from abusive homes, past trauma, etc. And they turn to the internet for comfort, for escapism, and sometimes because they don't have to commit, they could pull out whenever they want.
It just stressed me out because I've been stressed out because you've been snapping at me a lot lately, and then I come back home and find out that you're saying that I'm just doing things to embarrass you.
Goat turned out as normal as possible as you could turn out in a given community like this, man.
And snapping at people who are defending me, and then say that you just want to talk to me on my own after sounding annoyed.
And this is why I hate games of telephone. Do you really not recognize how you came off when you came in there and did that?
No, because I asked for it to stop multiple times, and then you snapped, and you've been snapping a lot lately. If I just said it as
lately, man, he's been snapping a lot lately. It's just been a lately thing. Listen, guys, and I don't think normal is a good thing. I hate normalcy, okay? I love weird people. But this community, the ACC is like too weird for me, man. Too weird for me.
Still.
And I'm a Hoi 4 player. You have to be pretty fucking weird to be too weird for a Hoi 4 player.
About the stuff that I heard from the mod call.
Okay. Anything specific you want to talk about?
Is this the same call?
Well,
no.
You said that Lumi came in shouting at you, but he didn't. And then you instantly went on to talking about me and said that, and you didn't even name me. You were like doing this weird, like, oh, well, somebody was doing that, as if like I was just so.
So this is the second call where Peaches is not age regressing and being a little more confrontational.
Annoying that there's not even point mentioning me by name.
Okay, I think
yeah, Hoy's Hearts of Iron.
You're reading too much intention there, but go ahead.
And then
Hoi 4 is either transgender people, neo-Nazis, transgender neo-Nazis, Jewish twinks, Mexican neo-Nazis. That's the Hoi 4 player base. GG's with the 2. Play a real man's game of Civ 6. Boring.
And then you were saying that I, like, intentionally went in there to embarrass you, which isn't saying that's how you feel. That was you saying that I was intentionally doing it that way. And then when Lumi said that you and him both know that that's not true,
no.
you said,
so I have my Hearts are in Iron Man mode, so you don't do saves. You just have to keep playing, even if you make a mistake. And I'm trying, because that's the mode where you get achievements and shit. And I'm trying to do a world conquest run. So I keep repeating the run, because I inevitably fail at one point or another. And if I fail 6 years into it, I have to restart the run.
well, I don't know. We don't know that, do we? As if, like, you're questioning everything I do. And that I do things intentionally to, like, just do bad.
Okay. For the past few weeks.
Augie, why do I give a fuck? Look at his entire community. Look at all of his top guys, man. Look at all of his top guys. His best friends. Okay? They're all laughing together. Kick Aiden. You have Bo Blacks, okay? No house? You have Flamenco, okay? No girlfriend, no college. You have now you have Liam. Well, actually, Liam was, like, sort of on my side during that shit. You have A-Star, no being allowed to walk within 100 yards of a school zone.
It feels like you've been micromanaging everything I do.
Calls coming from inside the house, man.
It feels like you are on eggshells about anything I say, how I conduct myself in any way. And in that moment, it was just too much. That's why I left the call, because I figured if I can't even handle this, there's no point in me being in this call.
Well, it wasn't a case of you thinking that you couldn't handle it. It was a case of you saying that, like, it was...
Not done. I'm giving you the reason why I left the call.
Okay.
Okay. Now, as far as what was said about you, I have been cognizantly.
What is this obsession with me being trans? Okay, I've been getting added with like AI art of me as a, listen, I have no problem with it. Okay, I know a lot of I have no problem with trans people. I have no problem with trans people. If I was trans, I'd have no problem telling you about it, right? I have no problem telling you about it. I'm not, okay? I like being a guy, I like being a dude. You know, if you were born as a guy, but your gender identity is that of a woman, all power to you, okay? All power to you. It's not me, okay? It's not me. And I think that just putting that rumor to rest.
Aware of the fact that you get distressed over people thinking that you and I agree on everything and that you agree with what I do. It is something that you have brought up multiple times as a point of contention. So sometimes I feel like you overplay when you disagree.
What is this obsession with trans people, by the way? It's like this guy put on makeup, he must be transgender. Let's do 50 years of trans analysis. He put on makeup. It's cringe because he's pandering to his audience. He's not actually trans. It's trans this, and it's trans that, and it's I mean, what's going on with you people? Is it like something psychosexual? I don't know.
Agree, and that sometimes you, what's the word I'm looking for? Not embellish, but you hyper-focus when we don't, just to show that you don't always agree with me as a defense against that. That's why I thought you did it to embarrass me. Because I have felt, I'm trying to get my thoughts out here.
Yeah, and I stopped. So can you please?
No.
If...
I'm not fussing. I'm just saying I'm trying to get my thoughts out. This isn't easy. Because of how you have been responding to a lot of things, the fact that you have been very focused on that.
$2 from G's. Is trans stuff around Judaism? I have no idea. I don't know why people ask me religious questions. I have absolutely no fucking clue.
That is what I thought in that moment. I thought you were trying to make a point. I thought you were trying to just make it very clear that you did not agree because you were gun shy about everything that's been going on.
All right, let's listen to the Lumi call, okay? Let's listen to the Lumi call. Apparently that's better. If you guys want to support the stream, as always, you could like up, sub up, tip. Always helps the streams out. I know this is ridiculous, okay? This is ridiculous. You people are out of your fucking minds. Out of your minds. Lumi is a Lio Convoy mod, apparently, that also is like a total freak. It's okay, Goat. It's okay, Goat. I forgive you. This is what's embarrassing? Oh, wait, nope. I'm not getting one guide. It's not happening. It's not happening. Cool Aiden. Yeah, man. Good comment, Toki. Good comment, Toki. Wait, I just want to make sure I'm not pulling up anybody's fucking email here. Five from Kalora Vetla. Pair character cheerfully blowing a party horn. Really, Cal? Because so I'm gonna be doing your mom.
Mother.
It's relevant.
Nothing to do with it.
No, I promise it is relevant.
Guess we'll find out.
$2 from GG's. Are you gonna get the new Steam console? Fuck no. Nope.
So, in my case, I do want to start with the fact that I do owe you an apology, and I will start with that.
Is this Lumi talk? So is this after the Raven call? Is this after? Okay, so I'm assuming this Lumi call occurs after the mod dispute that we just heard about.
Blunt about it. I've been apologizing to everyone that is owed that apology, so you are owed the same. I need to apologize to you for propagating the claims made against you in relation to your abuse of Aaron and others. I am sorry about that. I genuinely am. I'm not reading anything, by the way. I know I'm sounding very stoic or anything. I promise I'm not. I shouldn't have propagated those claims, and I should have spoken to you about them rather than
We're
going...
also from Call God. Pair character exaggeratedly stretching his arm forward to offer a cup of coffee. Thank you. When did you smoke your first cigarette? It was in 2023 at a party. It was at a party in 2023. I didn't get hooked, and then at another party in, I think it was 2024? It was 2024. I was smoking again, because I would just, like, occasionally smoke it, like, if I was with people and I was drinking or whatever, and then somebody gave me their pack of cigarettes to have, and the rest was history, man.
With my clear bias toward...
I have not smoked a cigarette in a few months. I've just been vaping now. 9 cents from Big Aaron. A pile of poop with a face. Do not talk about Cal's beautiful mom like that. $5 from G's. Aiden, do you hate fun? And do you celebrate Christmas? I don't celebrate any holidays.
Aaron at the time. That is on me. I take full accountability for that. I'm not pleading for forgiveness. I remember what your stance on forgiveness is. However, I'm not pleading for forgiveness. I just want you to know that I am actually sorry and I regret my actions. And I retract my statement, as you saw yourself. I've explained to you. Yes, I retracted it because it was a mixture of people spamming to edit it and the fact that I regretted the statement anyway. So
Can imagine Aiden at part. I don't enjoy them at all. I have to drink to somewhat enjoy myself, and then if I drink, I just seem very normal.
Okay.
What the fuck? Sorry, I thought I heard my mother doing something.
I don't know. I've always preferred just hanging with 3 people. I don't need to be in some place, a bunch of fucking randos having awkward conversation. It's just I don't know. I like just to hang with 2 to 3 people. I don't know. Drink, smoke some weed. That's so much better than a fucking party.
No. You wanted this call. I want to ask why you wanted this call.
Because I want answers.
Mm-hmm.
I do not have a traumatic past, okay? Trauma is like a foreign concept to me. I see trauma, I say, what's this? What am I looking at?
To know why you did certain things. Because here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I know, Aaron, I know what they do. That grants them clemency. However, you...
Clemens, you've been afforded clemency by the state of Liotent.
As opposed to literally everyone else. Because I know Aaron weaponized their wife. I know that. But you ran around doing what they wanted with a sadistic glee. You were happy to do it. I want to know why.
I'm going to disagree. There was no glee to it, and what may have been perceived as glee was actually, frankly, something that was closer to mania.
If I were around back then, I would help Peaches go after Lio and then expose Peaches for being manmade and disingenuous. And I would be having sadistic glee while doing it.
Because of the stress I was put under. I wasn't actually giddy or happy. I either had to please Aaron, or I had Aaron spiral on me and attempt on their life again. Which, as you probably heard multiple times, happened about 6 times, when in reality it was probably closer to 8, probably. I couldn't say no to Aaron, because if I said no to Aaron, they would immediately spiral. Any hint at me being against anything they've said, it would immediately cause a spiral. So no, there was no actual glee, and no offense, I don't see any of it looking back as glee. I was...
You don't. I do. I talked to Harley. Smiley face.
Harley TVS. Me and Harley go way back. Way back. We've had a lot of beef. A lot of beef. I won it against Harley, but unironically in hindsight, I think my position was wrong. Just Harley wasn't good at convincing me otherwise. I was accusing someone of suicide baiting, but now I'm against doing that, so...
Having vent sessions where you're giddily going through my script saying some egregious things. How is this not giddily and gleeful to you?
And you just heard me explain the fact that I was speaking to Aaron, and if I seemed any bit against it, I would absolutely have Aaron just snap and talk about the fact that they're going to kill themselves because because nobody believes them.
So let's address something else. Why did you go to Harley to undercut what I was trying to do?
I went to Harley because Aaron wanted the story out, and I went to Harley.
If anybody knows the context to this call, please, let me know, man. Tell us from G's. Aiden, can you stop being misogynistic? It's not cool. I love women, and women love me. Okay, I'm the farthest thing from a misogynist.
And I gave them the full unedited rating recording
thing.
for the context I was given from Aaron. I simply typed what I was told to type, and that's all that happened.
You know why I was talking to Harley?
Go ahead.
Because Aaron did not want to deal with a video about them, and I was trying to get Harley.
Are you just sorry? I missed your comment. My bad. Sorry, I missed. I do that if you're new here. I miss things. Where did you explain it? Hold on. Aiden should check Discord for the... Okay, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Alright, I'm checking Discord. Is this context for another call? I'll go through all your... I appreciate what you sent me. I'm gonna save this stuff for tomorrow. I want to focus on one call at a time right now.
To not do that. And Aaron knew this. And I know that you know Aaron knew this because the second call that happened after the Raven call, the one while I was at work, that was discussed and you listened to it.
I'm going to be honest, I do not recall that. However, I'm not going to sit here and say it didn't happen.
I think the phrase pop off 16-year-old was used in chat by you with your little sketch of your cat.
No, I went 5-year-old.
Nope, 16. Nope, 16. That's what you wrote. That's on your sketch with the cat.
Pretty sure it was
You were
5.
listening. Nope, I am deadly serious. I know what I'm talking about here.
All right.
The 5-year-old was in reference to the Among Us game. This is when they called me while I was at work the next morning after the Raven call. He wants to talk, so we talk. Cat emoji with gun. Because you guys, because Aaron was streaming that into the server, and you guys were yas tweeting them.
Is this call good? Because I just got sent a different call that seems like it actually might be better. Is this call good at all? I also received proof that there are apparently minors in the there were minors in the Senate. Confirmed. You know, let me get this out of my system. The server is one of the most grating, if not insufferable experience. This is like a you know how companies have like a testimonial from satisfied customers? This is a customer testimonial. Wait, I'm sorry. I need to, sorry. One sec. Hear from some of the satisfied customers of the Senate. So, you know what? Let me get this out of my system. This server is one of the most grating experiences, if not insufferable servers I've ever come across. Justice for Robert. Justice for Robert. Save the minors. Save the kids. Save the kids from Lio Convoy. And Robert. We're with you, Robert.
Aaron wanted me to bring up the failure of Harley's mods as a counterpoint to the fact that Aaron shouldn't be spoken about. I was trying to do something for Aaron, and you undercut that. You undercut that. You gave Harley false information, willfully, specifically about the Raven call, because that was not ableism on the level of Rosa. You also were not honest with me about the fact that you were passing Harley DMs that were none of their business.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're just asking for it now.
And I'm going to go ahead and guess that despite the fact that almost 2 months have passed, you probably haven't.
Okay, so apparently this whole call can be summed up. Apparently there's one highlight from this
And
whole
here's
call,
what I am.
and we can move on to the next one.
When it comes to you and others like that, you all say that you want to take accountability. You all say you want to try.
We are Robert. Robert was the moderate, okay? Robert was the moderate. And they took him. They took Robert. This fine, no more Lio.
Try to repair some of the damage, but you don't actually do anything. You don't. Kate Cosmic said the same thing. They dipped immediately.
Due to health
here
issues
you are
that
now.
we're not going to get into.
I don't care. I don't care.
It is still relevant.
No, it's not relevant. And here's why it's not relevant.
No. It absolutely is.
We're not doing this. We're not doing this. I'm not going to sit here and let people who have propagated the idea that I'm an abuser and taken no care about my freaking health sit there and dictate that I should care about other people's health.
Your health? Your health? Do you even have health? Like, do you even have health anymore? Dude's like bar is like actually now his health bar is going in the other fucking direction. Have you seen yourself? It sounds like you need to be worried about your fucking health.
I'm really getting sick and tired of having to concern myself with the health, opinions, and values of people who tried to destroy me. Because that's what you tried to do, Lumi.
Good?
Yes.
You may have done it somewhat out of... Then don't sit here and argue with me about what's relevant to concerning somebody else's health. Because let me be very blunt with you. No, I'm speaking this time.
All right.
Do you have
I'm speaking this time.
Any clue how hard it was to not reach in the doggone box to the left of me that night all this happened and not put that gun in my mouth and pull it?
Dude, what? Dude, are we serious?
Trigger. I am not going to have this. I'm not going to have this happen.
Suicide baiting. Suicide baiting. Suicide baiting. We got a suicide baiter. This is disgusting. We don't tolerate this. We don't tolerate suicide baiting. He baited. Suicide baiter.
You can imagine, yes, because you weren't put through it. I had my entire reputation, my legal name, my relationship with my wife,
Open the box! Hashtag open the box! I'm kidding, I'm kidding. It's a joke! 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 It's a joke.
everything thrown into chaos because none of you had the decency to actually listen. Because you specifically, Lumi, are somebody I tried to reach out to, and you intentionally isolate.
Based? Based? Dude, Lio's running from the box. Lio's running from the box, bro. Lio, how about this? You don't have I'll let you keep running from me. Just don't run from the box. Anyways. So I was sent a call. Who is Sasu? Who the fuck is this person? What a weird name. An ex-member. Okay, this is an ex-member. Wait. Got it. Got it. Got it. Have you heard it? I have not. I think that's the Australian, right? I've met her. I've met her before.
Was a single.
I've not heard that call.
Sentence saying, referring to Sasu, saying his name, and then saying, but we don't have to have time to get into all of that, and then continuing on with the video. That is the amount.
Is this hidden heroin?
That Sasu was brought up in that video. So I think it is absolutely ridiculous that you have a grievance with being brought up in a video where you were brought up once in a single sentence. And also, you have stated multiple times that you are, you want to take account.
Okay, Sasu's mental. I get all that. What I want to know is morally, what is the worst thing this person has done morally? Because I want to assess their treatment here. What is the worst thing? What is the worst thing that he's done morally? Because I heard the same shit about Bunny-chan, and when I look into it, this person's a freak, and like all the harassment was justified. This person really didn't seem to do a whole lot, other than like, just like, I don't know, like based on everything I've seen, they could have just totally been ignored.
Accountability for your actions. And what you did was bad. You cannot take accountability and then also demand people to never talk about you and never talk about the things you did to people. Because if you actually...
With how fucking dramatic these... What does the stalking entail? What does the stalking entail?
Thought that what you did was wrong, you wouldn't mind people bringing it up because, that it would show...
Sasu didn't respect boundaries... And trauma no, we need 6 accountability calls. We need 6 accountability calls right now. Okay, right now. Get the gang together, pals. We gotta take out this scumbag.
Personal growth in the fact that, yeah, I did those things wrong and I'm working on myself. The fact that I blow up on Twitter every single time someone...
Dude, should I make the box my new donut sound effect?
Brings you up.
Stop running from the box, Thomas. Stop running from the debate with the box.
It just shows to me that you're not willing to learn. You don't actually like... I'm sorry, hold on. I'm trying to sift through my screenshots, because there's a few. But do you seriously think that nobody is allowed to talk to about you at any point?
I believe I made myself clear when I said I don't want to be talked about. That means in any capacity. It's because, first and foremost...
In the Rosa call, keep in mind, one of their conditions was that Rosa... they were mad that Rosa kept tweeting about Zaid. Okay, this misanthropony guy. Like, because Rosa was disagreeing with his takes on Star Wars or some shit. It's like, Lio has literally, like, enforced the, like, don't talk about this person center before. He does it to, isn't that, like, his excuse for, like, going after, like, shit or nobodies that they keep talking about him?
And if I could explain it, first and foremost, I'm embarrassed of what I've done. I don't want to be reminded of it because I'm not a type of, I don't want to dwell on it. I really don't want to be reminded of it because it brings up bad memories and it starts the process all over again. That's why I want to be left alone. I don't want my name mentioned in any of this.
This is we still don't know who Robert is, but they killed the moderate. When they came for Robert, they killed the moderate. Aiden, just a reminder, the Monopoly game you agreed to play is I never agreed to play Monopoly. Thank you, GG's, for the 5, though.
Second of all, is that I believe that the best growth is when I have a clear mind. And that means not having outside interference. That means
wait, there was an actual. I'm sorry, there was an. I just was joking about this Robert mention. Robert's a real person, and was there an accountability call with Robert? Dude, not fucking Robert. Anyone but Robert, please.
Ask
dude.
what happened to you. What happened to you? Or say very mean things about this or that or the third. I virtually wanted to heal by myself. Now, when it comes to the Twitter blow-ups, when it comes to all the times that I interjected myself when I didn't need to.
A bully call? Do you have the Robert call?
That's my fault. That's my stupidity. Well, I shouldn't use that harsh term, but that's my doing. And the reason is because I can't help it. I'm a reactive guy. I'm a very reactive person in the long run of everything. I don't usually think. I just react. I just do. And when I do, 90% of the time it doesn't work out.
I'm like a dog chasing cars. I wouldn't know what to do with one if I caught it.
So when somebody brings me up, I react in a negative way because it's in a negative way. I don't want people to see me in a negative way. I'm trying to restart from the ground up. I'm trying to rebuild social circles, the ones that I badly, really, really badly concocted and then destroyed. And I feel like the least I can be granted is just to literally 100% never be mentioned again by the community because first and foremost, I'm not fit for the community. And second of all, I'm already embarrassed with what I did. And it's already caused a significant amount of turmoil. So that's just what I want to do. So when I say leave me alone, that's what I'm referring to. You can still talk about me in passing. I just don't want the stuff publicized because if it goes public, what good does it do me? What good does it do to anybody?
So he's making a request. He's not saying that that people are not allowed to talk about him based on this call, right? He's just making a request that it doesn't happen, which is something that Lio himself has done and participated in, albeit it wasn't just an ask. There were threats involved.
It doesn't do good to me. It doesn't do good to my family. It doesn't do good to anybody that I'm trying to affiliate with. I mean, that's just, on top of all the stuff that I had to endure the first time, this is just adding salt to the wound. That's all I'm trying to say at this point.
Then let me interject.
Oh, sorry.
Just a moment. Okay, so we have got this one. Sasu?
He kept how was he inserting himself? How many followers does this guy have? Because I hear this about everybody that, like, Lio is totally not doing accountability calls with now. It's like, oh, well, they inserted themselves. They were talking about, it is like he hangs, like, when you've associated with this many, like, people with, like, fucking mental health problems, etc., you're gonna always have, like, people that might talk about you when you're controversial. But he uses that anytime as, like, an excuse to, like, jump in and, like, make it look like he's totally not doing an accountability, like, call or conversation or doing the same old behavior. It's like, he understands how all of that looked. He's walking up to the line and he thinks this is his, like, workaround for it. You saw that with the bunny call. This person could have easily been ignored. Beansky could have easily been ignored. But not only did Lio fucking make a stream about it, Lio actively just, like, either it proved himself to be a complete fucking idiot misinterpreting medical records or just, like, a liar that led to him publicly with zero research doubting the veracity of a verifiable suicide attempt. Of a nobody, by the way. Of an absolute nobody.
You are being brought up because of your actions. People do not owe you silence over how you have affected them or your actions. You have the right to change. You have the right to grow. People, you do not have the right to demand silence about your actions from people you affected at all. You know what?
Just have Gilded Poo demand silence on your behalf. Why are we bringing this up? This was so long ago. It was forever ago, man. Well, guess what, Gilded? I'm going to do yearly retrospectives on everything I did a retrospective on this year.
I'm going to play a little bit of my hand here. You know the Rosa call's been circulating, and you know what I've done? I've eaten it. I take the criticism. I'm not going to do a single response to anybody who is saying negative things about me in relation to Rosa. The reason why? Because I screwed up. I said and did horrendous things in that call that I will never repeat. That's accountability. I own that. I'm not telling people that, well,
No specifics, no specifics. He doesn't know what he did wrong.
I need to not be spoken about. No, that's not how this works. It's not. Accountability is accepting, growing, and moving on.
And also, if I may, you like I was saying before, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You consistently say, I want to be left alone. I want to be left alone. I don't want to be talked about. I want to be left alone. And then you're posting, and you say that you're a reactive person.
Who
and
is
that it's
this
just you
talking
reacting.
right now?
Did you react?
Lio always has like some there's always like some random woman and is this hidden? Is this Peach? I don't. Which one is this?
So long that you made a 26-page document and you reacted when you did.
Oh my God, we got the Robert call. We got the Robert call, dude. We got everything.
An entire interview with Tommy's house. Oh, you just reacted when you had discussions with all these people. You were in people's live chats and all that. That's not reaction. That is you cannot react for that long. That's what you do. And like Lio said, it's not. Go for it.
Okay, when I say reactive, I mean like in the moment things, like the Twitter bursts, the posts that I've written.
It's not just him taking out his anger. He plays up the anger. Some people do not have him as angry as he plays it up to be. You can see this when he was like yelling at the mods on Q once and then went back to normal. It is not about catharsis of anger for him. It is about obtaining the validation, attention, and approval.
The very small like things that were deleted within like an hour or two, and the stuff that I just throw out on Twitter, that's reactive. That's what I'm talking about. When it comes to the interview, when it comes to the document, that was because, and I'm going to be blunt and 100% honest because I know everybody wants honesty here. The reason I did that was because I held a lot of animosity. I held a lot of it for what happened, especially
Aiden yelling for info and I'm sorry. I missed stuff. I'm human. Okay, I'm human. Listen, talking about I need to take accountability. I've missed chats. I've missed donos. I'm human. I make mistakes. Lio Convoy is your Parlo. You were just like Dickers. No, Lio Convoy is my Bjork. Okay, Lio Convoy is my Bjork. We have like a connection, a spiritual connection. We have a spiritual connection.
Against Lio. Because, and I detailed my grievances out there in that document wholeheartedly. Was that?
Oh, Untitled Sunny is the, got it. Sorry.
And that whole, I guess, animosity started on September 2nd in the document, if you read it, which I know you did. When you essentially told me that my mental health did not matter to what I did.
I am on nearly like 30 hours of no sleep, no naps, no anything. I get a little distracted, okay? When I'm on my people fear me. I'm like, I alt when I sleep, okay? I'm on like omega levels of power. I slowly go a little bit insane when I haven't slept, which is what's happening now, and I miss stuff here and there, okay? But I still bring a show. I'm still here. I'm still in it. I'm not ready to quit.
That's when I had a perpetual hate. And that's when I said to myself, at some point or later, I gotta get back at you. I gotta kick you when you go down at some point. Because we all go down at some point. So when I wrote the document, I know I said in there that it was not a parting shot. It was not to, kick him in while he was down. That's not true. I wasn't trying to do that, but it was just to vent my frustrations. Because nobody listened to me. Nobody gave a fuck about what I did or what I said and how I tried to.
I want you to all kick this man while he's down. If Lio has ever wronged you, we want to hear your story, your truth, okay? To all the Roberts of the world that never had someone to speak out for them, we are Robert, okay? Your grievance is our grievance. DM your story.
As paper thin as it may be, to the subjective sense. I guess you could say, now that I think about it, I probably should have just not said anything. I just should have been on the sidelines and just said nothing.
Now is where I'm going to step in. When I said your mental health does not matter, it was not in the sense of it doesn't matter as you don't matter as a person. It's because it did not matter because you were trying to use it as an excuse to your objections. You can have.
Then what? You brought up the box, Lio. What's in the box? What's in the box? Okay? Why did you bring up the box? As if we give a fuck. This darn frickin' box. I damn nearly pulled my 18th century musket out of the box. What's in the box?
Mental struggles we all do. It does not excuse or justify how you treated people, how you acted, or how you reacted. So I'm going to lay this out for you as sternly and fairly as I can. Okay?
Oh, stern, fair.
Go ahead.
You cannot sit here and tell me with your full face a few things. One, nobody cared about you. Sasu, when you were posting about hurting yourself on social media, who called you?
You did, twice.
Why?
Because you were genuinely concerned about my well-being at the time.
Yeah. So don't play that game. When people allegedly treated you horribly in that June call, who held them accountable?
You did, and you told me that, and Aaron told me that time too.
And you have been heard out in multiple calls. And the second one I had with you with Asuka was you constantly talking about how people need to make room for your problems, your
This
issues.
is a guy who really cares. He's gonna in an argument bring up the fact that he talked you out of self-harm, or worse, hold it over your head in an argument. This is a guy who really cares. A guy, when he's presented with literal medical documentation of a suicide attempt, he'll deny it. Lio Convoy is on par. He is just as bad. He needs to be treated like a Holocaust denier. He needs to be treated like a Holocaust denier. He was presented with medical evidence that somebody overdosed to such a significant extent on aspirin that the fucking potassium levels in their blood diminished. And he denied it. He denied it. Lio is literally a Holocaust denier.
To their detriment. Literally, that's what you were saying. Because you wanted to come back in the Senate knowing Lumi didn't want to be around you because, well, we shouldn't change all of our values around Lumi, around one person. You have been heard out multiple times. Now, I have tried to help you in multiple ways to my own detriment. I have sent you something to see if that'll help you out. I have been on the phone with you and your mother to try to get you some help in terms of interaction.
Oh, he spoke to this guy's mother, too.
Being around people who are the caliber you would like to be.
I sat down and had a talk with your parents, because
What
that's a thing I do with people online for some reason. I'm totally normal.
I'll be kind and polite to you in this call. I have taken the brunt of the nonsense that people have tried to throw your way concerning me. And on top of that, when people started harassing you via mail, via DoorDash, I did my best to keep you calm and tell you what to do until I respond to it.
Harassment via DoorDash.
You have said multiple times here that you just want to be left alone, you just want to go away. That could be 100% balanced, Asu. It could be. It's not what you actually want. And the way I can tell that is by your actions. In a few ways. Number one, you constantly vulturing around the community, hoping to see me stumble and fall because you're angry at me when all I've done is try to help you. And that is literally all I have done. Is try to help you. Much to the chagrin of the people around me.
Good guy, Lio. Lio's fair, man.
Because I am foolish enough to try to help people who don't want to change. Something that I am very recently choosing to not do any further. Secondly,
hey, Lio, why doesn't... Wait, can I ask an honest question? Can somebody answer this? Why doesn't Lio just not talk to this guy? Like, an honest question. I honestly want to know.
You thought you'd get an upper hand. Where do I find you? I find you in Kumo's server, running a mouth.
Tell us from Soul Skibbity. Kel isn't answering me. Is she getting fatter? Okay, good one, buddy.
And not just Kumo's server. I also found you in Crystal's. Now, Crystal is kind enough to learn how to play the game. So while it seemed like we were beefing on social media, we were still talking behind the scenes. Actually, wasn't Crystal server, it was Doritos, I think.
40 years old doing, like, these, like, secret... He's probably thought he was, like, doing a spy mission. Well, pretend to beef on social...
So we said that server. You want to justify to me why you thought it was okay to accuse Peaches and I of being friends with benefits?
That was something I said in the heat of the moment, and I apologize for retract that.
I don't want your apology. I want to know why you thought it was acceptable.
Is he not allowed to say that? Is it illegal now? Is it illegal? I love when they do this thing where, like, when somebody's disagreeing with you saying something, it's like, I'm allowed to say, I'm legally allowed to say, First Amendment. Dude, at the beginning of this call, it's like, people are allowed to talk about you. They are. He's arguing against the idea of them talking about him. Is this guy not allowed to say you and Peaches were friends with benefits?
No better.
I can't explain that. I don't have a cohesive explanation for it.
Because here's the hard line.
Don't need one.
You ran to Tommy House. I haven't heard the end, but I'm sure it's still pathological lies. Because unfortunately, that's who you are, Sasu. You will lie. You have lied. You continue to lie. You show up in places you are not wanted. You constantly try to edge your way into other places, knowing full well that you're not going to be accepted there either. And you plot and desire revenge against a man who has never actually done you wrong.
He's never even done you wrong. Why does Lio know about the places this guy's going and this is how big is this guy's channel? I need to know. This Sasu guy, how big is his channel? How influential is he? How influential is he? I'm thinking like comparable to Lio's size. No? If Lio's like organizing full-on gay ops to trick him, he knows what communities this guy's trying to go into.
I haven't, Sasu. If anything, I've done the people around me wrong by trying to help you more. That's why we have a problem. Go ahead, Sonny.
I was just gonna also bring up, if you didn't want to be dragged back into this, then you shouldn't have been lying on interviews. Because I'm gonna bring up, and also bringing up things that don't actually make Lio look bad. And
what? Where's the bingo card? Where's the bingo card? Where's the bingo card? It was in my annoying, some random annoying woman laughs. Where's the bingo card? Get me the bingo card. Get me the bingo card. It's in my inbox. We need it. We need it. ACC accent free square. Calls at least 2 hours long. An hour 39. They missed that one. No. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Sadistic woman cackling. There we go. All right. All right. Cool. Wait, I gotta pee. Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. Be right back. All right, sorry about that. I'm back. Anyways.
That they do. For example, I actually wrote down a bit of a transcript of the interview. I didn't get through the whole thing because I got so fucking mad that I closed it out. I was listening to it just before this call. I had to close it out because it was genuinely killing.
Wait, is Kinetic Kel sober? Is that real? Unironically. Huge fucking congrats. That's true. That is... I know I've poked fun at you, but that is a really good thing to do. And yeah.
Me off. But you specifically stated, I was starting to get very close
Very
to
happy for you.
the mods, and I will admit that I made rash decisions, incorrect decisions, and I've apologized and taken accountability for that in the document. But the way it was handled was exceptionally bad. And at the point where I started...
I believe her. I believe... No, allegedly. Congratulations. Come on. Don't be like that, guys. Don't be like that. Don't be like that. We love when people get sober. We love when people get sober. Huge fucking dubs. Huge fucking dubs in chat.
I stopped transcripting was when you said, I was never told of any boundaries. Do you think that's true?
Yes.
You were told on multiple occasions in multiple calls, hey, what you are doing is borderline parasocial, and what you are doing is unhealthy for both yourself and for the people around you, and especially to Lumi himself. So what you need to do is take a step back. And that was the first call, and we've all agreed that that call was very gentle. We were handling you with cotton gloves, and we told you very firmly and gently, hey, what you're doing is not okay. It's not healthy for you. I'm telling you this as a friend. You can come to me anytime if you need to vent, but you need to stop trauma dumping on people. You need to stop crossing Lumi's boundaries.
And I do care. Listen, I've known addicts. I've known alcoholics. I know the devastation of addiction, whether that be to alcohol, gambling, whatever, right? And I think it's a great accomplishment. I'm always happy to hear that somebody has gotten sober.
boundaries, and you need to respect that Lumi is uncomfortable by how close you are trying to get to him. That is the call we had, where it was plainly set out. And still, you tried to push, and you tried to push, and you were trauma dumping on other people as well. You were told multiple times, I don't want to hear about, like, I don't want to trauma dump, like, I don't want you to trauma dump on me. You were told multiple times, and that is why the second call happened, because you were pushing those boundaries. And
trauma dumping, trauma dumping online isn't real. It's called the block button. Okay, you shouldn't care that you got trauma dumped on, because you could just block this person. Block.
in the call, you said, and I quote, when we spoke together, I brought up, why on earth would you go to people who have specifically said that they don't want you to trauma dump on them when someone, me, has told you
Have any of these people used the fucking block button?
that they're happy for you to vent to them? You have an avenue where you can actually talk to these people, so why would you go to other people? And you said, and I'm quoting this verbatim, you said, the best way I can answer is that I go to the first person I see and dump on them. And I said, that's stupid, and you agreed. So you were told about boundaries multiple times. And
Don't think like that. Don't think like you're still in your 20s. Okay? You're still in your there are people that this goes on, they don't get sober until they're in their 50s, okay?
you still cross them. That's why the second call happened. So what you're not going to do is lie on this fucking call, because if you want to work it out, you are literally lying. We literally have the call where you were specifically told don't cross these boundaries, and we have the second call where you specifically brought up the fact you agreed to the fact that you crossed those boundaries. You have multiple times.
In the call he had with Asuka and I, you literally said you don't agree with somebody's boundaries. You knew they were there. So I'm no. Yes, you did. That's recorded, Sasu.
True. What's the problem with that? What were the fucking boundaries? Some people think because they have a boundary, that has to automatically be respected because they called it a boundary. Depends on what your fucking boundary is. There was somebody in a server that set a boundary on mentioning the name Chris. That's no, we're not gonna, nobody's gonna respect that boundary. That's something that you need to work out with yourself or remove yourself from the environment. Boundaries exist in what other people should do to respect you and accommodate. But at some point that becomes so unreasonable where the job to do things to feel comfortable is actually on you at that point, right? Depends on the boundary. You can absolutely disagree with certain boundaries.
That's recorded. And I'm being very calm, very patient with you. But
I have a boundary. I don't like when people who I'm calling out run from debates with me. Why is Lio violating my boundary?
Accept this from you. I've accepted enough from you, I think. I will not allow you to lie about your actions because you have been doing that for quite some time now. It's also why you've had no problem terrorizing people in order to get
terrorizing. Have these people heard of the fucking block bot? Dude, these people would die in my shoes. Die. I've had schizos that fucking at me every day coming on alts just use the block button. It's so easy. Is your life really this uneventful that you just will let these people do this, don't block them, and then find reasons to get mad about it and do confrontation calls?
You wanted. And this is something I often would not say, because usually I find it abhorrent, but as somebody who's had to put up with that behavior for the better part of 2 years now, I feel I'm somewhat qualified to speak of it. What you did to Asuka and Indo was absolutely horrific. And I think you did it to them because you knew they'd be vulnerable enough to put up with it.
That's absolutely untrue, and you know that.
Actually, I know that it is true. You want to know how I know it's true? It's because the minute I hopped on
Go
call...
ahead. I want to hear that.
The moment I hopped on call and I told you to knock it off, you did.
I love to see Taya and Cal getting along. It's very... I'm proud, okay? I'm proud.
That's because I didn't know what the hell you were threatening to call cops on me.
I think they use the boundary thing to... Yes, they try to use moral speak on everything to make somebody to put somebody into the all bad category and therefore justify horrible treatment against them. Yes, yeah, that's what justify having calls like these. Yeah. Yes. Lio does this, right? He'll exaggerate or misinterpret, or you saw this when he actually thought Bunny was threatening him, when Bunny said I'm gonna put you in a psych ward for the rest of your life, as an obvious insult to call him crazy, and he treated it like this person had seriously just threatened him, therefore making the grievance that he has against this person more powerful as a result and justifying ill treatment. Yeah, these people are very fucking dramatic. They're super dramatic. They utilize whatever they can to make situations that on their own actually don't justify this response seem worse through purposeful framing. Yeah.
Sir, because you were threatening to drive your vehicle off a ridge, sir.
And I explained.
When Asuka and Endo told you that they were going to call to get you help, you told them if they did, you would have a cop shoot you. You didn't say that to me. So I said it in the last conversation I had with you. I'm going to say it here. You have a tendency of playing these games with AFAB people. You're not going to play it with me. You shouldn't do it with them either, but I know what your lists are. You're not dumb enough to pull out, so you're not going to start here.
This has nothing to do with AFAB people. Don't even get started on that. This has nothing to do with AFAB people. Excuse me. This has nothing to do with AFAB people. This has nothing to do with AFAB people.
Then explain the pattern.
Whoa.
Explain the pattern.
Why? I accidentally just
pulled
up
the only thing I can explain.
You'll do it to Sunny.
Inbox.
You did it to Lumi.
I pulled up inbox. What is this? Tired of the A-logs and icy. These are not icy people. Wait, this is from like a month. What the fuck am I looking at?
You try to do it, Peaches. You don't do it to me. You did it with Snout too. That's 6, Sasu.
You didn't do it with Baiji.
Well, Baiji's a piece of shit. We all know that, but regardless.
Listen, I'm gonna be real mean because I think you need to hear this. I take Baiji over you any day.
I actually did not hear that. What did you say?
I don't care that you broke your elbow.
I said I'll take Baiji over you any day, and I'm not saying that to be specifically mean. I'm saying that because Baiji, what you see is what you get. With you, you have to lie.
So you're
everyone's also a liar. He never names the lie, but everyone's also he does the Templar thing where everyone's lied.
Take somebody who falsely called me a rapist over me. Is that what you're saying?
You know what? I've actually had the chance to re-listen to that call, Sasu. That's not exactly what happened.
That's exactly what happened.
I'm not done. Baiji's point is that rapists also like to...
Is Gilded Pooh's Discord server public, by the way? Because I do want to join. I want to have a chat with some of my friends. Is Gilded Pooh's server public?
Abuse boundaries. It was a asinine comparison, but I wasn't calling you a rapist.
Technically, he was. He was saying that my actions linking me to a rapist, therefore he called me a rapist, or a rapist in the making.
That is not how that works, Sasu.
That is exactly how it works.
I just told you that's not to be accepted. And I just also pointed out a 6-person pattern of behavior for you that I noticed you can't really have any sort of retort to. The reason why I say
let me explain.
Go ahead, explain away.
Let me explain.
Go for it.
I said this, and I'm going to say it again, and you better let me talk because this is starting to get really stupid. Can you let me talk?
Go for it.
Gilded when did he lock down his server?
I don't take advantage of AFAB people. I don't take advantage of anybody in general. Like I said, reactive.
What is I've heard this before, and I feel like I know what it means because I'm so tired I forgot what it means. Assigned female at birth. I'm so dumb, dude. AFAB people? What?
I'm reactive. Sometimes it's a spur of the moment. Other times it can linger out for days. You don't know what I'm thinking in my head, first and foremost. You don't know what's wrong with me. So don't even go there. All right, we're going to close that avenue off really quickly. Second of all, I am...
I don't think I've ever had a reason to ever use that term.
I can't convey my emotions properly. So whenever I'm feeling sad or angry, it comes out as anger or violence. That's the unfortunate thing about it. You don't know what I have to go through. You're never going to know what I got to go through. And frankly...
Here from G's, what's with the big shirt? It's just a collar.
I don't need you telling me how I should deal with it.
I'm dictating. Excuse me. I'm not dictating how you should feel.
You kind of are.
No, I'm dictating how you will not react. Feelings are one thing.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, we're not saying what you should be doing. Like I've given you, I gave you advice before on what you could do. That if you don't want this, if you don't want X to happen, you shouldn't do Y because they directly correlate. Oh, Lio died. Oh, there he is.
Why did this person sounds like a hybrid between like Peaches and heroin? Why does he always have there's always this like one like there's always just that one woman in every Lio
But they
call.
directly correlate with each other. So if you don't want X to happen, you shouldn't.
Sorry,
do
I don't want to call this Untitled Sunshine person a woman. My bad. I don't know what they are.
It's just basic equations. But what you're trying to do is you're the one trying to dictate what we should do because you're the one being like, I don't want anyone to talk about me ever. And you shouldn't talk about me and shouldn't bring up anything you do. You were trying to dictate ours on what we should or should not say. And the fact of the matter is
He's giving his opinion. He's giving his opinion. You're trying to dictate that this guy's not allowed to go in people's DMs and tell them he wants to go drive off a fucking cliff. So he's giving his preferences as well. What's the problem? It's his boundary. He's setting a boundary.
Recognized a few times that you hurt people.
Lio Convoy violates the boundaries of vulnerable people.
You think the people who are not hurt by you are allowed to talk about the way that you hurt them?
I'm writing that down. I need to start making this sound way more dramatic than it is.
And then refuse to hello?
Yes.
No, go on, it was really go on.
In that document, and I said multiple times in voice calls, and don't interrupt me when I say this.
I know it's not Peaches. I know it's not Peaches.
As patient as possible. I'm trying to be as detailed as possible, and I'm trying to be as forefront as possible. I have admitted to what I did wrong. I'm not proud of what I did. I'm not defending what I did, and I'm not going to be called a liar.
He trauma dumped. That's what he did.
Because my mother never raised a liar. And frankly, I'm starting to think, and excuse me, I hate to even bring this up, but now I'm starting to feel like I'm being attacked for being a male with mental issues.
I'm so glad you brought that up because I would have.
Oh my god, it's the same little smirk, but dude.
Talking about this Twitter thread. Do you seriously think that people are attacking you because you're a cis white male?
Why do they all sound like this? Why is there always this cackling sadistic bitch in every fucking Lio call? Where there's 3 of them. Is there a factory that's producing them?
Fail? Is that what you think? Sasu.
So let's tackle that. Let's tackle that.
Oh, you muted yourself.
In what way? In what way do you think any of us are anti-Semitic?
It's not the anti-Semitic thing. Let's put that to the side. I'm talking about my white heritage first and foremost. I'm talking about my white skin color and the fact that I'm a male.
What do you think your ethnicity has anything to do with how people are talking to you and dealing with you right now?
Because anybody, and I said this in the Twitter thread, and it's true, that when Aaron had a meltdown, they had to be coddled. When Aiden had a meltdown, they had to be coddled. When Sonny had a meltdown, I was there to coddle them, and multiple people were there to coddle them. When anybody with that was transgender or was gender fluid or non-binary had an issue, they were comforted. But when it came to me, a white cis male, as we call it now, when I came and I said, I need help, I was literally screaming for help, but I didn't know how to vocalize it. What had happened to me? I got villainized for it, and I got browbeaten in front of 100 people. So that's why I think that, and I know it's true.
That's it. No. Wait, can I?
No.
Mind if I say a point, if that's okay?
Here. You can
So-
go ahead. Just take a shot at it.
Yeah, so you're saying that you weren't cuddled because you're a cis white male, right? Going off
Yes.
that,
Who the fuck? Who is this person now, dude? We got the whole fucking peanut gallery coming out in every call.
I don't mean no you, Sassy, you don't mean no me kind of thing. So when I had an issue, when me and Lai had an issue, and Erin was convincing them to make a video on me, there's a call which again was deleted between me and Lio. I wasn't cuddled. I wasn't supported. In the third call, which was never made public.
Oh, boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo.
I was almost crying. It's not just because you're a cis white male that you were treated that way. I was treated like shit as well. So I don't really get that excuse because I have all the things which you're trying to say, oh no, only people like this. I'm autistic, I'm trans, I have all of that, and I wasn't cuddled and protected. It's just, it's a weird point for you to raise.
Well, it's a true point to raise because, again, go ahead.
Well, if it's a true point, then why did they not cuddle me then?
You're comparing one call to the months of shit that I had to endure during and after the fact, okay?
I had to endure
my mental issues.
I had to
Go
endure
ahead.
like almost full character assassination. Like,
Is this Crystal person a good person? Wait, let me guess. They also like did some crazy shit and got outed at one point for doing something.
You're saying it's not an example.
Yeah,
Like you were like, yeah, I had to endure like people trying to fully attack my character, multiple hate messages and everything like that. So your point of being you weren't cuddled because you're a cis white male makes no sense. Because I wasn't cuddled either, and I'm trans.
Also,
One moment. Before we continue, please. Sassy, have you at least pulled over? Because I don't need you agitated while you're driving.
I've been pulled over for the last 20 minutes.
Good. Just wanted to make sure. All right. So here's where I have to cut in here.
Just making sure he's not near any cliffs.
Go ahead.
Sasu, number one, Crystal has a very valid point. That frankly, the kindness I gave you, I should have showed to Crystal. Secondly, Aaron wasn't coddled due to just the breakdowns. And on top of that, you actively continued to do scumbag things. Why would I coddle you while you're being terrible?
My mental health issues are not a result of being a scumbag. That's a completely unfair. That's completely unfair to even equate the two, and I'm genuinely offended by that.
Okay.
My mental health issues. Excuse me. My mental health issues are the result of a multitude of other things that I'm not going to go into publicly here. And frankly, I don't want to go into publicly here. And I told you this 3 separate times.
This, unironically, this is the most like normal sounding person Lio's ever like. Lio's ever had a confident, and he's not being nearly as hard. He's not being nearly as hard as he is in other calls. This is like the only person. This is like the only person that doesn't sound like completely like a mentally vulnerable adult, but then when I'm given context.
In the phone, 4 times. Can you let me talk?
Because that's why you're doing this. Sassy, I've been letting you talk, but I'm not going to let you run roughshod over people here because it's what you like
I'm not
to do. So I'm going to be very clear here. I'll be very clear here. I'm very firm. I haven't even raised my voice to you. So you're going to listen. Well, you were not treated cruelly.
Wait, is this Sasu guy a neo-Nazi? Hold on. I feel like I was being told about there was like a Jewish neo-Nazi in the ACC.
Because of your mental health. You weren't treated cruelly at all. We told you that your reactions and the way you were responding to your mental health issues was a problem. You were not treated like a monster. You were not harassed by us. You were told in multiple calls, most of which you requested, go somewhere else. We don't want you in our spaces. And in the call you and I had with Asuka, and including this one, I'm not done. You admitted your biggest issue is that you don't like it when you don't get your way, and you're acting the exact same way this time. So no, I'm not going to let you sit here and say that, well, you don't care about my mental health. What about my coddling? Sasu. It doesn't justify. And that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to use your mental health to justify your actions, and that's not going to be accepted here. I'm sorry, but no, sir. It will not.
Also, I
More to the
just want
point. Go ahead, Sonny.
I just want to point out that you say that you weren't treated fairly or kindly at any point. Did the first call, did that happen, or did it not? Where we sat you down and very, very gently explained things to you.
Isn't Goat Cato called a Nazi? Dude.
And you agreed that you were going to try and go get help and work on yourself for like 3 to 4 weeks before you started pushing boundaries again. Did that first call not happen?
Oh, I never said it didn't happen. I have acknowledged it times.
Okay, so what do you mean that you weren't treated kindly at all? Because that call happened where we tried to do it delicately, and then when you did it, and then the second call, I for a fact remember that I was absolutely furious coming into the call, but I still spoke to you with a level voice, and I tried to let you know all of my frustrations because you were doing things that had hurt other people, and you felt like you were entitled, because that's what it is. It was entitlement. You felt you were entitled to be around spaces with the people that you hurt because you felt that you had recovered yourself enough, but you didn't seem to think about the fact that the people you hurt had not recovered enough. They were not ready to let you.
What did he? I mean, the way she's talking, you would think this guy like actually like molested these people. He trauma dumped. They're not ready yet. They're not ready. Then get the fuck out.
Back into that
Sounds like a you problem.
And because you weren't allowed back into your spaces, you made that document where you were upset and you called people like you called me a close friend despite not treating me like a friend for all that years. But that's neither here nor there. You in the call, completely out of nowhere, she raised your voice and screamed at me. After we had a private call beforehand where I had specifically laid out, we had shared things with each other. I had specifically told you about one of the triggers that would set off a traumatic reaction from
I don't know anything about how I will listen to every Senate call if I have to. If I wasn't streaming it right now, I'd be doing it in my own time. I don't care if it's boring or not. I will listen to everything. I'm going to pour over everything.
And explain why, and you still raised your voice to me. And I phrased myself wrong in the third call that happened because I don't want it to come across. I want to make it plain clear. I don't know if you did it intentionally or not. I'm not going to say if you did it intentionally or not. But you came out of the gate screaming when I had a low tone with a completely regular low tone with you, and then you want to say that you were the one being victimized when you started screaming before anyone else did? Because I didn't shout at you, Sasu. Did I deserve to be screamed at in that call?
Boo-hoo. You got yelled at.
Shouting at you.
What about Robert, okay? What about fucking Robert? Did Robert deserve any of this?
Correctly. I was shouting in general.
Okay, well, you were talking to me, and you randomly started screaming.
That's because I had one person trying to tell me something, and I had another person trying to tell me I was a scumbag, and I had a third person trying to say another thing, and it got overwhelming. And the December call, the third call, the December call, I was pissed because you people came in and tried to interfere with something that I was trying to do away from you people. That's what pissed me off the most during that whole fucking thing, was that I was trying to do my own business. And then for whatever reason, Asukai and Aiden had the brilliant idea to play superhero and go and talk to the artist that I was trying to talk to when they're totally capable of telling me anything themselves, and then try to play hero. And
I'm sorry, man. It wasn't personal, man. I have no knowledge of any of this, but I'm sure whatever I did, it wasn't personal.
Essentially start the whole process again. That was bullshit. That whole thing was bullshit. I hold a lot of resentment over that.
Take pride in that you're like wearing these.
And again, I will
somehow
say
smarter. Well, that's the age doesn't necessarily correlate to like intelligence or even wisdom. I was saying this before. Like, Lio is somebody that could experience way more things than me and still not have as much wisdom as me because he doesn't seem like somebody that is like able to actually like interpret and perceive those experiences in like a manner that would allow him to grow his wisdom. I mean, this guy didn't realize that like Rosa was too far for 4 hours. Like, he actually has to ask people if they're under conservatorship before he proceeds. He can't just listen to them talk and understand, okay, I probably shouldn't be doing this with this person.
Wrong, but some of you people did not handle it right. And I am going to take that to my grave.
Sasu, Sunny's not referring to you raising your voice in that call. Sunny's referring to you raising your voice against them completely needlessly and out of nowhere in the June call, but Sunny was the only person talking to you.
Do you want the call where Lio can't understand what the person is even saying, yet he still rages out? I want every notable call. I want every notable call.
And that's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying.
You just mentioned the call here in December. The call that happened in June, which is what Sunny was relating to, didn't have 3 people talking to you at the same time. You weren't overwhelmed. You just raised your voice randomly. We just listened to that call today. You're not going to play that game here. No, sir.
And
so then we must have listened to 2 different calls, because I specifically remember people were trying to say your apologies are too political. You're not saying the right things. Oh, we don't want to hear this. We don't want to hear that. You guys, hold on just a second. I'm starting to get really fucking upset with all this, because it doesn't seem like, at least for the 4th time, you people are trying to.
Does anyone know what she replied to me on Twitter because I was calling out Lio, talking about like how he like bullied her and stuff, and she's like, "This is true. He really did this," or whatever, and she replied with like some artwork, I think, that showed Lio yelling at her. I don't remember. Isn't there one where he uses Google Translate to try and communicate with the person's Spanish mother? Wait, Lio can't speak Spanish? I thought he was Thomas Guerra. He likes to emphasize the R, you know? The rolling R's.
I would even say that this is starting to get into character assassination at this point. Because if you want to go down that route, if we want to go down this route, you knew very well, and most people knew very well, I had issues with social cues, and I had issues with anger. That was completely voided and not acknowledged. Hold on. It was not acknowledged, and none of it was even considered. All this has been some type of, I even say, conspiracy to get me to get riled up and to give you guys content. And this is starting to get really fucking stupid. Because, frankly, I'm 26 now. Hang on.
No, I don't think so. Let me be very clear here, Sasu.
Go ahead.
Let me be very clear.
You're trying to play this game. This is not conspiracy. This is not character assassination. No, you don't know what that word is if you're using that in this context. You came into this call and you literally admitted not only do you have anger issues, but you have issues with violence as well. That's a problem.
Oh, no, you're not going to take that.
We genius level fucking analysis. This guy should be handling everybody's every mental health, every like mentally ill, online, vulnerable adults like issues. He should be the one handling it. That's a problem that you're violent. Wow, dude. Fucking Sigmund Freud himself
Always-
over here.
I'm not taking anything out of context. You're gonna sit and you're gonna listen. Your problem this entire time has always been that you're not getting what you want.
Okay, does somebody have the Google Translate clip? That sounds fucking hilarious. Wait. We got it. We got it. Wait, we got it.
It's not complex. I don't need. There's a lot of. It's a spectrum sort of thing. It's a combination of disorders and land use more.
Okay, we're moving to this call right now. We're hopping between calls. So this person's called Further. This is what this person did wrong. I was referencing the Lionel Richie song. Are you hitting me? Or does he mean hitting on me? No? Why replay me? Nothing. I was making a joke. If I made you uncomfortable, I'm sorry. Hit? Joking or sexual person? Yes. Then you predator? Okay, so this is what led to the confrontation. Wait. Okay, this is what led to the confrontation.
It's not complex. I don't need to break that down for you.
Me
It's a
deep
word.
shit as did, as suicidal shit did. Oh yeah, let me give you an example. I don't know what it means anyway, and the whole point I make a coherent form, or I make a failed fight, or I just making things up.
Okay, sorry. I'm going to interfere. Can I? Yeah, buddy, hold on. Okay, so further, where are you from? Like, are you or like what's your home country?
From fucking Neptune? Where are you from?
No, I'm serious. Where are you from? Like just a country.
Where did you come from? Where did you go?
No, shut up. Jeez, I wanted to answer.
You guys are gonna record this, like gonna upload on YouTube, because I gotta say you did.
Neither am I.
The xenophobia here is insane, dude. The xenophobia is insane. Here's a ESL person. Is this guy from Mars?
I'm not recording it. I don't like. We only do that.
Trigger warning to Toki. I'm sorry you have to listen to this. I'm disturbed for you.
I don't know if Leo would be okay with that. So
I stand with Latinos. Latino pride.
I'm not recording it.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, so where are you from?
You know what? Well, we'll explain this whole like big heroic mess.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's the reason why.
Can you answer my question first, please? Where are you from?
All
Like the
right.
country.
You want me to from?
Yeah, what country are you from?
USA, obviously.
Okay. Okay, so English is your.
Where are you from, boy? Dude, that's what it's like entering the Senate. POV, you've entered the Senate.
Language, right?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
20.
20?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Do you have a disability? A mental disability of any kind?
Yes.
What do you have?
He stated already he has autism.
Oh, okay.
But that's
OCD.
not. Yeah, that's not. I was about to say, autism isn't a diagnosis in and of itself. There's a lot of. It's a spectrum sort.
Autism spectrum disorder is a diagnosis in the DSM. All the sub-diagnoses he's referring to have not existed in the DSM since what? Like the fucking early 2000s?
It's a combination of
Yeah, that's
disorders and
fine.
land use more.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Carry on.
When was
Other freak, that
Asperger's
counts.
no longer...
Okay, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about at this point, but my question is.
Yeah,
so
one
say,
person
what do you
just
want?
they called me a freak for no reason at all.
Well, you
Yeah,
probably
just
had it coming. Anyway, where
Sorry, it was removed... Asperger's was removed in 2013. There were also like other like sub disorders of like autism is now just autism spectrum disorder levels 1, 2, 3.
do you want?
What I want? Well,
Oh no, now we have to
like
stop with-
I can't explain everything because I'm gonna sound like fucked up or sound like a retarded voice.
You already do have
Because
that.
What do you care?
Yeah, thanks.
No
What do you
problem.
care?
Yeah.
Why do you care?
No, okay. My question, and seriously, this is
Okay,
a
go
serious question. Why were you getting in this really weird, like, fucking conversation with Lio, like, trying to be like, get all confrontational about shit that he wasn't even talking about you? Like, what was with that? That unprompted fight with Lio, and because that's honestly where this whole thing seems to.
ASC level 1, low support needs, basically the modern Asperger's diagnosis. Yes, yeah, but level 1, once again, because autism is a spectrum, and some people have certain symptoms and not, like, level 1 can present differently amongst different people. This is why whenever people are like, yeah, autism doesn't make you do... I know autism. I've known people with autism. They're not like this. It's like, that infuriates me. It's like autism is, like, a pretty, like, wide thing in terms of, like, symptoms and levels of functioning, etc.
Started. It's literally why I jumped in and told you stop being a cunt. You know, like what was that about? Why were you doing that?
I thought he referred to me. That's the fucker for me, like for like a one-way coward from like 5 days ago, because there was
Okay,
like
I wanna-
accident. Like I was
speaking
accidentally.
now. I am speaking now. There is a capital letter at
So what is everyone who was diagnosed with Asperger's? No, you could say you have Asperger's if you feel like that's like if anything, right? If I were, I'd continue to say that, right? Because even though it's not an official diagnosis anymore, people still understand what that means. And if you feel like that's a more accurate descriptor for you, you can absolutely use that. You don't need to change just like that's for like medical, that's for like medical diagnoses. Like if you receive the diagnosis and it's now grouped under something, you can still say that you were diagnosed with that,
Beginning
right?
of Whetstone. Is your name Whetstone? Because that is clearly a name, a username.
Yeah, I did notice that.
Is your name Whetstone? Is that
Yeah.
your name?
No.
Then why the fuck would he be talking about you?
Because it's
owned. Shots fired.
the same day.
That is a yeah.
It's the same day after that.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. I am not done talking to you. Yeah, a lot of people talk about a lot of different shit in the same day. Imagine
Who is
that.
the guy talking right now?
Don't I know it? But the thing is, it's possible. Just maybe he was talking about somebody different. And considering your name's not fucking Whetstone, and that's clearly a fucking name, he wasn't talking about you.
Wow,
So why don't you
dude,
stop trying to
owned.
pick fucking fights where you don't need to, and just shut the fuck up when you're told to by an authority figure in the server you're in. How about that one, Captain
An
Kazuki?
authority figure. What is this guy's name? What is this guy's... Who's the guy talking? Who's the guy talking? Authority figure. And shut the fuck up on an authority an authority figure? An authority figure, dude.
That one out from
my ass. Anyway, Captain Kabuki, you can
Yeah,
say it
inside,
now.
he's texting along.
Yes or no? Are you gonna shut the fuck up and be a good boy?
Be a good boy?
Yeah, until I did.
I don't know where the... hold on, I want to actually follow up on that one.
I don't know, my audio's not that good. Anyway. So, my thoughts? Oh, I don't know, maybe this girl told me bad anyway, so I can't learn anything that's helpful.
I did not say you could talk. I was speaking. If you talk over me one more time, this conversation...
Ooh, this is bad. This is bad, dude. Wait, this is bad.
It's going to be over because I'll have thrown you out of the server. I'm going to unmute you. I want you to say a simple yes or no to the next question I ask. And the question is, have I made myself clear? There you go.
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Don't talk over me again, or this conversation is finished. Anyway, where are you pulling all of this weird shit out of your ass from? Like this whole until I'm dead stuff. Nobody's talking about you being dead. Like, where are you pulling this from?
Why Cole? Shut the fuck up, retarded. It sounds like, what was the purpose of calling names for?
Dude, this guy, I don't even know if there's a guy or a kid. Another, like, very evidently vulnerable adult. And they're using this to, like, just, like, mock, belittle. Like, this, you talk about ableism. You talk about, this is ableism. This is the most genuine form of ableism, dude.
For no purpose at all. Oh, because I'm making things worse, or, like, making noise.
A lot of times people use that term, they like, do it in, like, a really cringe way. It's like, oh, you called someone retarded online or whatever. But, like, no, you want to talk about ableism. Like, the Senate is, like, honestly, like, in terms of online ableism, the Senate is one of, if not, like, the worst, perpetuators of online ableism I've ever fucking seen.
Sense at all.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Oh, just making things up.
Okay, sorry. Further, does it hurt you that somebody calls you names?
Yes.
Okay, how? Like, you feel bad about yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Coyote, are you okay with me carrying on with this line of questioning, or do you want to go somewhere else?
Go ahead. I don't care.
Okay. Okay. Further, do you know anybody here, like personally? You know what personally is, right?
Yeah. Don't know everyone, to be honest. Don't know anyone else, pretty much.
Okay, so you don't know anybody here personally, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Why do you care what anybody calls you in here if you don't know them?
What was the purpose, or call me a mistake?
No.
His voice is kind of like, you can hear he's sad.
But he's asking, okay, let's say I call you a mistake because I'm a bad person, right? Or whatever, I called you a mistake. Why do you care that I called you a mistake?
Because I'm a fucking idiot.
Okay, well, I don't... Well, if you're...
Dude, what are we doing here, man? What are we doing here, man?
So it's stupid, yeah? You agree that it's stupid when you getting sad because some random person online calls you a mean name, correct? It's stupid, right?
Yeah, or retard. You're the
Or
same.
whatever, yeah, anywhere. So why do you...
Hold on. Let's just real quick. Jace, I think you're a retard. Say something mean back to me.
Oh my god, my feelings! Fuck you, bitch. There you go. That's what you have to do. Further, you just say something in return, and that's it. Or you just don't react to it. Agreed? You okay with that?
Yeah, that's how I just stuff freak out after that incident. I try and move on. Like my head is just keep overthinking, like it hurts.
Further, nobody asked for your fucking life story. Okay, we really don't give a shit.
Oh my, dude, this Coyote Lovely isn't. I don't even want to know what the fuck this guy did. All I want to know is, was he thrown out of the internet crying? Okay, did Coyote Lovely cry? Did Coyote Lovely weep? Was he publicly humiliated? Because then there's a happy ending here, dude. There's a happy ending.
And that's honestly just going to give people ammunition to make fun of you with. If you don't want to be made fun of, don't give people ammunition. That's just the first rule of the internet right there. And I'm going to tell you right now,
The rule
you
of the
shouldn't
internet.
give a fuck what anyone on the internet thinks of you. You shouldn't give a fuck if they make fun of you. It shouldn't hurt your
Wow,
feelings. Who the
dude.
fuck are they? You're never going to see them again in your real life. You're never going to go to work with them. You're never going to be at school with them. You're never going to fucking go do your 9-to-5 job or whatever the fuck it is you do. I don't know. Whatever you do. They're not in your life. So why do you fucking care? You shouldn't.
So further, next time somebody here calls you, let's say, a retard, yeah, what do you do?
Well, okay, I just turn over the phone and that's it. I don't care. Like, who the fuck care, right?
Yeah.
Is he crying?
That's a way to do
Dude.
it.
Call them
Or
a name
you
back
can,
or something.
well, okay, yeah, call them a name back.
No,
So,
ignore.
well, no, call them a name back. Like, I called you a retard right now. You're a retard. What do you do?
Fuck you. Like, I'm just really weak, so I'm not that really.
Well, that's not. Is that good that you're really weak? Is that good?
Yeah, like, I'm not that slap person, to be honest. I just.
But is that a
whatever,
good thing?
just-
Is that a good
No.
thing? Okay, well, don't you think you should change that?
Or somebody call me, like.
Hold on. I want to know, what way do you mean you're weak? I want to know how you're quantifying that one. Do you mean like your insults suck? Do you mean like you're not very good with confrontation? Do you mean both? Do you mean neither? Because making up insults is really easy. Watch, Chase, you're a donkey raping shit eater.
Awesome, cool. I always wanted to be one.
Yes, yeah, he didn't give a shit. Both of those things are adequate ways to respond to anything. Come up with a really, really creative insult, or just don't give a shit when someone throws it at you.
I was going to say, I think it's the second part of what you say. I'm not that really comfortable at if someone bullies me, I'm not that good at controversy if someone call me a bitch shit or something.
Well, I'm sorry to tell you this, but this, well, I don't know actually. It's Leo's place to say this. Leo, is this server confrontational?
Oh, he's here. He's here. He's here. This is a guy who has assumed the role of this caring figure over the lives of so many vulnerable adults online. He's handling confrontations, busting parties. He must have immense social and emotional knowledge, great emotional intelligence. He must be entering here and seeing, okay, this guy's clearly like being bullied right now. He can't fight back. What are we doing here, guys? What are we doing right now? Right? That's the reaction, right? That's what the reaction is going to be.
Yes. No.
What do you mean? No, here. Let's go look at the rules. Let's go look at the rules if you didn't freaking pay attention. This server will not be a soft place for those that are conflict adverse. While it's not going to be allowed that you tear off after someone needlessly, if you start heat, I expect you to take it. Literally rule number 2.
Yeah, further, don't answer on his behalf, okay? I'm trying to be nice to you. He's not going to be nice to you, okay? Contrary to what you might think, no one's coming in here to save you from anybody, okay? So you're going to have to stop answering for people when you don't know what their fucking answer is, and you're just going to have to speak for your fucking self, and you're going to have to deal with this conversation on your own 2 fucking feet. This is a confrontation right now. Congratulations. You're bad at confrontation. This is a good place to practice.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not even being combative.
So are you gonna go and think about what we just said to you?
Can I say something after? Or
no,
you can say something about like what happened. You know what? I'm gonna say I apologize to that person. I say like, well, it wasn't purpose. Was I accidentally say like I gender biased, but I didn't know at that time until I just heard them.
I feel like I watched this before, dude. I'm getting like I feel like I watched this call before. There was a period where I stopped covering Lio for months. I feel like this was in my first wave of Lio.
Stop. Go ahead,
Your problem.
That's right.
Shut up! Your problem. Boy, pay attention.
Open the box, Thomas. Open the fucking box and do it, bro.
To what I'm saying, because I'm out of patience with you. Your problem is that you don't freaking read. Are you illiterate? Yes or no?
He's not even being this is some kid that can barely talk. Are we serious right now?
Yes, I fucking read.
I asked you a yes or no question. I asked, are you illiterate? Yes or no?
I think you need to simplify the word illiterate.
Actually, I want to ask a follow-up question now that he's actually responded that way to answering a question you didn't even ask. Are you deaf or just retarded? Do you not know how to answer the simple question?
Yeah, we need 3 people, too.
So much retarded because what was
Jesus?
the
Stop! I asked you a question. I asked you if you are illiterate. Illiterate means you are not capable of properly reading or understanding the written word. Are you illiterate?
Yes.
Okay,
pretty much don't know any words.
If you are illiterate, then why are you on the internet? Why are you getting mad when people don't understand you? And why are you surprised when they tear into you over simple things?
Pretty much. Dude.
Pretty much
nothing with a cell phone.
That's not what I asked.
Say that again. I just got distracted.
I will ask you again. Put down the toy train and pay attention to what I'm saying.
This guy literally, according to him, plays with toys for a fucking living.
If you are, I don't care. I do not, unless the dog's ripping your face off, I don't care. If you are illiterate, meaning you cannot truly understand or comprehend the written word, why are you on something that requires that? Why are you surprised that people can't understand what you're talking about? And why do you get surprised when they tear off after you for being dumb about it?
I think I answered all of them.
Hold on a minute.
Is it? Are they okay? I feel like I'm missing. Are those DMs that I just got sent? Are those messages that I just got sent really the reason for all of this? There's just no way.
Before you answer, move your microphone away from your fucking face a few inches because you're breathing directly into it and it's really pissing me off.
Well, get over it. It's breathing. You're pissed off by breathing, you fucking freak.
Is that better?
Yes, it's better.
Is that better, dude? What? Dude.
First things off. Yes, you're going to hate like the same interest, but it turns out not everyone is the same.
If disabled people struggle in spaces, they shouldn't participate in those spaces, according to Lio Convoy.
I did not ask you if anybody's the same. I did not ask you.
Yeah, I know, I just...
Then pay attention to what I'm asking you before I lose my mind with you!
Oh, holy fuck,
I'm not your
dude.
daddy, I'm not your best friend. When I ask you a goddamn question, I want that question answered. Not for you to go on some asinine diatribe about something that has nothing to do with what I asked you. So when I ask you a direct question, you answer that question.
This is fake, by the way. He's not actually this angry. He thinks this is cool. That makes this worse, by the way, as well. He's not actually this angry. The whole this is anger. It is a lie. I've seen him do this voice on cue. I've seen him do this voice literally on cue. He's doing this on purpose. He's doing this knowingly. He's doing this willingly, because it makes him feel powerful. And when you understand this concept, this is not somebody that is just angry and can't control himself. This is not anger management. This is somebody that is so obsessed with fucking getting the approval of like some like a bunch of mentally ill freaks online that he's like playing this up. This is all played up. It's all purposeful.
Not what you think I want you to answer, but what I asked you. Are we clear?
Yes.
Then I am going to ask you again. If you cannot understand the written word, why do you get so confused when people cannot understand you? And why do you get so surprised when they tear into you for not understanding what they wrote?
Because I'm not completely shut the fuck up, right?
Because you're not completely what?
Boxes in chat, boxes in chat, boxes in chat. Stop running from the box, Thomas!
Shut up about it. I can't do it.
You're not completely shut up about it? That doesn't even make any sense. Let's go back to something else. Patch posted an image that said, hot monster girl. Hot.
Is that Patchwork? That's the other person that called into my stream.
Monster girl. 3 words. One denoting their level of attraction, hot. The other denoting what type of species it is, monster. And the third's the most important part, denoting gender, girl. And you sit there and you asked, is this a girl? Are you stupid?
This guy clearly has some sort of cognitive disability. How are you not picking up on...
You can't read. And every single conflict in this server, every single one has been about you. And what happens when I get onto you is you try to get smart with me, and then you become passive aggressive. Let me be very clear about something. Clean out your ears, put down your Thomas the Tank Engine, stop fiddling with your fingers.
You already made that joke. So not only is he like completely fucking useless in every conceivable facet, he literally can't come up with more than one unfunny joke at a given time in a 30-minute time span.
Listen,
Cool.
I don't take well to passive aggressiveness. I'm an adult man in my mid-30s, and I'm as mean as they come. If you're going to come after me, you better do it with full aggression. Don't be a dumb broad about it.
He wants to be.
warned you.
He wants to be mean. That's why he's feigning the anger. He wants to be.
I have warned you! I didn't say you could speak. I have warned you 3 times now to knock off.
Something in this guy's childhood. I don't know if it was daddy or something, but he was so used to being completely fucking dominated that he views this as like the ideal. Is cool. It's cool to be aggressive. It's cool to be mean. It's cool to be tough. So he plays it up. He plays it up like he's doing right now. It's not real anger.
Your nonsense. And each time, instead of just knocking off your nonsense, you want people to drop it because you get torn into and say, well, let's move on. No one's obligated to move on because you haven't changed your behavior. If you cannot read, you should not be online. You should have your nose in a hooked on phonics book or maybe the Hungry Caterpillar.
He thinks like that. He wants you to think this is just angry shit he's coming up with on the spot. He's thinking about how he looks right now. He's matching the tone accordingly. He doesn't realize to the normal person he looks like a fucking loser because he doesn't have like awareness of like what other people are actually thinking. But he like sees himself almost like a movie fucking character right now. He's coming up with banger lines. He's playing up the emotion. He has like this whole script in his head.
And maybe get your reading cognizance up right. You are 20 years old. 5-year-olds read.
Wait, where's the card? Sorry, we missed a lot. Sorry, we don't got to take that back. Target's age. Anime villain monologue. Unnecessarily anger. I want to change that. Fake anger. 3+ people speaking at once. Cool.
Read better than you. And that's not an insult. That's an objective measurement of fact. That is sad. Where are your parents, and when did they fail in raising?
Tells from Spencer, his PTSD vet father. I mean, I don't need to, obviously, like, I spent a lifetime being fucking yelled, like, I spent a lifetime being yelled at like this. I would never want to, like, I would never want to fucking, I don't view that as cool or tough. If anything, like, as maturity is realizing that the people that were doing that were some of the weakest people I've known, that were overcompensating for their weakness. Like Thomas is. They're ultimately, they're weak failures that failed to mature, that failed to grow up, that don't know, that can't actually, you know, look cool by virtue of their accomplishments or dominate people with, like, respect because they're well accomplished or smart or anything. So they need to do shit like this to get that respect, to garner that compliance. And it's pathetic. That's what growing up is. Realizing, like, Thomas sees it as cool. Growing up is realizing that those people were complete bitches.
You.
Girl's gonna ask.
Fail.
Fail!
Oh, no way. You got me there.
I asked you a question. I didn't ask you for self-degradation. I asked you a question. Where did they fail? It's not hee-hee-ha-ha time. It's not let you degrade yourself and everybody have a good time. I'm not happy right now. You have flatly pissed me off because I'm tired. Excuse me?
That's why they're back. Divorce. That's why I completely failed because...
One moment. Show of hands. Let me go down the list. Jace, are your parents together?
Mine, yeah.
Hey, G and X, are your parents together?
Yes, they are.
Okay, Busy, how about yours?
Sorry, what?
Are your parents together or are they divorced?
They are together.
Coyote?
Mine are together, so if yours aren't, it was probably your fault.
Baiji?
They're together.
Well, it'd be really cruel.
I think you proved the wrong point here, Leo.
No, I'm going down the list for a reason. Missy, how about your parents?
Hey, no, you don't get to simp over me, bitch.
It's not a simping. I skipped over you because your father's dead. Your father's gone.
Yeah, my dad was never with my mom, though.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. Yeah, you have no excuse. Rouge, how well can you read?
Pretty fucking well.
I see. Interesting. How old are you?
26. Well, almost 26.
So I can a 26-year-old with a broken home with a father who's passed read better than you. Tell me how.
We're at 10, right? That's 10. Cool. He needs to poll the room for approval now.
Divorce has something to do with how much of a failure you were being raised. I want to know.
He doesn't care. He needs the whole room participating.
Divorce, pretty much. Okay, I keep saying pretty much because I do sound like it.
Did the divorce magically take
Because they don't like each other in the first place.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I have a question. When did your parents get separated? How old were you?
It was, the same day. No, it was 2018, I believe. And
so
my week.
Yes, he thinks like diagnosis of like if he was to look at an oncology report, he thinks you'd get a cancer diagnosis because you walked into the hospital and you told them you had cancer. Lio is like the thing about him is he has the ACC accent. He talks like a wannabe anime villain, but it's somewhat passable. The thing is, he's way more fucking stupid than he might sound on the surface level. He sounds like somebody that's like a little bit below average intelligence, but he's like socially, emotionally, and probably based on even as just book smart, it's just fucking like unbelievably stupid.
Charge self.
I was asking a simple question. How old were you? So that would make you about 17, correct? You said you were 20.
Yeah, because it's all my fault. Because my retard self.
What did I tell you about talking over me? All right. Now then, So you were close to your adulthood, if not in your adulthood, when that happened. So you really still have no excuse because you would have passed your developmental period as a teenager and a child, where they would have both been there to raise you. So that is not even any kind of excuse. Like, there's nothing there. Like, why was that even an excuse to begin with? Well, you were almost an adult.
It's almost like this person might have developmental delays. Does anyone consider this?
Can I interfere real quick and say that we're asking very interesting questions that I would love to ask of who are you living with right now from your parents? Is it your mom or your dad?
Yeah, but my mom. Well, not at home because we're pretty much poor, so we pretty much live in a hotel.
Okay, is your mom there?
Oh no, dude.
Yes. Hey, so is my dad. Yeah, sure.
Is your dad?
If you want.
Is your dad? Okay, who's there? Is it your mom or your dad there? Who is it?
Both of them.
Both of
them here. Well, actually, they're friends now because they're pretty much divorced, but they're just friends.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Leo, who would you like to talk to?
I want to talk to his mom.
Okay, can we get your mom?
Threatens, he actually does, but we'll count it.
Live over here.
All right. Plus Hispanic, so you gonna sound worse than her.
Number 2, Spencer, we should take an anti-scammer AI for Lie to yell out. True.
Okay. She speaks English, I'm assuming. Is he getting her?
I think he's getting her.
If she does speak Spanish, let me go ahead and just inform her that we don't, so they can go get, the dad or whatever.
Right. Well, I'm just leaving the floor up to you. So.
What has this person done to justify talking to the parent rather than just banning them from the, honestly, what has this kid done? I don't know.
Please. Thank you.
The only Spanish that I really know that's applicable in this context is, oh, mommy.
Oh my god.
That's literally it.
Yeah, he's letting his parent he's talking about he's like, my parents got divorced and it's all my fucking fault. That's like how I would talk about it if I was like fucking 8, dude.
Look, just get your dad, I guess, if he speaks English. I don't fucking know, man.
I think he's getting them, so.
Yeah, he's talking to somebody.
Oh my
Yeah.
Why do they always do that?
Master Bricks with the 2, his Optimus Prime toy is very disappointed in him. True.
Okay, hello.
Hello, how are you doing today?
Good, are you?
All right, my name is Thomas, and your son is in my Discord server, which is where you are right now, saying that...
He thinks she knows what... Explain what a Discord server is, you fucking idiot.
He was not taught how to read because he's saying he's retarded.
So now he's humiliating him to his mom in front of everybody.
And that you guys don't like him, and that's why he wasn't taught how to read.
Okay.
How much of that...
Okay, Mom won. What?
Is actually true?
How much what?
How much of what he's claiming is true, if any?
Dude,
what is this group? This group is about what?
We generally talk about just nerd stuff like comics and cartoons and stuff, but your son's been in here causing a lot of trouble because he apparently can't read.
Oh, okay.
So have you considered banning him? Have you considered that? Have you considered that, Thomas?
Hey, yes, that's true.
This guy is this guy can get instructions like I don't know, push this big red button, and he wouldn't know to press it. He wouldn't know to. It is literally the easiest fucking thing to do on Discord. He doesn't know how to block or ban people.
Okay. He's saying the reason why he can't read is because you guys, meaning you as in his parents, hate him and that he is retarded and was never taught how to read.
Yes, he is autism.
Okay, he has autism, that's fine, but what about the rest of it? He's claiming you guys, meaning you two, you and his father.
So he's trying to now word it in a way where it's going to sound like the kid is calling them bad parents. So he's going to try to get the parents mad at the kid. He's saying you weren't good parents. He's saying you didn't teach him how to read.
Hate him.
Yes.
You hate him.
Okay.
Okay.
But what is the question?
I'm asking you if what he's saying is true, that you hate him. That you hate your son.
No.
Okay. So he's lying about that. He's saying also that he was never taught how to read. Did he ever go to school?
Yes.
Okay. So does he know how to read?
Yes, but not the same like you and me read. He's very slow.
Okay. Slow's one thing. He is just completely missing half of what anybody's saying. And he gets...
Oh my god. How are you not getting enough fucking indicators here? This kid is severely disabled. This kid is severely fucking disabled.
He starts picking fights with people, and he's been on...
This is a disabled kid! What are you doing, bro? What are you doing?
Out here talking a whole bunch of nonsense about how his parents hate him, about how you both.
Oh, he's doing it. He's literally doing. Oh my dude. He's trying. This cruel fat fuck. You know what he's doing right now? He's trying to get the mom mad at the kid. That's why he's talking to her. It's not out of concern. He's trying to publicly humiliate this kid.
And his father heavily dislike him, and the reason why he can't read is because you guys hate him.
Because you guys, he's trying to say shit to them to make, even though it's been mostly like self-deprecation shit, he's trying to get the parents to be mad at him.
Oh, okay.
So, you might want to handle that, I guess? Because
handle that.
That's not okay?
No.
Based W mom?
Surprise for that.
Okay, so you might want to get your son offline if he's going to start lying about you guys to everybody he meets whenever he's confronted about something.
Leo,
that's not okay.
Leo, just to make this a little bit easier, one thing that I've, in my experience, if you're going to speak to anybody who is not necessarily fluent in a language you're speaking, try not using idiomatic language because that doesn't translate.
Try not using idiomatic language.
Very well. So try to use very plain like English because that translates very clearly into the other language.
Hold on, give me a second.
It's like idiomatic, so saying like you guys wouldn't translate as well as saying mother and father.
Here, I'll just make this really easy and use Google Translate. We'll see how we go here. One moment, ma'am. Just one moment.
Because that's one of the problems with English language. It's very idiomatic, and that really makes it difficult to translate.
All right, I'm going to take a shot at this. Tu hijo dice que es padres lo odian.
Oh my dude, Toki. This is the same guy. He's like, I'm technically as a Hispanic male. My name is pronounced Guerra. Dude, this is the most gringo-coded Spanish ever. Dude, this is the most gringo-coded Spanish. What is this, bro? What the fuck?
This is not true.
Okay, that's what he's saying.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Es padres lo odian.
Because that's one of the problems with English language. It's very idiomatic, and that really makes it difficult to translate.
All right, I'm going to take a shot at this. Tu hijo dice que es padres lo odian.
This is not true.
Okay, that's what he's saying.
Okay. I don't know why he said that, but he says not true.
Hold on.
He wants to make her more mad. He's not happy. He wants her beating the kid. Beating the mentally disabled. How old is what's his face? How old is he, by the way?
Hold on. Wait, I gotta do this. I have to use Google Translate. Dice que nunca el enseñaste a cabecear porque lo odias. And I probably just completely butchered it. I'm sorry. Spanish is not one of my languages, so that's what he's
Porque, senora.
Telling people about his parents.
Wow.
So
but this is not true.
Okay, so let me try one more thing here.
Dude, it's literally this is what Toki's like, wow.
I don't know why he said that.
Hold on.
Wow.
Well, I'm sorry, just un momento, please.
Okay. Un momento. She'll understand. Say one more.
Put a speaker, Paul. I want your father to hear that.
Creo que deberías desconectado si está minipinto sobre sus... Hello?
Wait.
What did he just say, Toki? What did he just say?
Leo.
Hold on.
Sure.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. Tú hablas bien inglés. Yo me están diciendo que está diciendo que ven para acá para que yo soy. Okay.
Wait, is he 20 now? How old is he at the time of this call? And when was this call? Two from Soul Skibidi. Bros bullying some poor abuelita. Okay, no, that would be abuela. You're thinking abuela, not abuelita. That's grandpa. Now shameful stuff. And that's also his mom. It's madre, not abuelita. Fucking gringo.
Hello, how you doing? This is Paul's father.
Oh, thank God. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to run you guys through the ringer like that. I was trying my best to communicate with English to Spanish on Google Translate, and it was not doing me any favors.
Thomas Guerra es mucho gordo. Thomas Guerra es cuchi.
Okay, so your son's been on here. He's claiming that he cannot read, and the reason that he cannot read is because his parents hate him and did not teach him how to read.
No, that's not true.
I didn't think it was, but he offered to let us talk to you, so...
No, we encourage him to read. Actually, he's finished high school and
Wait, I thought abuela was grandma and abuelita was grandfather. Am I... What? Am I being gaslit right now? Am I just being fucking gaslit? You fucking pendejos? You're right, I'm wrong. You're right.
I mean, actually, he's really up to what to call it.
Thank you, Spencer, with the 2 ESL Mother W. True.
You know? And we always tell him he has to keep reading. Actually, he surprised me a lot because that's not what he tells me every day when I see him, you know?
Well, in my...
Mi español es no bueno. Lo siento.
In my chat room.
Lo siento.
He constantly winds up picking fights with people because he doesn't understand what they're saying and he will not read things properly. And now because he's being confronted about it, he's claiming that...
Oh, you're right, because it ends with a feminine... Yes. Yeah, abuelito. Yes, for grandpa. Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. Lo siento.
He cannot read, and that his parents hate him because he's retarded. And just so you're aware, that's his word, not mine. I didn't call him retarded. He called himself retarded.
Okay, no, I believe it, what he says because he doesn't, how can I say this? He doesn't know what he says sometimes. I always tell him that he has to think before whatever he says, you know, because people will take it offensive, you know, and people will not take it in the same way that he tried to say it, you know, especially when you write it down, you know, people will take it in different ways.
Yeah.
And he has to be really careful. Sometimes, most of the time, he doesn't understand.
Thomas isn't happy. He wants the parents beating him.
And what people say, you know, and sometimes we use like small words for different things, and he doesn't take that, you know, and I think that's what it is, that he doesn't understand, you know, like, for example, short terms, you know.
Yeah.
For example, like we use speak with your friends, you know, some things like the small phrases, and he doesn't take it that quick, you know. And I always tell him, you know, you have to read, get books, and you know, don't get stuck in the cell phone.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did Lio upload this to his channel? Is that what this is fucking archived from? You're joking. This is not Lio's channel. Come on, dude. Lio didn't upload this originally to his channel, did it? Wait, no, because it has the watermark too. Was this a stream?
Well,
you know,
what I would recommend, and of course you can take this however you want because you don't know me, but your son's going online and lying about his family and picking fights with strangers.
So the parents have already adequately responded, but that's not what Lio wants. Lio wants to hurt this kid. Lio wants the parents to beat this kid.
On the internet. My personal recommendation, I think you should probably get him unplugged for a bit, because if this was a group that wasn't as polite, he'd probably wind up in a lot of trouble.
Exactly, I understand that. I always tell him that.
He's unfortunately not listening, so.
You know,
so you need to go harder. Lio wants to get a disabled kid beaten up by his fucking parents. That is literally what Lio wants right now.
I told him once about it.
This kid's life is probably really difficult. You can tell he struggles to speak. You could tell he's probably a social outcast. He's literally facing homelessness. And your response, because he insulted you, he hurt your pride on Discord, is to try to make his life even more fucking miserable. Yeah, dude, you need to, like, go, like, I'm sorry, you just saying you're sorry after fucking being, it's not gonna be enough to prove you've, like, adequately changed. I don't buy it for a fucking second. It should be the burden of the people that advocate for this guy to demonstrate how he's changed.
Well,
everybody's like that, like,
yeah, some people on the internet are just outright vicious. Now, he also claimed that you guys live in hotels, which is a weird thing to tell people on the internet, but, you know, that's that too. Here's what we're gonna...
Weren't you, all these people were literally probing him on his personal life.
Do. Because I don't want him causing more trouble, and because he has actively lied about his parents, I'm going to remove him from my server. And he won't be allowed.
The thing you should have done at the fucking beginning, you retard. The thing you should have done at the start of this. Wow, dude, wow. Fucking rocket scientist over here.
Back in. But,
I think that's it.
Yeah, that's the best I can do. I wish you good luck, and do what you can, I guess.
All right. No, thank you for the recommendations, and I apologize about it.
No, it's all right. You have a good night.
You too. Thank you.
I disconnected him, so we ain't got to deal with this.
Well then, some fault, don't you think? I love the part I fucking burst out laughing. It was like, he's saying that you guys hate him. Is this true? And she goes like, yes. I'm like, wait, what? That's fucked up.
Ha ha ha. ESL. Ha ha.
Well, what's up, Leo?
Just that entire thing. Oh my god.
Oh my god, I'm Lio. I don't want to have to deal with this situation I just voluntarily put myself in and was giddy to participate in. It's the same thing. He did it with the bunny shit. He did it with the... Dude, He pretends like he doesn't want this, and it's like a lie. It's just a lie.
I mean, that's why I called for his parents, because to me, we're sitting here making fun of him and stuff, and I'm going like, well, he is like legitimately retarded. Like,
oh, what? So you knew? So that's just an admission that you knew. You're not even. You actually knew, and you proceeded to do this anyway.
legit. I'm pretty sure he doesn't understand because he simply can't. So I was like, yo, call your
This guy is so mentally disabled, he can't even understand what we're saying. Let's fucking bully him and try to get his parents to be mad at him.
parents over here, bro. And he did, and I'm going like, okay, Leo, you can handle this in the most adult way possible. So here you go. You have the reins of this. And so that's the way it was handled. So that way he gets out of the server and probably gets a little bit of a lesson out of this.
His old man's gonna
Hear the cough? They want the parents to beat him.
Am I dead? Oh, yeah, they probably will fucking whoop him. I don't know. Like, I've been.
Yep. This isn't. I'm telling you, it's not anger. He uses anger like as a form of intimidation. He's not actually angry. He's just a sadist. He's just fucking sadistic.
Believe a word the father said.
I did.
Oh yeah, I didn't.
He
I didn't
knows
believe
everything he's doing
a
here.
word his father said about like, oh, we teach him this and that and this and that. I don't know. I just didn't believe it. So they're probably gonna whoop the shit out of him right now.
I would love to be a fly on the wall for that.
What happened?
Oh well.
We got to talk.
That's it. He's not.
Yeah, he wound up getting removed after we talked, or after I talked to his dad.
I did record that.
That's fine. I've actually been
shit.
recording the whole time.
All right, cool.
That dude's about to get fucking whooped.
Well,
I'll delete mine because mine got interrupted by my service dying in the middle of it for a second.
That's fine.
This wasn't a temporary moment, a lapse. This was calculated. And then if it is true that Lio put this on his own channel, not only did all this happen, but he was fucking proud of this. He was proud of this. I mean, just like such a fucking disgusting human being did. When was this? I want to know when this was, too. Well, I felt like I seen this before, but I honestly didn't fucking remember, and it was just like worse than it did. Yeah, he's changed, guys. He's changed. He's done the work. He's done the work. Sit down and listen. But yeah, that's about it for today's stream. Thank you guys as always. I can't believe I managed to, on no sleep, extend this for as long as I did. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I know the stream's kind of lacking quality and I'm a little bit tired and all over the place, but I had fun today. We hit goal fucking twice. You guys are the best. We were averaging nearly 200 for most of the fucking stream. Crazy shit, dude. Crazy shit. And yeah, like on your way out if you've enjoyed. 130 you watching, 84 likes. We could definitely get it above 100. I'll be seeing you guys, I think, tomorrow. But yeah, thank you guys so much. If you're new here, sub. I'm sorry for what I'm about to do to you. I'm really sorry for this. I'm sorry, guys. You're gonna figure it out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.